always ready. So, let's get a little dance, a little warm up, a little dance music, baby.
Don't get Mickey out.
Yeah, I know. Mickey be doing the Oreo cookie dance again. Christine, we got the dance music for Mickey. We'll save. We're gonna save that for a little later, right before lunch. Yeah. Shh! Don't tell anybody. We have a special surprise for you right before lunch, which we won't share the details on that right this minute. But anyway, everybody's kind of filing into the room here, and we really appreciate you guys coming, especially, we usually don't have this good a crowd this early in the morning, but we're very happy to be here and representing Speed Queen in Tennessee and Kentucky and what are our markets? Tennessee, Kentucky, Alabama, a little bit of Georgia, North Carolina, and Virginia. So we have a big territory where we distribute equipment. We've recently been added the Louisville market and the Kentucky, which kind of completes almost the whole state, the whole state of Kentucky for us as well. So we're very happy to be here. Those who don't know, I am Michael Davis, and I am the owner of Star Distributing. My father is the one who started this company back in 1958. This happens to be a pretty big anniversary for us, which is the reason we all have the number 65 on. We all were not linemen in college or high school or whatever, but we're celebrating 65 years in business this year. Totally unplanned, or didn't even know it till 2 days ago, which is the 27th. We had our first open house in Memphis. And that would have been my dad's 96th birthday. So didn't plan that, didn't realize it. Just the day it was on, I was like, wait a second, I think this is would have been my dad's birthday. So it was kind of cool to keep the tradition going, and happened to be on his birthday. So very proud to still be here and doing this. And we've had a great amount of success and growth, especially in the last 2 to 3 years. COVID has seemed to turn out to be really good for our industry and for our business overall, and really helped out our company a good bit. So we have a lot to talk about. We have Joe Stone here from Alliance, and he's our regional service representative, and we're glad to have him back for the umpteenth year in a row. And Joe does, is that right? Oh, I totally guessed. Again, my guesses are pretty good for some reason. Anyway, so we're going to start off with the smaller machines, because that's the machines kind of less and less people have. It used to be the majority of the machines that people had in their stores, but we're finding out less and less people have them. At one of my stores, we used to have 56 top-load washers in it, believe it or not, at one time. And now we have 6, I think. Six or seven. So it's amazing how the industry has really changed over time, and that's a lot about what we're going to talk about today. Also, we have a special treat, which some of you guys know, Brian Wallace, who's the president of the Coin Laundry Association from Chicago. It's a national organization. It's a nonprofit. He's going to be here this afternoon with a presentation. He was here last spring. Really nice guy, and he's been president of the CLA for like 30 years. He has a tremendous amount of knowledge. One thing that may be beneficial to some of you guys in the room, the Coin Laundry, we'll talk about this a little bit more later when Brian gets here. But the Coin Laundry Association happens to be having a meeting here next week. And then they call it a wash, dry, fold seminar. But it seems to me like it's a little bit more than a wash, dry, fold seminar, because there's some pretty important people coming to this thing, from president of Alliance Laundry Systems to just a variety of people. We'll have some representatives there, even my own employees from my laundries, trying to learn more about how we can run better businesses. And if you're not signed up for this thing, it's a 3-day event. I'm not sure what day it starts. It might be Tuesday of next week, but we can certainly give you information about it. But they rarely do things on a national scale here in Nashville. This happens to be one of those events that they're doing next week. So if you want to learn more about the industry, especially the wash, dry, fold part, this would be something I would highly recommend. Yeah, we have brochures back here. Christine's holding one up there. So if you have interest in it, I would recommend it. And if I was going to be in town, I would certainly be there myself. But unfortunately, I'm going to be out of town next week. So we're going to move forward with Joe and his faithful servant over here, Mickey, who's distracted looking out the window. Mickey's been my service and installation manager for years and years now, and there's probably nobody with more industry knowledge than him. Especially on the service side. He can fix just about anything, which I cannot. But I've
plug your car up.
that I can do. And I can unclog a drain valve, so if anybody wants me to show you how to do that, I can do that. Mickey taught me that, by the way. And the owner of Lori's Laundry just walked in, so yes. Anyway, good to see you guys. Welcome. And if you have any questions, feel free to let us know. You're welcome to come up, look at the machines, and especially during the breaks and what have you. But if you have any questions while he's on a specific part or a specific issue on a specific machine, don't hesitate to, just politely raise your hand and let us know. If you have to take a phone call, if you don't mind, just step outside so you won't bother the other people here. But obviously we all have to run our businesses, so I understand, you got to keep your phones handy. And again, so I'm Michael Davis. I'm here all day. Everybody here in these blue shirts who works for the company. And we look forward to being here and serving you guys as we have for the last 65 years. And this is just a new beginning. Joe, thank you very much. Appreciate you being here. And I will let you get going.
Again, my name's Joe Stone. I work at Alliance Laundry. I'm a field service manager. Been doing this for 32 years. Me and Mickey work together. We're going to start with the top loader. When you start the cycle, water valve opens. It's going to spill to a certain level. Is that one not working?
No, something's going on, so this one works.
All right. It's going to fill to its level. It's going to go through its wash, and then basically go through a spin and push out the water. How that happens is basically the motor is going to go in two directions. When it's going counterclockwise, it's basically activating the transmission, and that's what's giving us our wash agitation. When it goes in the clockwise position, basically the whole transmission is spinning. So if you have an issue in spin, it has nothing to do with the transmission. The only time the transmission is active is in wash. So we'll start with water in. Basically, you have a water valve in the back of the machine. Okay? In that water valve, there are a couple filters. That's to keep debris out of the water valves. Do we have the hose? Is that in here? There should be an opening in there.
No.
Is this a different one? Yeah, it is. All right, if you can get me. Where the water line connects, there's also another filter.
There's a red one.
Oh, Ray, I want the filter, man. Come on. Mickey has to wake up. Okay, there we go. So that's on the fill side, wherever you're connecting your hose to. So there's two filters. You never want to remove either one of them, okay? If you're pulling this hose off and this filter is dirty, it means you got a lot of dirt in your water. You want it to clog up here. You don't want it to get into this water valve, because then you'll have water continuously coming in, okay? And remember, on hoses, they basically say every 5 years you should replace hoses. That's because after 5 years, you're not sure if it will break or not, okay? And the last thing you want in your laundry is a water line broken, filling it up with water. Okay, so basically, if anyone has top loaders, you know the main problem you have is people overload them. They put as much clothes in there as they can. They're only supposed to fill it up to the top of the agitator, but they pack it full. So with that, we have the pulley and belt, okay? This is our fail point on a top load washer. When they overload it over and over again, this is where it will fail, because this is a lot cheaper to replace than a whole transmission or a motor. The belt. This belt is made to slip, okay? So there is a little slippage on here. most belts, if you go into any other auto store, whatever, and you buy this belt or you buy it on Amazon, it's not made to slip. So it's going to jerk that, which is going to problems with your motor or transmission again. Again, we're talking about a $12 belt. It's not worth it to have your transmission go out. The helix, these are plastic, and they're plastic for that reason. That's where we want it to break up. Usually when this is bad, you get that little machine gun sound out of them, where it's just going tick-tick-tick-tick-tick. That means this is bad. Now when you buy these, they all come together, because we want you to replace all of them. If you have any issue with the belt or the helix, replace all of them. How many people actually have top loaders? All right, so we do have a few in here. All right. What's that? And of course, at the bottom, connected directly to the motor, is the pump. It's a mechanical pump. When it's in agitation, it's basically just pushing the water back up in the tub. When it's in spin, it's pushing the water out. What you have to check on these is, if you look inside here, there's an impeller. You want to make sure that's not broken. And where it seats onto the motor, sometimes that can get worn out. I'll go ahead and pass this one around so you can see inside it a little better. As far as to get the pump off, I'm just going to pull the front one. I'm going to do the easy way. There's 3 of these little clips, okay, around the pump. It drops straight down after the clips are off. What you have to watch out for is there's probably water in there. So when you take those hoses off, you have to have something to catch the water.
Water and
Clamp it off.
Or, yeah, you have your clamps, right? Basically, this whole tub is held in place by the springs. You remove the springs and the hose clamps, that whole module comes out. Makes it easier to work on it in a store versus trying to get to everything. If you take the front 2 off, you're able to tilt this back, so you should be able to get to the pump, the pulleys, the belt, without pulling anything else off. This is what Mickey uses. He basically, on that hose, you just clamp it down so the water doesn't come out.
I think if you're looking for those, like they're called radiators, those clamps or something like that.
That would make sense because there's liquid in there, huh? So that would be at your automotive store.
Or Lowe's, or Home Depot.
Or you can make your own little block of wood, pair of vice grips, clamp it off. The water sensor.
Let me get it for you.
Yeah. Basically, it uses a sensor to tell the water level. For the most part, on this model, we don't get too much problems with soap getting up into the hose and stuff. This is one of them. There's really no measurement you can take on this. If you start overflowing, the hose looks okay, or if the water valve works, I'm sorry. I always forget about the camera, sorry.
You can show the camera. It'll be fine.
I'm looking here. We can go ahead and pass that around. So, and this water level sensor is basically going to be on all the washers. Not the same particular one, but it's the same style. of water level. Anything else on the top loader? Well, that's a newer, this is the newer control. This is the older one. All right, so on small chassis, we'll just go over it real quick, is if you look at the display there, it's the white readout versus this one which has green. Yeah, and you very sensitive touch. This is our newer control. We call it a platinum control, but the main thing it gives you, I'm going to go to the front load washer because it's easier to show you. With this control, it actually has the networking built into it. Okay? So there are no network boards like you would have on this one. It's all built into it. Okay, top load washer, like I said, there's not a lot to them, but those who have top load washers, what kind of issues have you seen?
Just overloaded.
Yeah, overloading is
Always.
the number one.
Yeah.
Number one. That's why people kind of like them, because they can just shove so much in there. But in all honesty, it's not washing their clothes well when they overload it.
And it doesn't spin too.
Well, yeah, if you get too much,
Jump them.
that's another one we need to kind of tie into. On that lid, when you open the lid, there's a switch that tells the computer whether it's opened or closed. That switch is wired into the thermal protection on the motor. So if you ever see that error lid, that just means the motor overloaded, and you just got to wait till it cools down and that resets. But it's telling you that they're overloading them pretty good. But that's in there to protect the motor. Yeah, we protect the transmission with the plastic parts at the bottom, and we protect the motor with a thermal overload, because we know that's all they do on top loaders is shove clothes in and try and get a little bit more in there. Anything else on top loaders? Anything else on top? All right. Slide over. I don't think we'll need to. All right. Next, we're going to talk about the front load washer. Again, washers are pretty simple. Water in, water out, spin, and that's all it needs to wash clothes. We got the water out for this one. Should be in the back, sorry. All right, so this is what you'll see on the back is your water hookup. Difference in this one, it actually has little plastic filters that if you have a pair of good needle nose, mine are bent at the one edge, you pull the filter out if you need to clean it, but make sure you do put it back in. Again, if dirt and debris gets in here, you're going to have water going through constantly. And if you have water going through constantly, if you have a gravity drain, it's not a big issue other than the water. If you have a pump, your water is going to fill up in here until it pops open the door. Okay? Now, this originally came out with the pump because it was made to replace this unit. Okay? Now we see them going in more and more. We kind of recommend, if you're going to put these in a store, go with gravity. Number one, you know all the stuff that gets caught in the drain. You know, that's the difference between, you know, what's going to get caught and clogged up in there. When we talk about the pump, it does have a clean out that you pull out, and it pulls out all the debris that gets stuck in there. Okay? The pump itself has done really well. We haven't had like pump failures because of the issues that can go with it. In 2015, we did a major redesign on the front load washer. And one of the things we added was suds detection. What suds detection does is what that machine, when it starts to do distribution speed, where it's trying to push out the clothes before it spins, if it detects that there's still a bunch of suds in there, it's going to run another 2-minute rinse to try and break down the soap. Because we know they love to fill all the compartments up with soap. So it's everywhere. I've seen them put the soap in and throw some pods in there. And it's just a big white shield. Yes?
Back to that hose and the filter where the water comes in, is that something we should be taking should we take our water hose off and check that regularly? Or?
All right, so the question was about the filters on the water valves and on the hoses. The biggest thing there is what you will notice is longer fill times, meaning it's taking longer for the thing to fill up and start to wash. Okay. All right, so you'll get those complaints. That's what you're going to go to the back of there and check. You always start with the water in because that one should catch most of the debris. And if you happen to have a store that has a lot of dirt in the water, well, then you might schedule that, every 3 months, every 6 months to go through and check them to prevent having the issue. Where was I? Pump. Okay, so I was talking about the suds detection. Okay, so it'll run another rinse to try and break down the soap because with a pump especially, it doesn't like suds to be pumped through here. Okay, you can burn out the motor with suds. You can also get suds lock. It'll think that there's still water in there. That's the kind of problems we had prior to the change in 2015. Probably the biggest change we did was on the basket. We added balance rings. So if you sit there and you turn your basket, you'll hear this noise inside. That's basically on the back and the front of the basket. We have balance rings, which these rings basically have ball bearings in it with an oil. And what it does is when it goes into that distribution, if the clothes are off balance, the ball bearings kind of work to that side and it balances it out so it could make sure it does its spin at the end. What that did is, since this is a soft mount, which means it's on shocks, it didn't like small loads. If I put a few, let's say 5 or 6 pairs of jeans in there, it didn't like it. It couldn't balance it, so it would spin at a minimum 500, which really didn't get the clothes, the water extracted. So now with those on there, the only thing I saw that it really didn't do really well with is bath mats with the rubber backing. If I put like 3 in there, it has a little trouble trying to spin it. But compared to what it was doing before, it works great. So we'll go to the door. Actually, how many people have front loaders? Yeah. So do you battle with doors breaking? Hinges breaking?
Door lock.
A door lock too, yeah. All right, so it's a plastic door. They've changed the molding. They've done some other things with it to beef up the door, but it is still a plastic door. If I sit here and lean on it, I can make it crack at the hinge. If you happen to have a store where you're having a lot of issues, they also have this that you can put in between to stiffen it up some. Here again, I always preach, it's still a plastic door. No matter what we do, it can still be broken. Now, when we go back to the door lock side, again, that's a plastic little tooth inside the door lock. We have a door lock over there, don't we?
Look, it's up there.
There you go. You're getting better, Mickey. You're getting better. All right. So it is a plastic lock, basically. Okay? And these teeth basically go in there, and a little slide slides over. That's what locks it in. So when this door is locked, I can rip it open. It's not meant to take the abuse that sometimes people put on it. Usually I say if you're having door lock issues, you also want to check the teeth on here because that could be part of your issue. The door lock though, here's a screwdriver if you need it.
I don't have my pocket now.
Yeah. All right, so the door lock has basically got a little switch on it. When you close the door, that tells the machine the door is closed. So if I'm having an issue with the door closed, it's most likely in that switch. Once you start the machine, it's going to do a pulse that sends this slide over, and that locks the door. It's all one piece. So regardless of what issue, whether it's door closed, door lock, you have to replace the whole piece. This is a little spring that goes around the gasket. At the bottom is where the spring should be. You take a flat tip to pull that out and then pull it out of the seam. Once you have that out of the seam, you can pull on this gasket. To remove it, 2 screws, you can slide the door lock out and replace it. The door catch, you're going to have to, yeah, I have it, but you're going to have to pull apart the door to get to the door catch and replace it. The other thing is the gasket. Okay, so it is a soft mount, so it's moving. And depending on what people are putting in and how much it's moving, you can wear holes basically in the gasket. And how you know that, you'll see water on the floor underneath. That's when you want to check your gasket for a leak. In order to replace the gasket, you have to take the front panel off. And there's basically a clamp that holds it to the front of the machine. It's an easy job, actually. If you have to do them, it's not worth it to pay somebody to do it. All right, so I know nobody pays attention, but on a soap dish, you have all these little max settings. You know, when they pour soap in or softener, they're supposed to only go that high. More so on the softener, if you get the complaint where they said their softener went out in the wash, that's usually because they filled it too high, and it doesn't take much water for this to start siphoning. Okay, that's why they have these little max things. That's where they're supposed to be. Now with fabric softener, sometimes you can get a residue buildup. When you pop this off, you'll be checking these holes and in here for cleaning it off. Make sure you're on the bottom there, Nick. All right, those who have front load washers, what kind of problems or things have you seen?
My customers complain there's too little water. When it spills, after a long time, they see the water, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's That's probably the hardest thing to get customers to understand with a front load washer. You don't need a ton of water.
Repeat the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Question was the complaint that they don't see much water when they're looking in. That's why I wish all the doors were solid so they just couldn't see. But yeah, so with a front load washer, basically you don't want to fill it up with a ton of water because you want the mechanical action as those clothes come down and hit. And when they load it properly, it's more than enough water. But if I stuff this machine, I've seen it at colleges especially, they just pack it full of stuff. There's not enough water to even wet the clothes. But when you use it properly, that's when you look at any of these front load washers style, that's where it should be. The water shouldn't be up halfway up the glass. It should be at the bottom because that's where the clothes hit. That's our mechanical action. That's why this washes so much better than a top loader. I mean, it cleans the clothes if it's used properly. And I always like to bring up, it's pretty weird, but basically in the 70s in Europe, they converted the front loaders. They stopped using top loaders. They don't even allow top loaders, okay? In the 70s, we're still dealing with these. And I understand it's the top loaders are a little bit less expensive, and they do take a lot of abuse with the overloading and stuff. But as far as how to wash clothes, it's old technology. It's not even good technology as far as a top loader goes and how you clean clothes. With a front loader, you're getting so much more mechanical action on the clothes that you're breaking it up. You're breaking the dirt out better. And of course, they ruin it when they put too much soap. If you have a window full of soap, basically that's the rinses, the two rinses aren't going to get it out. And they're going to take their clothes and put it in a dryer with all that soap still in their clothes. But if we could retrain people, it would make your lives a lot easier. Because most of our problems come from a lot of soap. or people overloading machines. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
And you, again, with this being a plastic door, as I told you, if that water valve failed and you have a pump, once that water gets up to a certain level, it's going to push that door open. Any other questions on front loaders? Thought somebody else raised their hand. Who has the front loaders? What's your number one problem?
The water valves going out.
Going out?
Having to be replaced.
Not on these.
Oh, she's talking, all right, that one's a different one, but we'll get to that. Anything I miss on there?
People don't see the water, it's like,
What's that?
people don't see the water. I mean,
People don't see the water. I know, that was the initial, when they started going into places, that was the biggest thing. And it made sense because they were used to this thing where you could open the lid and you saw all this water in it, you know? Or even old cabinet washers, if you go back to the timer models, they used to fill up to there.
No way.
I try to ignore them or talk about something else, like, hey, you gonna watch that game Sunday? Sometimes it works that way. Talk about something else, like, hey, you gonna watch that game
Like I said, as people learn,
Sometimes it works.
it might get better. They learned in a lot of areas that where they pulled the top loaders. So I do see a difference, a lot less. Mainly top loaders I see going in are like apartments and colleges, just because of abuse versus this one. Anything else on front load washers?
It's not a customer complaint, but in that soap
Anything else
slide-in tray,
on front load
water, after they leave and get through with the wash and everything, water staying in that, where the soccer is. Is that what dirty?
That's where you would, the question was water remaining in the softener. That's where you want to check that. But you, like I said, it just, it should siphon it all off. Not that you wouldn't have a little bit maybe in the bottom, but that's where you want to check those and make sure they're clean. Because fabric softener, like I said, has this residue that it leaves behind. Okay. Done with the front load washer. Let's see how much time y'all killed me. All right. We're going to, you can have those, yep. We're going to talk about the cabinet washer. Again, like anything else, we got water coming in. We're going to go through agitation, and then we're going to drain. And for most store owners, it's about water in or water out. That's your main issues, okay? So that relates to the water and the drain valve. 2018, we went to 24 volt DC water valves. That's this one. Prior to it, you had the 3-way valve. So I'm sure people have older machines in here. So this would be the 3-way valve. The biggest problem with these were they were located in the center of the machine, which had a big bracket going over it. So it made it very hard to get to these to do any repair work. You had to pull the valve off. Plus there was about 9 hoses that went to the soap dish to try and make sure we could get the temperature of the water right going in. This is the new style. Again, we have the plastic filters in the back that you can remove with the needle nose. So we got our hot and cold and basically a chamber here. These 4 will basically feed your 2 washes and then your liquid soap and softener. Okay? Makes it a little easier to track down if I'm not getting my softener, which coil, which one I'm checking for on it. Now, I always use this one just because it's a little bit easier. You pop off the solenoid. You can just use a screwdriver to pop up the solenoid. You could set your needle nose in here to break it loose because it's not like this thing is solid tight on there. Once you break it loose, this is the main part. You have a diaphragm, which is the rubber piece, which if you have hard water, that's the one that breaks down and the rubber will start to crack. And you have a spring. And what would you call that one there, Mickey?
Plunger.
The plunger. There we go. I lost my terminology in my head. All right. So that's basically when you buy a repair kit, this is what it's coming with. Okay? Now, with the newer, that's how I lose it. With the newer water valve, and what we found is in some locations, you could end up with a lot of failures. And usually the failure we're looking for is it's just dribbling water in. In that case there, we're replacing the diaphragms with what we call blue tip diaphragms. And when I say blue tip, basically, it would be this tip would be blue. It's a little thicker, and we're working on changing it and putting it in all the valves. But if you have an issue where these are getting stuck and just dribbling water, that's something you should bring up to Mickey, and we can get them replaced. You're giving them the eye. Yeah. Well, this is why we do this, because sometimes there are fixes out there for some of your problems you run into, and we want you to know that they're there. Okay, water valve. Then we go to the drain. We should have a contest sometime who found the weirdest thing in a drain, because everything gets down in there, right? The worst is the brawl wire, because what it will do is tear up the seal inside here. And when it tears up that seal, basically water's going to leak by. The easiest way to tell that is when you're at your store and this machine is washing, in the middle of its wash, and you hear that water valve kicking on, that means water's leaking out, so it's filling to get back up to level. That tells you got a leak in your drain valve. These new black valves, you can remove this and change the seal here. Okay? You usually change the whole thing, right? Yeah, and that's because they don't want to run into an issue with the mechanical part of the drain. Usually on this mechanical part where the spring is, when this starts giving you trouble, what's happening there is water is not going to drain out. And then you open it up and you tap the drain valve, and then it opens. It tells me it's the spring. It's the mechanical side. I usually don't repair that. It's better to get a valve because you'll repair it, but it's going to go bad again. So it's best to get a valve at that point. So when you're out of warranty, it's a whole lot cheaper if all you need is this seal to get the seal. The newer quantum control and the touch control will also, you can turn on what they call leak detection. Leak detection will, every, let's say 10 washes, will stop for a minute and it will check and see if that water level is going down. And at the end of that wash, it'll tell you, it had a leak or it detected there was leaking. Those are just ways to kind of help you out because you can't listen to every machine in your store or can't be at your store every time.
How do you do that?
You just turn it on. The leak detection?
Yeah.
Yeah, you just, doesn't it come on? No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't because we wanted it to come on, but then people complained because like a machine would sit there for a minute while it detects it and it threw customers off. So it's in the programming, you can turn leak detection on.
Anytime a washer stops, the customer is wondering why it stopped.
Do you have Galaxy, or I mean, quantum controls?
I got the touch.
You got the touch? Okay, yeah, that can be turned on easily. Yeah, the touch can be turned on easily.
The big micros can't.
Yeah, the B micros can't, only the quantum. Got to get that other name out of my head right now. Yeah, so only the quantum, but that goes only back to what, 2000? Did they have that on the original? I don't think they had it on the original quantum from 2007. No, but it came later. We could always check and see what has it, what doesn't. But it's a good tool as long. It's probably not good on an unattended store because then when they see that thing stop, they'll wonder what went wrong. Unless you got really good customers or customers that don't sit in front of their machine and watch everything.
You can turn it on and then turn it off, or you leave it on all the time?
You leave it on all the time.
You leave it on because it's only like every 10 washes or so that it will check that.
During the wash?
Yeah, it's usually during the wash or rinse. Can't remember. I think it's during the wash. It's just going to stop, like I said, for about a minute.
Now, they did have a test on it that you could do at night if you make sure all your doors were closed on your washers.
That one's harder. Yeah, they have a. You could also set that leak detection up for end of the night at a certain time, but not everybody has their doors closed. So it can't run it unless the doors are closed because it's going to put water in it. I like it during a cycle just because you're not wasting any water. You know, they're already using that water. Whereas if you run it at the end of the night, you're doing a fill on all your machines. So depends what your water costs. Okay, where are we at now? Want to do this one? Want to do this one? Yeah, let's do this one. We're gonna look at the door lock a little closer. You can go ahead and open this one up. Ah, come on, Mickey. You're fading on me, man. You're fading.
You're getting old.
You gotta get the bottom out first. Pull the bottom off. Oh. Blame me. Now it's off. All right, so unfortunately, if you ever ran into where the door will not open and you need to open it, you do have to take the front panel off. And through this slot, there'll be a little washer that you see. You just pop it back. And we're going to give you a closer look. Is that door lock assembly? Oh, right there, man. Okay, so you get this right? Yeah. So this is what the door lock assembly looks like. Okay? You'll see on this solenoid here, there's a little washer. When this door is locked, that washer, you'll see it in the slot. What you're doing is just popping it back. Okay? That's if you ever have to unlock it because it's not unlocking. Now, the way the door lock works, you have a magnetic switch down here where you see the two pop rivets. There's a magnet on the door. So when I close this and pull the handle, basically what's happening is this bottom switch is being made. Okay? And the magnet is closing the switch on the front. So those two are in series for door closed. If you get any door closed errors, it's within that. Once you start the machine, a pulse gets sent to the solenoid and it shoots forward. Now, since it's not supposed to be locked, it automatically pushed it right back. What happens there is that washer basically hits this top switch. Okay, that's door locked. So if I have a door lock issue, I'm looking up at this top switch. And then what's happening when that door locks is that solenoid is basically going into this door handle right here. Okay? So in 2007, we came up with this L catch, and the main reason was we were trying to keep that in line. So when the solenoid gets sent a pulse, this door is always horizontal and it goes right in. Through time, again, with people on doors, leaning on doors, hanging stuff on doors, it can go off a little bit. And usually how you know this is when you shut the door, if I pull up on the handle, you should feel it pull right back down. If I pull up on it and it stays up, That means my door is out of alignment. Okay. At that point there, what you need to do is there's 4 screws on the hinge. You're going to loosen them up. They don't have to be real loose, just loose enough where the door can shift. You're going to close this door, and then you're going to check it, the solenoid. You're going to move it back and forth through there. It's best to turn off the power so you don't have it clicking back on you, but you're going to sit there and feel this should move in there smoothly. Okay? Whenever you are in front of there and you hear that click, 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 that's this pulsing, hitting the door lock and coming back. Pulsing, hitting the door lock and coming back. That means it's not lined up right. Once you have that lined up right, you tighten the 2 outside nuts. Then you can open the door and get the 2 inner ones. Questions on that? I kind of felt like I went fast.
Well, I have one that a lot of times I gotta push it down. When you start the machine, it'll say door lock, and I gotta push that handle down.
That one is one that you want to try to do this alignment with.
Door lock, and I gotta
That's what I'm talking about as far as whenever this handle will stay up, that means it's not aligned right. It shouldn't stay there. Now, worst case is something's worn on the door or the L catch is worn.
Or the roll pin.
Yep, the roll pin is this.
The handle. The handle. It's bent.
Oh, yeah, we'll go over that pin too. Because we got asked the question, you know, when you see these, when he's talking about the roll pin, this is basically a pin that holds that door handle onto this mechanism. Okay? People were asking, if it's out, do you just tap it back in? Well, if it's out, what I would do is get more roll pins and end up replacing it because it's going to come back out again if you tap it down.
These pins will get bent inside in the middle because when people pull up, they just keep pulling. And it bends the pin. And then when you pull up on the handle, it stays there because the pin's broke. It's broken too, or it's just bent bad inside.
Yeah, a lot of people will see the pin at the top here because it's easier to see. But then when you look at the bottom, it might be gone because only half a pin is in there because they broke it and it came loose. So it's worth checking all that. All right, we'll work around that. All right, so that door lock again, is there any other questions on it?
What's the EDL2?
EDL2, I'd have to,
Look that area up.
it's a door lock error. This is, I don't memorize things because I'm too old for that anymore. So I just save everything on these phones. I love them. I always get confused on the EDL 1 and 2.
Usually happens when there's about a minute left within this cycle.
All right, this one doesn't. I'll double check it. Minute left in this. All right, so you're going to have 2 different door lock errors. All right, one is if it momentarily sees the door unlock while it's in the wash or the spin, that'll be one. And I'll look it up and tell you which one the one is. And the other one will be it can't unlock it. Okay? But I'll look it up and tell you which one's which.
One of them is you can't unlock it because maybe the handle's in a bind. And it's got that pin in the hole and you can't retract it.
Yep, again, if somebody comes up on this door and works it while it's washing, you can bind the pin in there.
Okay.
So,
That's probably the EDL too. because
yeah,
when
I'll
I-
double check it.
Yeah.
I'll double check it for you. And we'll go back to that one.
Right there.
I'm sorry.
We get door lock errors, and sometimes all we have to do is just cycle the power on and off. What is that like
The
specifically
code's up here. What was the error code?
going to, or reasons why it's just turning off and on 4 times and then it unlocks the door finally?
You're supposed to be in a bind. The handle to be in a bind.
Yep, you got to remember when it ends, when the cycle ends, it sends a pulse, and it expects to see this switch on top open. So,
If it doesn't open the switch, then you just cycle the power on and off and it finally opens it.
yeah, well, what's happening is it's coming back, but it's tight. So you got to actually, what I would do is take the panel off, just like this, and I would test how smooth this is moving, because for some reason it's binding at the end.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't think this one has it.
What was the code?
EDL 1 or 2? 2.
All right, let me search for it.
All right, appreciate it. Anything else on door locks? Keeps looking like you got your hand up.
It's not in there.
All right, I have it in one of mine. Like I said, I'll look it up and I'll get back with you.
We got it on the computer in there.
All right, so next we'll talk about this soap dish. Basically, the way this is designed, the 2 front cups are supposed to be for powder soap. To the back right here is for liquid soap or bleach, and of course softener. And what you'll see most of the time is people just pouring soap into the 2 front ones, which isn't a big deal unless if they choose the extra wash. If you choose the extra wash, this first one's going to flush. Regardless, if I put liquid soap in here and here, that's all going to start working its way down. So they're going to have most of their soap in that first wash come out. Now, if they're not using the extra wash, it doesn't matter because both of these are going to flush at the same time. But if they're filling both sides of it, that's a lot of soap. They don't need that much soap, but we can't teach that. The biggest thing on the softener, it works the same way. I'm going to do this one.
Is there a recommended amount of soap per equipment size?
All right, so the question about recommended soap. Most soaps will basically have loads. You know, how much you put in there per load. Load is usually about 10 pounds. So if I'm at a 40 pounder, I'm doing 4 loads. So it'd be 4 of the little cups. Based on the, you know, they pour them in the lid, it tells them how much that is. But most people don't do that. They pour it out of there and there's just no way, they don't even know how much soap they're putting in there. But basically a load is 10 pounds and you go by what size machine it is.
So if you need to use liquid detergent and bleach, where do you put the liquid?
Well, as long as you're not using an extra wash, you could put the liquid here because if you don't, the only time the liquid affects you. Do I need to repeat that one? All right. I always forget. All right, so the question was, if you're using bleach, where do you put the liquid soap? As I said, as long as you're not using an extra wash, you're not affected by it. Okay? If I was using an extra wash, I would have to put soap in And after the first wash, put soap in again in the cup through here. Okay? If I was using the extra wash. Did that make sense?
Yeah, you don't mix the bleach with the water.
No.
Now, so if you do a pre-wash, that's the same thing. You put
The pre-wash, extra wash, yeah, they're the same thing. Meaning, if I'm using the extra one, this one will flush first. If I put liquid in both of those, it's basically most of the soap is going to go down in the pre-wash. Okay? Did you find it?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go over that in a second. So just like on the other one, the biggest one is the one on the fabric softener. That residue you can get in there. Okay? Basically, you got to slide that top off or open that top up to pop this off. And the way this goes is basically when I get to the main wash, it's going to be flushing the front two and the bleach or liquid soap. When I get to the final rinse, it's going to flush all of them. Where it's trying to get everything out of the dish and get everything out of the machine, basically. Because of all, but you can't, with all the soap they use, it's just impossible. I can tell you almost every store I go into, I could start up a machine and I can see soap.
Don't have to add anything.
There's just a lot of different brands on there. Anything else on that soap dish before I look up this one?
It's a proactive educational approach. Do you offer signs of that design with the
I have seen lots of.
educational?
All right, the question was the signage to kind of explain the soap dish. And I've seen, I don't think we have anything, but people have made different things at different stores, and success has been limited still.
Remember, nobody reads.
You know, I know it's not the clearest, but it does say wash 1, wash 2, softener. I mean,
They think this is back here.
yeah, I know we get it all, but it's. I've seen some people even have videos throughout the store on it, and it's still limited.
Joe, the touch machine has it under the question mark. Does have a question mark.
Well, oh yeah, the touch is a whole lot more. I mean, it helps you.
Hey,
Dispenser
key, yeah.
But here, who's going to push that to look for it? It is there. But like I said, I've seen people with nice little signage and a lot of different things, and it's a battle. It's a battle.
Can you program that to where it comes up on screen?
So the question was, can you have it up there already? No, not right now. Not the way it's laid out right now. You have to go under the help to find it. Anything else on the soap?
I just made 11 of them.
EDL2, door unlock, non-fatal. All right, so the biggest thing whenever you see a non-fatal means it's not going to stop the machine from doing what it's doing. So that means it probably came after the spin. And when it went to unlock it, it didn't.
Well, it makes sense that somebody was trying to open it.
That can happen a lot too with people. Which one was it, Mickey? It was the front load washer. When these first got changed in 2015, you know how they end the control beeps? Well, it would beep and then unlock the door, and we were getting so many door locks busted because once they heard the beep, they would rack on that door. So we had to actually get it changed so that when this beeps, the door's already unlocked, because they go right at the door as soon as they hear that tone. Okay, cabinet washers. I think we hit it all. Oh, do want to go over one thing. All right, so in 2018, we went to this new quantum gold control. What it has is what we call an ID chip on it. Okay, that ID chip retains some of the programming and stuff, so if you replace the control, it still has it. This touch control also has an ID chip. We call these our ACA controls in our head. That was the change. What they did is took all the, this is only 12 volt DC, 24 volt DC up front. So there's no high voltage up front anymore. The biggest thing to know on that is keep the ID chip with the machine that it's with. It's not that you couldn't change serial numbers or stuff, but it has the serial number and stuff in it and model number. And that model number, basically what an ID chip does is it tells it what machine it is. So if you get a new control and you don't have an ID chip in, it won't work because it doesn't know what it is. This same board is used on every size machine. So the ID chip is what tells it it's a 20 pounder versus an 80 pounder. And I know sales will go through the touch. A lot of the features, I kind of like to do my own little spiel with it. The big thing that the touch does for you, it gives you a lot of other ways to generate revenue. Whether you want to charge for hot water, warm water, you know, I've seen guys use a lot of it and they get a lot of revenue back from it. And I know when we first get the right machine, came out with this, people were wondering like well, people think it's too much technology, you know. In all honesty, we put them in a store in Atlanta. It was not the best location. And as soon as we opened up that aisle for them to use it, people were on it. It's like a cell phone. Everybody knows how to use a cell phone. And when you're going through this machine, let's see, and you get these different options you can do on it. People like to kind of customize how they want their stuff washed. So there's a lot of things, and like I said, he'll go into more details on that. I'm just going to point out the service side. All right, we know once we have a touch screen, you're wondering, yeah, how much am I going to pay when they bust my screen? It's separate. There's only been a couple incidents where I've seen them hit this hard enough to break this. For the most part, this will take all the damage, and this is a separate part. Mickey, how many controls have you replaced due to damage? Controls.
Maybe 5 or 6 where somebody hit them so hard they broke this around here.
So this is there to take the damage. If you don't have a service tech doing it, just one thing you got to remember is that screen's plastic. Don't use a drill gun to put screws into it.
Yeah, don't get it so tight.
Because you'll start cracks. You always use a hand. You just tighten it down. Don't have to go over tight. It is plastic. You'll start what you won't even see it. It'll be a small crack, and then as somebody beats on that thing, it'll make it easier for those cracks to kind of spread.
It's not an airplane. It's not no take off. You don't need it to.
And one thing that's been interesting is I've yet to have somebody replace this. Have you? On the dryers?
No, on the dryer.
Yeah. See, I don't know why. They beat this one, but this one I haven't seen them crack that one yet. All right, guys, cabinet washers. Any washer questions?
So we get water fill errors, like someone will start 6 washers in a row and one of them will, to my understanding, time out. And what can we do to fix that so it doesn't get that water?
All right, so he's getting water fill errors when you utilize A bank of machines, yep. That's going to be water pressure or the size of your water line that you're feeding it with. The only thing that can ever change time on these machines is the water coming in and the water going out. And that, just so you know, I think it gives you 15 minutes to reach level.
When they come, they're not set at 15 minutes or set lower. They can be raised. You don't get that error for 15 minutes.
Okay, so we just need to raise
Raise it. Yeah, raise it. Let me know.
Raising it will eliminate at least the washer stopping, and then as long as, but you might get the complaint from the customer, this one took forever compared to this one down here.
If it's a high volume store and you got a bunch of washers running at once, it can cause that problem, you know, a whole row, because your time's out when it stops.
And the other thing on the other end is that drain. If you don't have good plumbing or something like that, you know, it can time out too. And with the drain, what it will do is you won't get a spin if it can't drain in time.
It can be timing out too because it's got something hung in the drain valve and your water's coming in, but it's going out too. So you're not.
Yeah, we talked about that. Whenever you're looking at water or drain, you got to remember they're connected sometimes. Sometimes you got to go to the other one to find the issue, depending on the error you get.
Let me ask you a question. I'm probably going back to the smaller ward. Let's say at the very end, it's like you get the EFLO error at the very end of the ward, and
Flow, FLO.
is it the
E-flow.
drain? That's why
E-flow. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like EFLO.
So that's probably the drain if it's at the end.
Okay.
Water's not going out, or it didn't come in, or it's.
That's probably.
Yeah, that's the whole thing is when it's happening, at what point?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure because, well, I know it is.
Yeah, if you're getting any type of error towards the end of your cycle, then you're probably looking closer to the drain because it's not seeing the change in water level. That's what a flow error. Anytime you see ENFLO, it's not seeing a change in water level based on what it should do.
I asked Mark, I thought I had taken care of, but never mind.
That's all right.
wanted to verify it there,
Yeah.
I've been having that problem, but not every time. It's like,
Is it
what's the
gravity?
weight, Mike?
Is it gravity drain or pump drain, or what is it?
Gravity.
Yeah.
And it's a smaller one?
Yes.
Like this.
All right.
I was going to take off the, he told me to take off, there's a drain right below the door. There's like drains, and I was going to clean all those out. He actually done it for me one time before, and I was just going to.
We'll talk about that one a little bit more.
Okay.
We'll do, let me find out exactly what it's doing, and then I'll get you some suggestions.
And the clothes, let me tell you this, the clothes go through the complete cycle. And then at the very end, like with maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, it ends, but the clothes aren't dry.
Then at the very end, like with maybe 3 or 4 minutes ago, it ends, but the clothes aren't dry. I've been trying to work.
We'll go over that one a little bit closer on the side, okay?
It had.
Anything on any washers, guys? No issues? No problems? Good to hear.
I got one more. On that touch screen,
Yeah?
that information screen comes out, it won't go back.
What do you mean, this?
Well, okay, it's got the question mark screen.
Yeah?
It comes over and won't go back,
Even when you hit that little X?
even when you hit the X.
Need to change your board.
Yeah, that would be in the board somewhere. Something happened there. Don't know. I've not really ran into that as far as not being able to go back. How old is it?
It's one Michael's.
Oh, Michael's? Okay. Yeah, I haven't ran into that one yet. Anything else?
I've had that happen
Whoa.
too. But, oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Any upgrades on the touch screen, anything like that coming? So any changes happening? with that?
Usually if they do any type of upgrades, I don't know. Who has touch here? Are you also network? Yeah, usually if they do any type of upgrades on the touch, they push it through the network. If it's something that is an upgrade or if it's a fix. So usually that's done at night. It'll push it and upgrade it. Which is a whole lot easier than me upgrading it.
There's just a couple things that we'd like to see changed on it, and I didn't know if they do any of those.
They do some. It's usually on the sales side. You know, they usually generate what they want it to do on the sales side. But your sales rep will be up here too. You're more than welcome to let them know some of the things you want to change, or when you catch them between things, he's the best one to talk to.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, Anthony would know if they even have it in the pipeline.
I have two questions. First one, kind of piggybacking off your question about the updates, and because you can monitor the kind of where things are from your phone, right, remotely.
Yeah, with the question is on the mobile app or the?
On the mobile app. So with that being something that's integrated remotely with the machines, that update for the education on the touchscreen, seems like that would be like an easier fix because it's data driven anyway. Where it's kind of like automatic with, you can see how things are from the phone with how the machines are performing, right?
Oh, okay.
So for the update, for the education, because with the soap issues, people putting soap in different parts.
Yeah.
To limit the damage to the machines, it seems like that would be an easier fix for the update to come through because you're able to monitor that remotely. It's like an upgrade to an app on your phone. Right?
Gotcha. Yeah, and the thing, all right, the question is about how we update it or when we do it.
Or if there's a time frame for it, for that update, or if there's an issue with the soap.
Usually, all right, so when we're talking about updates, we're talking about firmware updates. All right, so like things that the control can do, or if there was an issue with the control not doing something that it should have been able to do, is usually what we talk about with firmwares. If they add features or something, it would come through the firmware to the control. And then what you would do is when you open your app, if there was a new feature, it would show up on there. I'm not sure if I answered or it was close on that one.
Well, if you're not hooked up, if you have touch and you're not hooked up to the
Insights, you won't get no update. If you're not on the Insights, they can't push it out to you.
And there hasn't been that many updates on the touch. About the biggest one we had to do was the screensaver. When these first came out, they didn't have these screensavers on them. And of course, just like a cell phone, if you just leave it on all the time, it burns in. So that was the one we had to manually do. That was before Insights was there. So we had to manually do them, and they weren't fun. You said you had a two-part question, or did you get them both in there?
Yeah, related to that, where, you know, with the update, so there's not that many that came out, any ETA on when that may happen for just the educational component. And then the second part with the soap, if it's not put in the right components, parts of the top loader or the machine there.
I tell you the
cost, like I'd imagine that's,
Yeah.
somebody ran bleach through like the soap part of it. And ends up coming down, I'd imagine that's not covered under a service agreement.
Well, number one, if they run, the only time we would ever look at this and say it's not part of warranty, we're really good with warranty.
But how would it damage it?
The whole thing is they couldn't put anything in there unless they put motor oil or something. You know, they really can't, the bleach isn't going to mess with anything if it goes this way or this way, because it's all going to the same point, the same hose and everything. So they really can't damage it. The only damage that comes from soap is when you get it all over your machine. I'm sure anyone who's replaced machines, when you pull out those old ones, the sides of those machines are just caked with soap. And sometimes it eats through, depending on what they're using. That's why we tell you try and keep this area as clean as you can, because there's a little seal here. But if you get enough soap in there, nothing's going to stick to the plastic or anything. It's going to end up falling off the seal. So it's all about keeping that as clean as you can. But the educational side, you should ask when Anthony is doing his. He would know more on the insight side. Unfortunately, I don't work with the networking side, just the machines. Oh, and we did point out, I'm sorry, on the touch, it's just like the Platinum Control. It has the network built into it, so you don't need network cards for that. Anything else on washers? All right. We're going to talk about tumblers, because everybody has tumblers. I saw them. We can't talk about tumblers without talking about installation. It's one of the few that I always have to talk about installation, because these are easy to recognize. I have to get water in, I have to get water out. Well, here I need air in and air out, and you can't see it, so you don't know what it's doing. We need to pull so much air through the dryer at this whatever BTU setting we have, and that is the optimum drying, meaning when I put clothes in here, it's going to dry great. Whenever I block off my makeup air, or I don't have good ducting, all I'm doing is slowing down the air. When I slow down the air, this is more like an oven, and ovens don't dry clothes well. So your biggest complaint when you have makeup air or ducting issues is it takes forever to dry. Okay? Because it is going to take a lot longer to dry when you have issues on there. Whenever you're buying a new store, or even if you have a current store, we usually say, annually you should at least be checking your exhaust. If you're going straight shots out, you're probably perfect. It's when you go into trunks and different things, you're going to have lint buildup. You're not going to stop it. It's going to build up. I think it's like about 75% of the lint is caught by the screen, but the rest of that's going out somewhere. Usually if I walk behind the tumblers and there's lint everywhere, it tells me that you got some type of air problem. Either the air is not moving fast enough, which means you don't have enough air supply, or you're choking down the duct, or you've made the mistake of having your duct face your makeup air and it's just pulling that all back in. But if you have a bunch of lint behind there, you want to check some things. Number one, when you have this set up good, these dryers will last a very long time. Whenever I mess with ducting or makeup air, I'm actually leaving more moisture inside the dryer. So that moisture will affect other components. So, moral of the story is check your ducting and make sure you have makeup air.
New installs, make sure they don't put a screen at the end of your stuff.
Oh yeah, we'll mention, all right, the new installs, or any installs, you should never have a screen on your exhaust duct, unless you're going to be out there cleaning it all the time. And it will not take long to fill up and block off the exhaust. We actually have it in the install manual that says you can't do that, because nobody cleans their stuff. We had one store where they did the mesh under the roof, and that was their makeup air. Well, it clogged up like that. I mean, the mesh doesn't work with the lint. It'll just collect there. This is why we always say smooth piping, because the rigid piping, lint will collect in there easier and build up. Somebody else was saying something about ducting? No? Thought I had 2 people ask at once.
I was just asking, what is makeup air?
Makeup air is air feeding into the dryer. Okay, so when this fan comes on, it's pulling air. In the back of the tumbler, you need an opening to outside so that it can get the air. The old days, like in New York City where you had no openings, it was the front door. And you could tell when you try to open that door. A lot of laundry rooms in hotels, they don't have makeup air. When you try to open the door and it's really tight, that's because that dryer is sucking. It will try to get air from wherever it can get. Every nook, every cranny, it'll suck air from it. But it's working harder when it's doing that. Your motors are working harder.
There's a jail in Clarksville and you couldn't open the laundry room doors.
Yeah, I've been to plenty of laundry rooms that I thought the door was locked. And you just couldn't open it because it will pull. It'll pull hard. So I'll get off the soapbox, but remember, your makeup air ducting, very important. If you have a laundromat, it's always good to check your ducting. We usually say, every 10 feet clean outs? So if you got less than 10 feet, you're good to go, but you still want to check it.
How do you check it?
That's where it comes with that's where we talk about clean outs. Of course, if you have a very short run, or let's say you're just going up to the roof, it's just a matter of pulling off a section of ducting and looking in it. Usually on the vertical runs, we don't get as much because it all just drops. It's your horizontal runs that are the worst.
So if yours is all going vertical straight out the roof.
You still want to double check it. Even if it's going just vertical, and we're only talking about yearly to have a check. It's just like in your home. It's probably one of the most common problems with lint fires is no one ever, even though some of these runs aren't that long from homes, they never clean their lint. And it packs up with it because it will pack after a while. I had a lady who bought a store, came to, I think, in Knoxville. And when she pulled the ducting, because they were using a trunk, it was about 20-inch trunk, there was only 8 inches left. It was all packed with lint. And that's because no one ever cleaned it. And like I said, it's easier to check it than to worry about it. And you know the issue because, number one, when you walk behind your dryer, if you look at that flame, it should be blue with maybe a little bit of orange on the tips. All right, if you're getting nothing but orange, you don't have enough air. You're not mixing enough air with it. There's a lot of things you can check to make sure it's right. The other thing is the extended dry times. Something took you 20 minutes, 22 minutes before, is taking you a half hour now. That just tells you it's slowed down. All right, I got enough of my ducting in. All right, what's important on the lint screens? You have to watch out sometimes. When you pull these, you'll see like a buildup where there's no lint collecting there. It's like a waxy residue that's coming from those fabric softener sheets. And you don't want your lint screen blocked off any. All right, so that a nice bristle brush can clean that out and correct it. If you have any tears on here, don't put tape on it. Get a new screen. It's worth it.
You get corroded with the dryer sheets, that plastic on that kind of corrosion, not corrosion, but caught on that screen.
Yeah, that's what you'll see is like, say you got lint collected all over here and nothing here. That's usually some wax in there. Even though when you look at it, you won't really see it until you get close to it. But it won't collect lint in those areas because it will have that waxy residue. And if that's not enough from the fabric softener sheets, if you ever look in your tumbler and you got all your little burn marks in the back, you can thank your fabric softener sheets for that too. I think the soap companies and fabric softener are against us because they keep just coming out with stuff that is crazy. All right, so it is a good idea to inspect these when you're cleaning them, okay?
And how do you clean that waxy residue off?
a light bristle brush, kind of, with water, you're basically scraping it off. Use warm water because it kind of, like I said, it's like a waxy residue, so it will help it come off.
How about when they put their washer beads in the dryer?
When they put washer beads in the dryer?
And then all that stuff melts all over your vest.
Yeah, well, anything they put in the dryer that shouldn't be in the dryer, we can't really do anything about. It's where we just deal with it. All right, so front of this basket is riding on 2 rollers. If you've been doing this for a while, you've seen a lot of different colors. I think this is the latest black. The different colors represented different makeups on the rubber and the bearings to try and get it to a good point. You can't have this too hard, or basically what you'll be doing is taking out the bearing in the back instead of the roller. So you need it soft. It is a wear item, and usually what will make these wear a little quicker is like sneakers and stuff, the banging on the basket. It means it's pounding on this, and these will wear out quicker that way. If you are changing these like it seems like every month, then you also want to check out the shaft that it kind of rides on. If that gets bent, that means this won't be flat on the basket and it will wear out quicker. As far as changing these, can't see them, but if you reach your hand up in here, you find the nut. What's that, 9/16 or 1/2 inch? 9/16. You can get your ratchet in there, push up on the basket, slide it off, slide your new ones on. Just like I talked about the belt. If you buy these little $10 rollers off of the internet, you're going to get a $10 roller, which means it's going to tear up other things. The biggest thing is when you're in your store, you can actually hear these start to rumble. When it's time to start looking at changing them, you'll hear the rumble in the basket. If you don't change them in time, what you'll end up doing is the back bearing will go too. So you'll be replacing that also. All right. So we have our door switch, of course, door close, and now we have a magnet up here for the lint door. I'm sure you guys got some of the older ones where the switch is way in the back. Has anybody changed those? Yeah, they didn't go bad often, but if you had to change one, it was a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
Now, everything else is in the back of this unit. So basically, that's where you see your ignition, your motors, and to access your idler. So 2018, we started giving the option of reversing on the tumblers. So in order to do that, prior to that, you just had the one idler in the back that you could push over and hold in place, and it was real easy to change the belt. Even though you have to pull the basket to change the belt, it was easy. Well, now we got 2 idlers, so it's pretty tight in the back. Has anyone changed a reversing dryer belt yet? Fun, isn't it?
Not too bad.
Once you get the hang of it. I always say, if you're doing it, it's not so bad. You loosen up those 2 bolts on the motor. You don't have to take them all the way off. Just bring them all the way back, and that gives you enough flex where you can get the belt back on. The other thing about the double idler system, before when we changed the belt, we basically slid that basket back, pulled the belt down, and put it on there. And if it wasn't like right on the drum, it would come right where it needed to go. This one's so tight, you got to actually get the belt right before you put it on the idler, or it's just going to pop right back off because it's so tight it can't move back and forth on the drum. I discovered that last week, actually. Yeah, I was like, why does it keep popping? I had no slack in it. The next big thing is the ignition system. All right, so the tumbler uses a thermistor. Thermistor tells it the temperature. And basically, if it's on low, medium, or high, it's going to ignite and provide heat. Before it gets there, we have an airflow switch, which everyone's familiar with. The fan comes on, it sucks in. It tells it the fan is working. And we have a lot of these, what we call bimet thermostats. There's two on the heater box and two down next to the thermistor. This is the newest one. It actually has a button on it because you manually have to go back there and push it. What I tell people is, in all honesty, that should never fail, and you should never have to reset these. If that's happening, we're getting too much heat in the dryer. Okay? Now, that can happen sometimes if the thermistor goes bad, or if it gets a bunch of lint collecting on it, then that acts like insulation, so it doesn't see the real temperature. But if they go bad or if they trip, you should be checking something else, not just repairing that part, because that means you have too much heat. So after it makes its way through all the safeties, it finally gets to the spark box. Spark box does have a power light, which means that this particular spark box in 2018 is a DC spark box. So when that light is on, that means it's getting its 12 volt DC. When it tries to ignite, the gas valve is actually getting 24 volt DC. All right, so when I'm in the back of the machine and I hear this spark, see the flame come on and it goes right off. Does anyone know what that is? Well, you're a service tech. You better know. All right. That means this is not sensing the flame. That's why I said whenever I have a heat issue, I have to go in the back and actually see what's happening, because it's going to tell me which direction am I going. Now, the way this senses the flame is basically it shoots a little spark through there, and it reads that milliamps, and it knows there's a flame. So if you're not sensing, a lot of times it's going to be in this cable or this electrode. When you get I guess most people will get it didn't heat up, right? Then you got to figure out, well, did it heat up and then just stop? Or did it never light? That's why you want to go to the back and find out when you start the machine, do you get the flame? If I'm not getting any flame, I want to make sure I'm getting my light on my ignition box. If I do not hear this spark, well, then I'm going back to my safeties. Remember, it won't spark unless it makes it through all the safeties and comes back. Oh, other heat things. What kind of heat complaints do you guys normally hear?
Sometimes people set the dryer to low or no heat, and it won't do that, and it's only going to like the lowest is medium.
Oh. So he said sometimes when they actually on the control, they try to select low heat, but it won't light up.
Well, you can select low heat, you can pay for it, you can go through everything, start it. Once it starts going, it says medium. And that's the lowest that we can get it to go.
That's because they started at a payment center and selected that, correct?
Even if you do it at the machine, if I do it on my app on my phone, and I say to start with minutes, start and all this stuff, and it will still, medium is the like lowest heat level we can get it to go to.
Even, all right, so if you go up to the machine, is it an app pay store?
Yeah, there's app pay. You could pay.
Can I pay with coins?
You can pay with coins as well.
All right, so if you start it with coins, does it do that? It still goes back.
Still goes to medium.
I'd have to check that one.
Cool.
That would have to be something in programming. Why would it shouldn't, I would have to look at the programming basically on that because it really shouldn't do anything like that. Other heat issues? You gotta have some, come on. How about dryer issues? Anything with dryers, problems?
There's no heat. How do you put that thermostat through the back, right?
She's saying if there's no heat, which
We don't know what is wrong. The fan is good, but we don't know what's wrong with it.
all right, so again, when I start with no heat, what I want to know is, does it spark?
No.
All right, that means that then I'm looking at all the safeties. All right, we'll start with that air switch. Even though it's closing, you want to make sure the power is going through it. You know, you're going to go to the air switch. How old are these units? All right, so the way that one, basically, the control sends out the power. It goes through the air switch, and then it's going to go through your thermostats, the high limit thermostats, and then the one that's in the back next to the thermistor. So the easiest way as a test, just a test, is I can connect the two wires together that are going to the thermostat. If I connect them together and it works, I know that thermostat's bad. But do not operate it like that, bypass, because those safeties are in there to protect you from fires and other things that you don't want in your laundry. That's what I would actually do at that point there, because it's going to be easier to read the voltage. At that point, it's easier for a tech to come in and track that voltage and know exactly where the issue is.
It's called Tom.
There you- Yeah, some problems, like I said, this is all basic stuff that we go through in here. This is things that you can save some money, you know, versus calling a tech in all the time for every problem.
We're cheap.
But when you get to a certain point, yeah, it's not worth it for you to work on it. You should call a tech to come in.
We're pretty cheap.
So the magnet that's on the front of where you pulled the vent screen out from,
Yeah.
so that shuts, if the dryer's going, that should shut the dryer down when you pull it out.
Correct.
What if it doesn't? I've got like 3 dryers that when you pull that lid screen out, it doesn't shut off.
Then it's going to be the switch, because that means that magnet switch is holding closed.
Yours is not magnet, is it? No.
They're not? All right, see, you have a switch way back here.
Yeah.
And like I said, they don't go bad often, but they can go bad, and it's a little better to change them. You'll definitely want to call Mickey.
Cheap guy.
Yeah, he said he's cheap, right?
Right, yeah.
He'll do it for nothing. Any which way, yeah. It's not that it's hard to do. It's just
Need long arms.
you got to get it's about 2/3 of the way back, and you get a little hole in the panel. It's just not. Luckily they didn't go bad a lot, or we would have got a lot of complaints about them. Anything else?
How about all this scraping noise are in these dryers?
You got some scraping noise?
It's one we've been working on Birmingham.
Birmingham? Well, yeah, Birmingham, we know what the issue was.
It's back again. Didn't fix it.
You didn't tell us.
That's something we can discuss. We can discuss that together
Is that
after.
a scraping noise by the, like, where the door hinge is on that side? We got a couple that do that.
Who's inside?
Well, there's a lot of things. His was a new store. It wasn't something that developed after time.
These are brand new dryers.
Yeah, that one. Like I said, we got that one covered. But through time, yeah, you can get a lot of different things. I don't think I've ever walked into a store and opened up one of these and not seen a bunch of those holes bent. And every one of those bent holes is a screw that kind of got through there. And yeah, sometimes you can get scraping from different things that kind of get lodged between it. It just depends. After time, you know, if you're getting rubbing here, that could be the basket is starting to scrape it. Any other questions on anything? Hold on. Yeah, you go ahead. He's a service tech. He can wait.
So I'll get a call sometimes about somebody having an issue with a washer, and I can just start it on my phone easily wherever I'm at. If I have the same issue with somebody on the dryer, I need them to have a quarter with them to start, but they have to like put their time in first, and then I gotta start it on my end, and then after that I gotta have them put a quarter in. So is there a way that I can not have that quarter? Just hit start for them, and it starts on 30 minutes like they want it?
All right, so his question is about on the app where you can start the machines. Tumblers, you have to do a quarter to be able to start it, and unfortunately, I'm not the man to ask. I do not mess with the networking side or the app pays or any of that stuff, just the machine. But I have heard of that one.
Can you point me in the right direction then?
I would, when Anthony gets up there, he'll be talking about app pay. That's the perfect time. Now what do you got?
I was just going to add, when on older dryers, after you take the screw out, sometimes the screw has bent something behind the
It can,
dryer,
yes.
That will make noise as well.
Yeah, he's bringing up like when it passes the screw by, you know, sometimes that head of that screw can also damage other parts. That's why I said when you have scraping later, you got to look for things that can get caught in there also, based on what they put in there. I mean, it's amazing that many screws go through a dryer.
I've got a new 45-pound dryer, well, a couple of them, and it was making a terrible racket. I wound up having to pull the tub. A big old long fence staple had got in there and pulled the lining down in the dryer.
Yeah.
So I had to take a big hammer and
Yep, that's the thing is you don't know what could be pulled in there, and it was neat because when we first came out with that little lemon drop so that screws would pass through it, you know, then they just started making the heads bigger and they would still go in. So you can only do so much.
What's the problem if the dryer is getting too hot?
Well, that's again, I'm going to start with my the thermistor and make sure it's clean. If it's clean, I would probably be, I mean, to me, I would get another thermistor because it's not controlling the temperature. But you also want to make sure, look at your flame. Always start with your flame. If it's not a pretty blue flame, you could have some other issues. Remember I told you, if I have air issues, this becomes an oven. So when it becomes an oven, you'll have more heat issues.
And the air issues, isn't it mainly just cleaning the lint screen, or are there other air issues?
No, air issues are all about cleaning, keeping your lint screens clean, but also making sure your makeup air, wherever that's coming in, is clean, and your exhaust is clean. That's all about, like I said, everybody's no problem looking at a washer saying, I need water to come in and I need water to go out. It's the same with the dryer, except for it's air and you can't see it. So you just got to make sure all that is clean so that, you know, then you are drying at the most efficient rate, which means you're using less gas and they're spending less time in the dryer. Michael, you ready to take over?
Well, yeah, is there any more questions before we, what we're going to do is just take just a 2-second, very short break. I know you guys probably would sit down for a little bit, at least some of you guys that were here earlier. It's good to see you guys. It's really good to see so many familiar faces. We've been doing this, forgot.
Gotta get my
There's a whole technical part of this event as well. So this is being streamed online as well. We're also recording it for future customers who aren't able to make it. And luckily, some people who did make it, because we have a full house here today. It's a great crowd and really good to see some familiar faces and some faces that I haven't seen before. And welcome, everybody's welcome here. And back up a little bit for those who weren't here at the very beginning. I'm Michael Davis, and I'm the owner of Star Distributing, and have been now for up here. I've been in Nashville since 1995, so I think that makes it 28 years so far up here. And my dad started a company back in Atlanta back in 1958, and that makes us 65 years old this year. And those that weren't here earlier, my dad's birthday, if he was still alive, would have been 2 days ago when we had our Memphis open house, September 27th. We did not intend to have this at the same time as that, but just worked out. It was actually on the 27th. I'm like, wait a minute, I think today would have been my dad's birthday. And if it was, he would have been 96 years old. So I'm thankful for him to have put this company together for us, and thankful we get to keep it going. But more importantly, we're glad you guys are here. And if there's any questions, we're going to take a very short break because we have a wonderful lunch which is being prepared over there next door. And most of you guys have been here before, have had it. A lot of people come just for this lunch because it really is good. So anyway, long story short, let's take a short break. We have some water, some soft drinks, and what have you. Kim, come up, and it's my faithful helper here. My vice president of the company, actually, not helper, but whoa. She's a CFO. I forgot. We have a vice president that's back there working very hard. Yes. And for those who don't know, Kim was promoted to CFO about a year ago. And we really didn't make it a big deal. We still need to get a press release out about that. But long story short is she's been paying my bills now for 28 years. She's had to put up with paying my bills, which is not fun. It's not fun for me or her. But luckily she's been able to handle it. We've had some bad days here, but luckily we've had some very good days here, and now's the best of the best. So thank you guys. And the winner is Kathy Arter, and I saw her just a minute ago. So that's the first prize of $100 gift certificate for Star Distributing, so I know you guys can always use that. She might loan it. She might loan it to Bill. Anyway, you do go back in for you must be present to win these prizes. We do have a big grand prize later in the day, which is a big, huge TV. But whoever wins during the day also gets put back in for the grand prize later. We have 5 or 6 $100 bills. We have quite a few of these $100 gift certificates. We've got some gift cards. We'll pull one of those. And we'll do a lot of these a little bit later, but just thought we'd let you know what we're doing here. Daniel Birdsong. Daniel, hey, how are you? I'm Michael. Nice to meet you. My pleasure. And there's a Home Depot gift card. Hopefully you can use that. But we'll go ahead and take a very short break. And there's, like I said, water, soft drinks, still some coffee and some donuts in there. So take like 5 or 10 minutes and then come right back in. This part, the next part's one of the more interesting parts. You get to learn about the Speed Queen equipment, what's new, and why you should upgrade your old equipment if it's time. And if it's not, you at least you have your information for the future. But this is a really good part of the presentation coming up shortly. So take a very short break, and I'll quit talking now. Nice to see you all. And by the way, Brian Wallace just walked in from the Coin Laundry Association. He's the president of the organization out of Chicago. We're always appreciative to have him here, but just wanted to point it out because he's not here all day, but he is going to do a presentation right after lunch. But he's here now. If you want to say hello, Brian's in the back. Thank you, Brian. $100 bill before we start the next part of the presentation, so I'll let everybody settle down a little bit. Roger never stops talking, so you never know. I think I got his attention. See, I can do that. Not everybody can. All right, no, give away a $100 bill. We got that handy? Okay, we give away the first $100 bill. I figured I'd get people's attention. So we have how many of these we have to give away? We have several. We have quite a few $100 bills to give away. DECILERIV.
It's called Jason.
All right, that sounds like Jason, yeah. Well, congratulations, yeah, that's you. We'll keep your name for the grand prize. If you're still here, you do get put back in. Okay, we'll do one gift card since we're got Kim all the way up here. Let's see, who's this one? Bill Arter. Bill, since I don't have a gift card here, I'm going to let you choose. We have Outback, Bonefish, we have Starbucks, we have another Longhorn, we have Bash Pro Shops, and we have Lowe's.
Oh, he would take Lowe's, but I'll take that.
Okay, there's a different one, different group of restaurants.
Oh, this is good.
Okay, all right, so that's all for now. We're going to give away quite a few right after lunch. So this couple won twice already, 2 out of 3, I don't know. Seems like it's rigged, but it's not. It's definitely not rigged because I don't even know this gentleman and I gave him a $100 bill, so definitely not rigged. Again, I've introduced Kim, she's great. So now we're going to move on to the Speed Queen presentation, which is very valuable for people who are looking for equipment, whether now or in the future, what have you. But Tony is here with Speed Queen, and he's going to give us the latest and greatest reasons to have the Speed Queen product and what have you, but I'll let Tony get started, and thank you for coming. And Tony and I are both store owners, so we don't come at a perspective of we're trying to push equipment and we're trying to sell you equipment. We're here to provide you equipment if you need it. And eventually, if you're in the laundry business, you're going to need equipment at some point in time. So being store owners like we are gives us a different perspective of what owners need. It really changed my perspective when I actually got into the store ownership part of the business. So Tony's one of those people too. So if you guys have any questions, let us know. And if not, we'll all talk during lunch. And we'll talk about lunch right after he finishes. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
All right. Good morning, not quite afternoon, everybody. Anthony Viss. Like he said, I'm with Alliance Laundry Systems. I work in the sales channel. I cover our central region. So I'm actually up in Wisconsin, but the region that my team covers is from Wisconsin down to Texas, then over to Florida, kind of that central part of the United States. So I've been with Alliance 17 years and done a lot of different things there. And like Michael said, I'm a store owner as well. So very, very familiar with the business and everything that you guys kind of go through. So what I want to do is I just want to start out by talking about the lineup of equipment that we have. I mean, obviously you guys can see here, we got the top load washers, and then we've got our front load washers here, obviously. And then we have the hard mount washers here. We've got all different capacities. We do a 20, a 30, a 40, a 60, an 80, and then a 100 pounder. And we get into our tumblers here. We've got stacked 45-pound tumblers, and we have got stacked 30-pound tumblers. And then we've also got single pocket tumblers, which is actually shown over there on the far left-hand side. Typically, I think you guys would use something like a 75-pound tumbler in your laundromat. So we've got tumblers like that as well. We've also got 2 other products. This one here is a soft mount washer extractor. So those would be used in applications where you don't have a really sturdy floor and you need to mount the machine differently if you don't have concrete to go into, wooden floors or something like that. So we have a range of different products there. And then we got a really unique product here, which is our stacked washer extractor dryer. So it's just basically washer extractor on the bottom, and then we've got the tumbler on the top of it. And those are, again, really used in, I'm going to call them niche markets, where very, very narrow store. If you can't get washers in there and dryers in there, you can just line them all up against the wall or something like that. So we've got that product available as well. So it's just a quick overview, real quick, of the equipment. So what I really want to do today, the meat of this, is I want to talk about reasons why to replace laundry equipment. I think it's very, very important that you kind of look at some of this stuff and understand it. So the 10 reasons, which we'll dive into a little bit, obviously the higher income potential, higher bank balances, lower utility costs, lower your maintenance costs, tax benefits that you can get, increased in retained income, you increase your customer satisfaction, more time for yourself and your family, less hassle, and then you can also improve the value of your business if you're looking to sell it at some point in time. So how do you know when your equipment needs to be replaced? Here we've got a little bit of information on it. Like your top load, front load washers, typically 5 to 7 years is what you should be thinking about. Now they're rated for quite a few cycles. I think they can take more than that, but that's kind of the time frame where you start seeing these smaller machines being abused in a laundromat a little bit more, and you should think about replacing it. And then the washer extractors every 12 to 15 years, and tumble dryers 12 to 15 years as well. What I'll do is I'll go into a replacement analysis, we call it here, and this is going to kind of show you by replacing equipment how you can decrease the utility expenses. Obviously, the increase in daily revenue is kind of how the warranty ties into it, and then improve your store at no additional cost is what it's really going to come down to, what I can show you here. So, and just so you guys are aware, the Star can run this for you as well. It's a tool that we've made available to them. If you guys got old equipment or something and you want to, talk about it, you can understand how you see the savings out of it. So I just prepared something here, very, very simple. What I'm going to compare is old Speed Queen mechanical timer machines, 85 G-force machines, assuming they're doing 3.9 turns a day, which is the average. And we're going to compare that to, if you're going to, let's say, replace with new 40-pound quantum touch machines, 200 G-force. And this is a comparison of just 8 machines here. So essentially what I did is I took and I put information in here, average that I kind of pulled up in the area for you guys. And you can put water costs in there, sewer costs, gas costs, and everything, so we'll understand how to run the analysis. And I just threw a proposed sale price of $75,000 in there for 8 machines, just for an example. So after I enter all the information into here and I go into it, we're gonna see, it's pretty simple and straightforward, right? Comparison, 85 G-force old machine, 8 machines, 3.9 turns a day, and the vend price is $4.50 or $4 on this one. Now you'll notice on the other one, the quantum touch machine, I raised it up to $4.50, and really the reason being is because when you're retooling your laundromat, I honestly believe that you can get a premium. You should be charging more for your equipment. That's when you should be doing price increase. So that 50 cents there, I think, is very reasonable, and I think these vend prices are very reasonable too. I think you guys are probably all a little bit higher than $4 on a 40-pound washer, but just using this for this purpose here. So just looking at the assumptions when I'm looking at this then, okay? So replacing 8 old washers with the 8 new washers. It breaks it down here and it tells me the current equipment per day and the replacement equipment per day, per 7 years, how much it's all going to cost, and essentially what it comes to in decrease in utility expenses, you can see daily $8.99, and then monthly $273, annually $3,200, and then over 7 years, utility savings of $22,000, and that's just on 8 washers, right? Just 8 40-pound washers. Now, you can also increase your daily revenue, right? And increasing your daily revenue is going to be based off of cycle modifiers, the older machines, even some competitive machines. They don't have the ability to do upcharges on cycles. It's just very, very fixed, right? You get hot, warm, cold, and start, and you get one vend price in there. So with the ability to have the cycle modifiers on here, change different prices. Like when you go to the touch control, right, it'll ask you, do you want a heavy wash? And then it'll upgrade the price for you. So that's what we're referring to with the cycle modifiers. But with that, it would come to an incremental $9,964. That's what we believe that you would be getting out of it. And that's if people are using the cycle modifiers 25% of the time. So when I continue going into this here a little bit more, you're going to see the daily, monthly, annual, and 7 years for the cycle modifiers, obviously, that we had talked about, which is the $99.64, and then the additional vend increase revenue. So that's just where we talk about doing the price increase a little bit. You're looking at $39,000 there in increased revenue, essentially. And then you got to keep in mind as well the maintenance. So when we're talking about maintenance in this particular example, I'm using $300 a month. I think that's a fair estimate on what people would be spending on a monthly basis for repairs. So if you can get rid of those repairs and you can, get the warranty on the machine, you're not paying for parts anymore, you get the warranty on the machine. Just those 8 machines there, if we calculate it all up, it could, $300 a month comes to $18,000 over the 5-year warranty. So when we add all those numbers up and we really look at it, your guys' estimated payment on that, I'm going to call it $75,000 for the 8 40-pound washers. Your guys' your estimated payment with Alliance would be the $1,150. Now you can see with all the incremental, the profitability and everything and the savings that you would see, it's $1,166. So essentially, what we're saying is with the utility cost, everything, you really won't have a payment, right? It just completely goes away and you're hassle-free. I shouldn't say it goes away, but you just don't have that. I guess it's not there. It pays for itself is what I'm saying. So then we talk a little bit more like, one more turn a day. How do you get one more turn a day? So that example that I just showed you there, we're talking about old laundromat that's doing 3.9 turns a day, and then you put new equipment in there, it's still doing 3.9 turns a day, right? So if we would just look at something like this, right? You're probably going to be doing maybe 3 turns a day in an older, tired laundromat. People are going to other laundromats that are maybe doing a little bit, better. So let's say you take those 3 turns and then you turn it into 4 turns a day with all the increases. Essentially what it's going to come to then is your monthly payment's still going to be $1,150, but the overall, you're going to see $2,200. So, you're going to see a pretty large increase. Your equipment's essentially paying for itself, plus you're getting the additional money there. Just a little bit more on how else will new equipment help, right? Optimizing the equipment mix to improve the user experience. I think just overall, you should really kind of look at the equipment mix that's inside of the laundromat. You have the ability to change it around, put larger machines in there if you need to put larger machines in there. A lot more people are going to larger machines these days, and I think it's something that the industry's heading towards, definitely. Customers, you want to make sure they're safe and comfortable in the store, and obviously if you put new machines in the store, you kind of brighten it up, get new lighting, whatever it may be. It's going to help them feel a little bit more safe and comfortable. It separates you from the competition, definitely. If you can get touch control machines in there, you get the newest, latest, greatest equipment in there, it'll definitely help separate you from the competition. And then there's also new marketing opportunities by doing it. Talk about, hey, I have the new store in town, whatever it may be. It just creates a lot of opportunities for marketing. Just a quick look at the touch controls. I think quite a few of you already have touch controls here, my understanding. But aside from, just talking through numbers a little bit with cycle modifiers, I just wanted to point out here, how many cycle modifiers you can actually do. So out of the box, you've got the Deluxe and the Ultra, which are on the machines, but you do have the ability, if you want to do all of those other cycle modifiers. So dispense soap, if you want to put ozone in your laundromat, there's that modifier there where you can actually hook up ozone to it. Extra wrenches, extra time, increased spin speed, speed cycle. And then you can also edit a couple of them. We've got the ones with the little gear looking thing next to it. You can actually edit them and name them essentially what you want to name them. So the ability is there to do that as well. Just a lot of modifiers. Yes?
With those modifiers, can you do it easily just like off the website, or do I need to do it every single machine?
Are you connected to the network? Yeah, you can do it really easily right off of that. Yeah, you just pull the programs and shoot it back in. Yeah. Okay, so at the beginning, one of the reasons why replace equipment is tax benefits. So Section 179, I don't know who's all familiar with that or not. I would recommend you talk to your accountant. Yeah, but
If I'm in 179, you're really missing the boat. That's half the reason to replace your equipment.
yeah. No, and so Section 179, it's a accelerated depreciation. You can depreciate. In the past, it was depreciate 100% of it in year one if you wanted to, but I believe they're backing it down. Michael, I think 80%.
Yeah, and every year it's going down 5%. So I'm just not to get off subject, but I'm in the process of expanding one of my laundries. We'll talk about it a little bit, but I'm rushing to get it done before December because every year that depreciation is going down, 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 down. So if you're buying equipment, you're thinking about the end of this year, beginning of next year. If you go talk to your accountant, there's no doubt you need to have it in this year because you're going to lose more of that depreciation every single year. It's clicking down 5%.
Right.
So it's very important that my stuff is done this year. I guarantee you that.
Yeah. So I would definitely suggest.
It's a huge tax. It's just like money. It's like walking down the road. Just if you have to get equipment, it's literally like walking down the road and picking up money. It just is. It's free. It's free money. It is. It is. Trust me. I can tell you all about it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did want to just put that out there because that still is a thing, and every year it is kind of going away a little bit. Who knows if and when it'll phase out? I don't think it will completely, but so that's there. And then I wanted to throw something in here about finance as well. I know Ben Hine will be in a bit to talk about finance, I believe, after lunch. But there was a customer that did some financing with us, and one of his comments to us was, if we're spending $500 a month in maintenance costs, then why not spend $500, putting it towards the new equipment? And I think that kind of ties in with just the example that I had showed you guys about how the equipment can essentially pay for itself. But You know, Ben is going to be here with the finance group. He'll be coming up after lunch, I believe, and he'll talk to you guys about it. But yeah, the financing is here. I mean, if you guys wanted to do any financing, talk to Ben. You guys don't need to scan the QR code, obviously, but I would say connect with Ben, who will be up in a little bit to do it. So that's what I have got. Kind of wanted to get through it quickly here so you guys could enjoy lunch. It's 11:40 right now. Do you guys have any questions? We can talk about anything you want to talk about. I can talk laundry for hours.
On these modifiers.
Yeah.
What do people get for them? I mean, do they?
I mean, what kind of prices are they
Yeah,
getting?
what kind of prices to enhance your customer to take these extra cycles and buy these extra
I can answer
cycles?
that
Yeah.
because, I mean, you want to?
No, you go ahead.
Well, the way we kind of do it, Johnny, is we, like it depends on the cycle that we're modifying, depends on the size machine. So from the lower end cycle to the higher end cycle on the, say, 20 or 30 pound washer, we only charge a quarter additional between the options. So from a light wash to a medium wash is a quarter. Medium wash to a heavy wash is a quarter. Cold to warm, quarter. Warm to hot, quarter. So you can go basically $1.50 from their cheapest cycle on the same machine to the most expensive cycle on the same machine. So what the customer gets for that, if they get in that pre-wash and what have you, they get extra wash cycles, they get extra rinse cycles, so they're paying for what they really want to do. There's also a quick cycle on there, and the quick cycle is something that only has one wash and one rinse, which really doesn't get the clothes clean. But if your customer just wants to get in and out faster, people actually charge more for that. So it's you, the laundry owner, is benefiting, and you're making more money, but you're only using this much water, but you're also getting them out of there much faster. People actually pay for that. That's called the quick wash, and that's an option on the touch machines. Now, once you get above a 30 pounder, for example, that quarter, we go to 50, at least in my situation, we go to 50 cents. So 40, 60, 80, 100, even on the 80s and 100s, you can even go more. But on a 40, 60, for example, between that cold and medium is 50 cents. Medium hot, 50 cents, because it's using more water. So that's how we price it. And if you want to go up to the 80s and 100s and do 75 cents between all those, you can, but you're going to get a big disparity in your pricing, like $3.50 from the lowest price to the highest price on the same washer. So we kind of do the 25 cents on the small machines and 50 cents on the larger machines. Works very well. And it's all done from your software, from your computer, from wherever you're sitting, and you don't have to go manually to each machine and change it.
Yeah.
If you
Nice.
default that instead of a cold,
To-
you default it to like warm.
It's a natural price
and
increase.
Medium, then
Yeah.
it doesn't look like there's that big a disparity.
Correct.
I'm helping you on your side of that.
Well, so when we first open laundries, we usually put it at the lowest price because when people walk in, they don't want to give sticker shock. So it'll be cold and light. As you kind of grow into your business a little bit, we kind of start defaulting to medium and warm. Because I can't remember the percentage, but I heard it in a Speak Queen meeting once where I don't know the number, it was a high percentage of people, over 50%, all they do is walk in, put their clothes in the washer, don't change the cycle, they just start it. So if you're always giving them your cheapest cycle, you're shooting yourself in the foot. Now when you first open, it makes sense. But as you, like I said, grow into it a little bit, you change that, it's a natural price increase without actually changing anything. So if somebody says, oh, well, you just changed the price, your attendant can go push the buttons and say, oh, no, we didn't. Most people don't even, honestly, most people don't even notice. They really don't. But that's how we price it. Yeah.
Yeah.
We got a few more minutes, so this is a good time for more questions if you guys have any.
You can track the modifiers too. You can see what ones are being
Yeah,
used. Like
absolutely.
if you're worried about what one works, what one doesn't work, there's reporting on that. So you can see how many times they selected whatever modifier.
Can I take a picture of that?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Is there an option or a plan in the future that will allow us to maybe put something else as the standby screen and also to maybe get the flag and the question mark out of the corner? Because it's really hard for us old guys to see it. And I got a lot of customers that would like to have it in a different language, but you have to go show them where it is. So there's a couple things like on the screen we'd love to see come in. For example, the picture you have of the soap dispenser. So it kind of explains it to them a little better.
Yep.
And then also to be able to hit that button up there and get different languages without they don't see that little bitty tiny thing.
Right.
I understand.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you that's actually some pretty common feedback that we've gotten from quite a few people. So we do have a project request in right now because it just says, washer ready right here. Or what I'm trying to think what that initial screen says. I touch anywhere to start, I think, and it just scrolls around. So we do want to make that customizable. We do have a request in for that. And then the other thing with the question mark and the flags, we've kind of talked about that as well. We realize it's a little small. So
the good news is all this is customizable and programmable and can be changed over, I don't know how do you call it, but just over the internet. So when they do make improvements, that's kind of what you're paying that yearly fee for, is that they make these improvements, they push them to your machines. So it's a very good point. And I agree with the flags for sure, because I know where they are, but you really do have to point it out to the customer if you want them to see it. But I think that's a very good comment. I'd love to get that in the weekly report too. Make that bigger or movable. Like even on the home screen, if you had a very international clientele, and you can say right here, if you add it as an option for you specifically, or put it on Sunday, change language in multiple different, and with that flag or whatever, that'd be a good thing to add at a home screen, I think, for certain people. Because a lot of, like my laundry is pretty much Americans most of the week, but on Sunday, heavily Hispanic. So even if we just added that to just a Sunday, it'd be fine, because that's that customizable. But they would have to make some changes at the factory, but those are very good suggestions for sure.
Yeah. Yes.
The coin modifier, is that just for touch, or can you do it on like the other machines right next to
Do it on anything. Yeah, we've been doing it for years. The gentleman who, I was talking to somebody about this just the other day, the very first person to ever do this is a guy named Kenneth Cherry, at least in my market. And Kenneth Cherry was out of Columbia, Tennessee. And the very first time we ever had washers like this, we never used it at first. Mr. Cherry he'd been in the business a long time, and so we set a different price. Like here, Deluxe is $8, regular is $6. And then Ultra's $9. So it's a pretty good price increase if you can get it. But I remember the day I was sitting in Columbia with Mr. Cherry, and he said, well, we changed all the prices and nobody used it yet. He goes, Michael, do you think this is going to work? And I said, well, Mr. Cherry, we're going to find out, aren't we? And sure enough, every single laundromat we've ever built since has had flexible pricing, and that was 20 years ago. So yeah, that's been going on for a long, long time. But this takes it to a whole different level because it's so customizable.
Yeah, and I can play around on the screens up here if you want me to. If you want to. I can show you around. Yeah.
So you're the equipment sales guy, right?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of specials do we have?
Got to talk to them about that.
Well, they're very published specials, and I don't know where Christine is. John, you know off the top of your head, is it $400 for a 40-pounder? Is that how it works?
Yeah, it's close to that, Michael. I think the 100-pounder is $1,300.
Oh, it's actually a little higher. We've got some really good specials for you, which I didn't even realize they got.
Tumblers also.
Okay.
We're running a nationwide promotion right now, but then we actually did something a little bit additional for Star, just an appreciation for their, holding a school and getting everybody here and everything. We do appreciate that, so we did go a little bit deeper than our national.
And also the
right
65 years in business.
Yes.
It's hard to forget with all these people wearing these shirts.
What is that?
Yeah.
What is that deeper special? What is it?
Well, I'll have it for you shortly. First of all, if you're interested in buying equipment, let us know, because everything is on sale. But at the very beginning of right after lunch, I'll announce what those specials are before the finance gentleman comes up, because Christine is not here holding my hand to tell me what to say. So
one important feature of this is that whatever the rebates qualified through the 13th of October.
Yeah, it's a very limited window.
By the 13th of October, qualify, has to ship by the end of November.
Right, and they're pretty stringent on these requirements these days. So I'm actually ordering equipment today myself for my laundry, and it's going to have to, so I have to follow the same guidelines. But it is fairly stringent. But you don't have, if you order it today, that doesn't mean you get the equipment tomorrow. It means you can get it shipped by the end of November, so we can put it in December still. So you still get the tax deductions and what have you for this year. One thing, since we have a minute, that he didn't bring up as far as the tax stuff goes, because I buy equipment, so I know all about this stuff. Part of it is the ADA Act. And if you're not familiar with this, if you buy replacement equipment, it replaces non-handicap accessible equipment with handicap accessible equipment, which is all this is handicap accessible equipment, everything except this. But if you buy any of these machines, basically, you get an additional, if you buy $10,000 worth of machines, you're going to get another $5,000 off your taxes. So it makes a lot of sense. A lot of accountants don't even know about this. We have the information in a little packet. So if you buy machines, you should still be using this. It's been going on for 25 years. A lot of people don't even know it exists. Even my own accountant, every single year I have to remind him, hey, we bought new equipment. It's handicap accessible. And he's been doing it for me for 10 years. I still have to remind him. But that's another tax incentive very few people take advantage of that's still in existence. And it's a big deal. So basically, you spend $10,000, you get half of it back. So it's kind of nice. Yes, Ash.
Apply to the equipment that are accessible via wheelchair that are at that level. What about the double stacks that are higher?
Well, it's the bottom dryer that's accessible.
So the other one would not qualify, obviously.
Well, the overall price, we've never had that really come up. I think it's just a matter of, because that's handicap accessible, it's worked. It's not something they honestly come back and check. But the reality is, all this equipment is handicap accessible on this level. Yeah.
So wasn't the old machine handicap accessible?
Depends on what you're replacing. But in all, are we still on video? We'll talk about this during lunch. Yeah. I'm not trying to skirt any rules. I'll tell you a little bit more during lunch, though. Certainly not doing anything that's not a completely legit. So we have some more questions? Yes.
What's the largest stack combination of a dryer?
45 pound at the moment. There's been discussion of bigger eventually, but that would take some time. But right now it's 45 stack.
Yep.
Go ahead.
Plan to do anything with the soap holes at the top of your, like say an 80 pounder,
Yeah.
An average height woman cannot see where to put her soap. And the lid is black and it's wet and you can't read it very well.
Yeah.
So it's hard, especially when you've got a new person coming in, putting the soap in the right place, and then you end up having to come wash it out for them because they put it in the softener hole. Is there some other trick or a contrasting color that you can make that lid so that it's more user friendly?
There's too many holes up there. That's
Yeah.
what I hear.
Well, it's not marked well either. And it's high.
This question is about the
Yeah.
soap lids and the soap trays.
First of all,
80 pounder.
do you have
It's going to be up here.
the 80 pounders on bases?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, because
Very few people do, but some
yeah,
do.
number one, I mean we don't recommend them being on bases in 80 pounder. We want them level onto the ground, actually. So I would say that is one thing that I see is people do raise the 80 pounders up and 100 pounders up a little too high. And then yes, it is very difficult to see up inside of there. Now, what I would tell you is we've heard that many times before. And it is something that we're kind of looking at to try to see if we can do it a little bit differently. It's got to do with the plastic injection molding and stuff. We'd have to kind of do a lot of stuff to it right now. So it is something that I would definitely tell you we're looking at. We do have some signage available that I could share with them if that would help, but that's about what we have right now. I mean, I hear you.
Well, I mean, even like on your Horizon washer,
Yeah.
you know, they pull that little tray out. There's a little thing right beside it that tells you what's A, B, C, and D, but nobody reads.
Right.
They just pour it in the B's hole.
Right.
I know.
Well, it's the 4 foot tall Latina on Sunday that can't get up there. That's what you're talking about, mainly, right?
Well, and the little old lady.
Oh, yeah.
No, yeah, and
But even
I
if they
hear
can
you.
step up, it's still not clearly marked what's going where. It's a little bit confusing.
When it's steamy and wet, you can't see it at all.
Yeah.
Right. No, I mean, I can.
Signage is probably your best answer at the moment. So if you'd like, we'll take a look at what these signs are during lunch. If you want to get some, we'll be glad to provide them because we probably need to put them in my laundries as well. Any other questions? I learned something new today myself, but go right ahead. No, I'm going to save what I have till the spider wash presentation. Actually, I'm just going to save it a little bit, but it's about how to enhance. You know what, let me just tell you real quick right now, and then I'm going to talk about it a little bit more later. So those of you who have spider wash, in your laundries. Check time. So one of our customers, Pat Hankins, who's here today, big proponent of not giving stuff away for free and what have you. So a lot of places that you go to now, they charge you a convenience fee to use your credit card. Well, I always thought, well, I don't know if I like that or not, but you start to see it in fast food restaurants and other places as well. So Pat, we heard in one of our presentations, I guess a year or two ago, that you can actually add it into your software where you charge a certain fee for them to use your spider wash. So what we do is, and it's very simple. All you have to, it's already built into the system and everything. And all you have to do is when you walk, you call Setomatic Spider Wash and tell them to add this feature, and they do. And what they do is they add $1 per customer. So when the customer comes in, as long as they're using that same credit card, it's only $1. As much as they use it that day in the laundry, then they're only charging $1. And so we just implemented it. It turns out, I just looked at it. It was August 15th, so it's been 45 days. And between my 3 laundries, it was about $5,400, which is what we got in 45 days back that we were just giving to the credit card company previously. So that's paying those credit card fees, and it makes you a little bit of money. But the reality is, it's not about making the money, it's just about not losing that credit card fee. So just in 45 days, I've had over $5,400 in revenue come in on just that $1. And not one, when I did it, I was like, oh, this may cause a problem. Customers, not one person, I don't even know if they noticed it, much less has anybody even said anything about it. So it's a great benefit from, that's how I learn from our customers. I really do. And so it's amazing. That's why every one of these events, even though I've been coming to them since I was this high, I sit here and listen because I learn something new every single time. And then sometimes it seems like it's the same information, but I still pick stuff up every time I come into these things. And Pat, thank you. And I did look at the other store as well after we talked. That was another $2,600. So, but we'll talk about that again when Spider Wash presentation comes up, because I think that's pretty neat. Other questions? We got a couple more minutes, but I think lunch is probably about ready. Kevin, lunch ready? Figured so. Any more questions? Because we're going to have more time to talk after, but during lunch is a really good time to communicate, especially with all the different types of people that are in here. There's people here from St. Louis. Also, we have people from Kentucky, we have people from East Tennessee. Most of the West Tennessee people went to our Memphis open house, but we got people from all over the state here. So it's kind of a good time to sit down with somebody you don't know during lunch and ask if you have any questions about how do you run your business in your area and what do you do and that type of thing. It's a very good time to do that. So how we do this lunch is, believe it or not, this room's going to transform in seconds to a lunch room. So we're going to go out this door, go down the building, and go into the next door, start grabbing your plates. We have a wonderful lunch. Everybody loves it. You grab your plate. By the time you come back in here, there'll be tables set up and chairs around them. So just grab yourself a spot, and then we'll have lunch, a really nice lunch. Take your time and talk to each other. And if anybody has any questions for us, Tony, thank you for the presentation, answering the questions and being here. If anybody else needs anything, we're here. Just let us know and enjoy your lunch, and we'll reconvene right afterwards. Right afterwards, I think, is Brian Wallace. Is that correct, from the CLA? So, no? Well, anyway, don't miss the right after lunch. Yes, yes. That's why Christine's my handler. So anyway, thank you.
someone else who loves me like you used to. Sometimes we're not ourselves, there's no one I can turn to. And I know all the feelings that we shared are in the past. And I know your relationships are never meant to last. And I'll take some time, but I'll be alright. We're moving on. We're moving on. I know times are tough, but I've had enough.
Hop in here somewhere. Okay. Can everybody see? Be seen?
Who's taking the picture?
I'm looking at Joy.
Joy, right back here.
Oh, Tom, get over here, Tom. Uh-oh, hold on.
Hold on. Tom is not fired. He's okay. We need Tom, so Thomas.
Star, 1, 2, 3.
Star. All right, so before everybody goes back and does whatever they're going to be doing, I want you to see the breadth of people that we have supporting your business. So it's not just me, and it's not just your sales representative, John, or your other sales representative, Jeff. Somewhere, there he is. Or Christine, or Kim, or what have you. It's all of us together to make this happen. And there's very few people that can claim to have an organization like this. Again, a few years ago we did the math, and we had something like 275 years of laundry experience within this group of people right here. And that's unheard of. We have more experience in this one company than the many years as the United States has been around. So you want to see why we're successful? This is why we're successful. I started all this. Yeah, thank you. We started all this here in 1995 when we bought Wishy Washy, and that was a very tiny little company that had done major business over many years, built over 10,000 laundromats before we got here. And my father came up here with me, and we bought this place in 1995, and they were doing $300,000 a year in business. So we've gone quite a bit higher than that. I won't go through the numbers, and we also have Parts King, where we sell parts on the internet. If you don't know about that, it's one of the largest suppliers of parts in the industry. We branched out into other industries right now. But I just wanted, again, to give this group of people a hand, because they're amazing, and I appreciate. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank everyone, and I could go through individually and tell why everybody's so special, but we don't really have time for that now. But from Thomas on this end to John over here and Steve, these guys are amazing. We're very fortunate and blessed to have such a good group of people, and also so fortunate and blessed to have such a great group of customers. So thank you guys for coming and spending the day with us. We're usually ahead of schedule. Today we're a little bit behind, so we're going to move on with our next presentation and invite Ben up. But thank you guys, appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, we have the best service staff, the best installation staff, and we keep Mickey propped up like Weekend at Bernie's, so he's still going. Yeah, we'll get the dancing video going soon, but.
Because he was standing right by you.
Hey, this is on. Okay, after all that. All right, so we're going to and he is our finance manager for this area, and I have to be very polite to Ben because I'm in the process of getting my own laundry expansion approved, and love to show that picture of that expansion here in the near future, but we're a little bit behind, so we're going to get Ben going. So if you have any interest in equipment, we do have some specials going, even though interest rates seem a little bit high, which they are. It really hasn't slowed this industry down at all. We're still blowing and going, and Brian, the president of CLA, I can see him shaking his head. He's talking about nationally. We have grown dramatically in the last 3 years just right here in Tennessee. So we're fortunate and blessed to continue to grow even during the more difficult times of the economy.
Oh, in there.
And,
sorry, trying to get the TV on.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh.
Which one I need to put up?
Computer. There we go.
So Ben's gracious enough to come down from Wisconsin to help us out. So Ben, go right ahead and tell us what you got to offer.
Awesome, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. As Michael said, my name is Ben Hine. I'm the underwriting supervisor for Alliance. I've been with the company about 6.5 years. It'll be 7 in April. What I'll go over here today is just the benefits of using Speed Queen Finance, our 2023 finance promotions, why it's important to retool your laundromat, and then just some other additional product offerings that we do at Alliance. So why use Speed Queen Finance? We're a captive finance company, so we only manufacture loans for laundromats. As you can see here, we funded $2 billion in loans since we started in 1994. 20,000 loans, all in-house finance team with a strong understanding of the laundry business, right? So this is all we do. We look at loans for laundromats, so we really understand the benefits of retooling and how that affects growing the business and looking at new store locations, demographics and stuff like that to make sure it's a suitable location that's going to succeed for you guys. Something that maybe a traditional bank may not really understand, right, is something that we look at every day. More than 150 years of combined lending experience between me and my team. Approval rates of nearly 90%, probably a little bit higher than that. And then a loss rate of 1%. I think those bottom two, at least bottom 3 points, are really huge for us, right? We try and find a way to get you approved for something, right? We try and tailor our programs to fit your overall needs, whether it's new equipment or a new store or you're looking to acquire an existing business, anything like that. We're always trying to find a way to get things done for you. A couple other points here. Ease of doing business, right, is we want to try and make finance easy. It's not always easy for everyone. When you're getting a big quote, right, it's big dollars. So ease of business, right, one-page application for replacement deals up to $300,000. So if you've owned the location for more than 3 years, we can go up to $300,000 with just our one-page application, which is essentially just looking at your credit score. If you've owned it for less than 3 years, we can go up to $200,000. So if you're looking to replace equipment, quick turnaround times, 1 to 2 business days, you can get instantly pre-qualified with just submitting an application. Couple other big ones here, no prepayment penalty, so you can always pay the loan off sooner, especially if rates go up or down, or mainly up, but no security deposit either. Most of the time we're able to finance a full amount of the equipment quote with no down payment required. And then, like I said, you're working with an expert. We understand the business, the benefits of retooling equipment and locations and stuff like that. So I'll hop into our finance promotions here. So this is our fall replacement promotion today. It's $799 fixed for 2 years. Loan comes with 90 days deferred. So the first payment's not due until 90 days after funding. We fund the loan when the distributor's done with their scope of work. So typically when equipment is getting installed, they'll send the invoice over to us, and then that's when we fund the loan at that point. After the 2 years, it does reset to a variable rate depending on the loan term. So anywhere from prime plus 175 to prime plus 2 1/4. 50 basis admin fee, which is capitalized into the loan. No prepayment penalty and fee. This is a really great promotion here right now, especially if you're looking to replace equipment, right? Rates are high, like Michael said. At least the Fed didn't raise rates again in September when they met, but rates will eventually go down. It's just a matter of when, right? So you're locking in a fixed rate here now, and then when rates hopefully start to coming down, 24, 25 is kind of what I've seen on some of the expectations on there. Now you're going to get that benefit of the lower rates on the variable rate on the back end, so you're capturing benefits of rates going down then. So you're getting fixed payment for those first 2 years, and hopefully when rates start coming down, you're going to get those benefits of declining interest rates, lowering your payment and your debt service. So this is for replacement equipment. Applications received either today, 1 week post show by next Friday. You can submit an app with me or today. Otherwise, John or Christine or Jeff can always help you figure it out, or I'll give you a card and we can make sure we get an app submitted. So this is just our national replacement promotion. It's very similar to our fall promo. It's $699 fixed for the first year. Same as 90 days deferred, so first payment's not due until 90 days after funding. And then the back end rate is a little bit lower on the variable rate from prime plus 1.5 to prime plus 175. But another great promotion here because you're really locking in a lower fixed rate for that first year, right? Prime's at 8.5, so you're getting savings, especially on a loan amortization. You pay the most interest in the first couple of years, so you're saving some interest costs in that first year by having a lower interest rate. And then when rates hopefully start coming down here soon, then you'll get the benefits of the variable rate and capturing that. So big ones here on this one: approval deadline or application deadline by December 1st, and then funding deadline by February of 24. So no prepayment penalty and 50 basis points admin fee, just capitalizing the loan balance. So if you're looking to do a new store, or maybe you're looking to reopen a closed down location, we refer to them as dark stores. This is what our promotion is here. So the major benefits of this one here are these top two here, are the 90 days deferred and 10 months interest only. I'll kind of touch base on that at the end of these last couple points here. But you have a variable rate at prime plus 249. Most loans are 96 months, but we do offer some longer term financing. 9 or 10 years is available for some larger deals. 50 basis point admin fee, which is capitalized in the loan balance, and then no prepayment penalty. But the biggest thing for this promotion here is that 90 days deferred and 10 months interest only, because it really provides you a ramp-up period for when you open that store, right? Because when you open a store, it's not going to be cash flowing at the end of the year what it's doing in day one. So you get 90 days before you even have to make that first payment, then 10 months where you're making lower interest only payments, which will help your cash flow in that first year, right? So you're having a less debt service, so you're getting more of that cash that you just put into building it out back in your pocket in the first year. So, and you know, if the store does ramp up really great with no prepayment penalties, you can always start paying that principal down earlier too. So it's a great promotion. A lot of investors really like that deferral and interest only to help them get their store up and running and established before making the principal interest payments. So. Application deadline is December 1st. Funding deadline is March of 24. So no security deposit as well on this. So retooling, right? So I'm sure Tony kind of touched base with you on it. You know, retooling older equipment. You know, is older equipment draining revenues, right? Between, you know, utility expenses, repair expenses, and, you know, ultimately to kind of control limitations here. So just kind of going up for some of the benefits here. So lower upfront investment, like I said, majority of replacement deals that we look at to finance, we're able to finance 100% of the quote without having you put any money down on the quote to be able to finance it. So you're adding new equipment in your store, but you're not having to come out of pocket to be able to put it in there. So stronger cash flow, cycle modifiers, you know, with the Quantum Touch especially, helping, you know, increase that incremental revenue with putting new equipment in there. Increasing vend prices for new equipment, right? If you have some older stuff, that maybe the vend price is a little bit lower, putting the brand new machine in there gives you that ability to raise vend prices and increase that incremental revenue. And then lower utility costs. And, you know, a lot of times, especially if you're replacing a lot of older equipment, some of our, you know, I've seen a lot of some investors replacing 20, 25-year-old machines. A lot of times, those 3 points right there will pay for the retool itself. They're the monthly payment, right? Because you're saving so much on utility, especially water, which isn't as cheap as it used to be. You know, increase in vend prices, even 50 cents on a store that's doing 3-4 turns a day, you know, it can really generate a lot of additional revenue that basically pays for your debt service. So you're not paying for the retool, right? Your customers, right, with the new higher vend prices and your savings on, you know, utility costs and the cycle modifiers. But the other thing too, right, it's about improving your customer experience, right? You know, customers like to go to a nice, clean, good-looking store, right? People like to gravitate towards nice things. So, right, you have newer equipment that's not broken down. People like to come into your location. It's retaining current customers while driving increased traffic. You know, it's a huge benefit of retooling, making sure you have the new equipment, and then increase competitiveness in your market, right? So, there's probably a lot of laundromats near you guys if you own stores, right? You want to be ahead of the curve in retooling equipment, right? You don't want to have that competitor who's looking at maybe on the fence of retooling something, come in and put a brand new store right next to you or something like that, right? You want to be ahead of it and kind of control your market and be ahead of the curve on that. So these are the types of product offerings we offer here for Alliance Finance. We kind of went over the replacement in the new store, but what I'm going to touch base on here is just the acquisition and our equity financing. So our acquisition financing program is really if you're looking to acquire an existing open operating store. It is a variable rate loan at prime plus 299, but could be prime plus 2 with a major retool, and I'll kind of touch base on what that kind of qualifies for. 1% acquisition fee, which is just capitalized into the loan balance. And then the term of the loan is just dependent upon the age of the equipment. So if it's less than 10 years old, 60 to 84 months. If it's over 10 years old, it could be anywhere from 36 to 60. If it's over 15, we require it to be replaced. And the big other point here, so Speed Queen Finance will finance 100% of the new equipment with the acquisition purchase, provided that the store supports the debt service of the acquisition of the new equipment. So these are our 4 acquisition programs here. So the bottom 2 at 65 and we can finance 65 to 70% of the acquisition price, if depending on the brand of the equipment, if there's no major retool. And then if you're either committing to an immediate retool, which we consider at least all the washers, that's really your big needle mover in replacing the equipment at some of these older stores. You could be anywhere from 80 to 75% of the selling price. So really, if you look at potentially buying an really old, more rundown store that isn't Alliance branded, and you're replacing at least all the washers at the store, right? You can get into a store for 20% down on the selling price, which typically I'm guessing it's probably not as much, right? If it's an older store that's really kind of run down and has been kind of drained. So you can put 20% on the selling price and we can finance 100% of the equipment. So really you're getting a new store for 20% in, maybe less, right? So it's a good program to try and get in maybe in your first store, kind of get into your second one too. So equity financing here, and I've seen a lot of investors utilize this as well. So what we essentially do here is we take a 65% loan to value of your business, less any outstanding debt, and that's essentially how we determine how much equity you have in your business or your laundromat. So the laundromat uses collateral for equity financing must have our branded equipment. And essentially what we do with that equity financing is we use that equity to supplement the down payment on either new stores. So I've had investors do equity loans to fund construction of their new business, or use that same equity to supplement the down payment on an acquisition. So if you have if you have a current store and it has a lot of equity in it, you can leverage that equity to get into your second store, right? I've had a lot of investors use equity, get their second store, really not have to put any cash out of their own pocket to get to their second store. So it's a great program to kind of leverage this to lower your cash investment, right? You're just basically leveraging your first business, which is really successful, and using that to get to your second or your third store. So it's a great program for those of you who already own a current store. If you're looking to expand, the equity financing program is definitely something to kind of consider. Financing has never been easier, like I said. One thing that we really work on here with our finance company here is ease of doing business. So, get instantly pre-qualified today for replacement equipment. Like I said, up to $200,000. If you own it less than 3 years, we can go up to $200,000 with our one-page app. If you've owned it for more than 3 years, we can go up to $300,000. That's just an instant pre-qualification. We really you submit an application, you can get instantly pre-qualified and give you a number, and then you can take it to one of the salespeople here and start working on a quote. So. Any questions from you on the financing? Anything like that? All right, perfect. If you do have any questions, find me out here. I'm more willing to talk to you about any other individual questions.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. And next up, we're changing the schedule a little bit because Brian has a flight that he has to get out of town a little bit earlier than we expected. Plus, he's the main person we want to hear from mostly when we have these events, we're fortunate enough for him to come. So those who don't know, I introduced him a little bit earlier, but Brian Wallace is president of the Coin Laundry Association. He came in from Chicago. CLA, Coin Laundry Association, is a nonprofit organization who happens to be having an event here next week, which seems to be very highly anticipated. A lot of people have signed up for it. It's actually sold out, but it's maybe Brian can sneak one more person in. I don't know. Anyway, but it's going to be great. People are coming in from all over the country for this event. It's a wash, dry, fold event. And I'm guessing there's more to it. There's this many people coming. There's a lot of.
It's all dedicated to wash, dry, fold.
Is it really?
Or not, it's booming.
That's amazing. Well, that's great. So I have some of my employees going to go and learn the information as well. But Brian's here to tell us about the Coin Laundry Association and other things as well. So always a pleasure. Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Yeah, thanks again.
So much. Coma that some of you may be going into, but we're in this together. I had a pretty full plate myself, but we'll get through it. Delighted to be back with Star Distributing. Thank you, Michael. Thank you to the whole team. You've heard me say this before, but I can't think of a company with whom we have got more support over the years with Star Distributing. Your mention of your dad earlier, Michael, made me remember that Mr. Davis was actually chairman of the board of CLA, right, back in the early 80s. And so we've got a long, long history of our organizations working together. And we don't take any of that for granted. And we appreciate that very much. It's also worth noting that our friends at Alliance Laundry Systems, we launched a strategic corporate ally program this year, essentially reaching out to some of the larger companies and asking them to sort of build on their support for the association. And Alliance Laundry Systems was like the first to step up. And so they're among our elite corporate sponsors. And so what they're doing is helping us do the work that we do for you. And so we greatly appreciate that. Beyond that, made plenty of friends down this way. I see the Hankins here, and Roger and Rosie, and Ash joined the association, last week?
Yeah, about 2 weeks.
About 2 weeks ago. All right, so we got the whole continuum here. Those of you that have been with the organization for a long time. We had our new member call in the car yesterday, right on your way over here from St. Louis. So we're all in this working together, trying to make this a better industry, and just appreciate all your help and support in doing that. So I'm sure I forgot people, but I'll remember as we go along here.
So I thought what might work best, especially after lunch, is to kind of take a little bit of a rapid fire approach, kind of work through some of the top trends that I'm seeing, and then leave time for ask us anything, right? Kind of the, now, you know, the guys in the back with their arms folded, they call that stump the chump when I'm up here taking questions. Chuck and Mark, but we'll look beyond that. So, all right. So at the very top, I'll just build off of what Michael said a little bit earlier. I've got 31 years in the industry now, and this period of growth is like nothing I've seen previous to now. You know, we've certainly had economic challenges. We had a pandemic. We've got interest rates, but the industry is just sort of continuing to zoom, and that's not something we take for granted. We're working very hard to keep things where they need to be, but you know, a number of these are going to be reflected in what I'm going to share here with you, but the industry is a juggernaut right now, and you know, we're going to do our level best to keep that going with your help. So let's jump into a couple of these things. Just-in-time delivery. As Michael said, we're doing a dedicated wash, dry, fold, and delivery conference. Why? Because it is going crazy right now. So many more of you are offering not just the kind of in-store drop-off, but the delivery service, doing commercial accounts. And I know that in a certain sense, doing that is sort of an antithesis of the simplicity of self-service, and many of you have kind of kept in that self-service lane, and I totally appreciate that, and I think there's a lot of good arguments. In fact, our first seminar next week at our conference on Wash, Dry, Fold is we've invited the Williford brothers to come and talk everybody out of Wash, Dry, Fold. Right? We just thought we'd start with a little provocative, why they don't do it across their 50 or 60 stores. But there's no right or wrong to it, but it's certainly been a growth opportunity. And when we look at our survey numbers, we see more and more people that are offering this. And if you heard me at these events in the past, I kind of talked about this being the next household chore to be outsourced. Well, here we are. And the awareness is growing, and you start to look at some of the consumer brands. Some of us are talking about Tide laundromats, Tide cleaners that are franchising and growing. I've had some meetings with them lately. They see some billion-dollar numbers in what they're calling out-of-home laundry. And they've got a lot more money for research than I do, and so I tend to listen to what they have to say. I've seen some wash, dry, fold delivery pilots out of Walmart stores out in the Northeast. So I say none of that to scare anybody, just the affirmation that the public is now just getting aware that they can outsource that service. And I think that leads to growth for us. And then, with I think it's 30 exhibits we have next week, we're seeing all these technology companies stepping in to support that growth, right? With apps, with point of sale systems, logistics for the delivery vehicles, and all the things that it takes to make it happen. Do we have plenty of members that are on a 3-part ticket and taking in drop-off laundry over the counter? Absolutely. But those that are looking to kind of grow, especially on the delivery side, are needing more technology to support that. So that's the first trend I wanted to share out on. I got to level these out, right? Good news, bad news. Utilities continues to be a challenge, primarily in water and sewer. We had a little brush with natural gas. I know down here you guys are still not deregulated for natural gas, which is not my favorite. But the good side is that we track the expense ratio for utilities, water, sewer, gas, and electric, and I always ask you to do this math in your head at least once. What does that water, sewer, gas, and electric cost every month divided into your gross sales? And it's a really good benchmark for how you're doing. Now, the national average is at 21%, and so that's the lowest it's ever been. If you're looking at an existing laundromat that has some of those older machines like Ben was talking about, don't be surprised you see the 30%, 35%, 40%, just based on the difference in efficiency between the old stuff and the new stuff. And I say this on a brand agnostic basis. Across all brands, you're seeing machines that can make that big difference. And Ben alluded to that equipment. I call the equipment equation. What am I going to save or make with the retooling versus what is my note going to be. And you're continuing to see a lot of projects that doing full retools at a cash flow neutral or even cash flow positive standpoint, depending on how old the old stuff is, right, and how much less utilities you're going to be using. Water and wastewater, I don't think there's much hope for that. I'm a pretty optimistic guy. You've heard me cheerlead in this room before. Water and sewer costs are going to continue to be a real problem. I don't see much that's changing that trajectory. And so all the more we've got to be aware of our level of efficiency on the water side. And most of you are now finding you're spending a lot more on wastewater than you are on the fresh water. Maybe some of you heard about our campaign in Canada, where we were somehow successful in lobbying against a filtration requirement. The bill that is still on Governor Newsom's desk, we hope it gets off his desk this week, would require each and every washing machine sold in California to have its own microfiber filter down to 100 microns. That's a problem for us, right? The machines aren't designed for that. There's no room for it. And plus the bill required that customers have access to these filters. So we hired a high-powered lobbying group out of Sacramento. I spent a bunch of time in California over the last 3 months, and we were able to get commercial washers removed from the bill. And believe me, that was a very, very heavy lift. One of the reasons that we're here as an organization, hopefully a reason that you're part of the organization, because we're trying to represent your interest. But those issues aren't going away, and it's not one of those things you can just ignore it because it's California. There's a lot of momentum behind a lot of these wastewater issues that are going on. PFAS being another one, these forever chemicals that if you talk to some of the commercial launderers and industrial launderers, they'll tell you that they're testing for PFAS in their wastewater, and they're going off the charts. There's a lot of this forever chemical content in wash water. Some of it is just the way some of the garments are finished these days. Anything like anti-wrinkle, anything that's fire-resistant garments. These are all things that shed some of that chemical content. And increasingly, these agencies are looking at laundry as a issue. Now, of course, I said, well, this ought to be taken up with the garment and textile people upstream, or this ought to be taken up downstream at the water and sewer department. But there's a real focus on laundry. So I can go on and on and on, but those are just some of the things that we need to be aware of, and we need to make sure that we're sharp, because the issues are growing. All right, tech check. You look around the room. I don't have to tell you that one of the most prominent changes in our business is leveraging technology in what had been sort of an analog business, and still has some of those aspects, and that comes through in the payment systems, the onboard technology with the equipment itself. As I mentioned, point of sale, the pickup and delivery is really pretty slick now, where you start to see the ability to not only handle payments, but route vehicles, text customers, hey, we're about to pick up your laundry, we're about to drop off your laundry. And then, again, the controls themselves look a whole lot different than they have in the past. So, I think, technology only has value if it's doing something for you. And I think what I'm finding with our customers is, beyond the efficiency on the equipment, it's the ability to better manage the business by having that data in your hand. And at meetings like this, all of a sudden you're showing each other your stores on the video feed, right? Well, I can dial in and show you my new row of washers. Your ability to do that, I think, has also pushed the multi-store model ahead far beyond what it used to be. We hear from anywhere from 150 to 200 people interested in doing their first laundry each and every month at the association, and none of them are saying, Brian, I want to build one store. I want to have 3 stores. I want to have 5 stores. I want to have 10 stores. At least aspirationally, they're pushing toward that multi-store model. And I think those of you that are doing that now are finding that technology, to one degree or another, is making that possible. right? Because you just have that power to do that, let alone these machines that are now diagnostic. They're telling you what's wrong with it. They're telling you what the issue is, and those are all things that are being leveraged to do more and more stores. Payments, what's in your wallet? Well, we haven't published this, it'll be a couple more weeks, but in our survey, bringing it to you today, 34%, all-time low, number of laundromats that are operating on a quarter-only basis. Last year was 40. So it is dropping like a rock. And we're seeing an uptick in the coin less, but went from the plurality last year to the majority now are doing a hybrid solution, kind of like what John's showing you there in the back with a reader that's taking coins and credit, debit, and mobile payments. So I know this is always hotly debated, but I think the argument's largely over, and that's why I like to. You might remember we've done a lot of lobbying on your behalf when it comes to currency and coinage, and my friend at the Mint retired. I'm like, you can't retire. You need to hand me off to somebody else that I can get the scoop on. But one of the reports he sent me recently was showing that some of the work that the Federal Reserve was doing, only 19% of cash transactions prior year were cash. So that's something to keep in mind. The quarter shortage is largely dissipated. Not necessarily that there's a better supply or better circulation, but you guys have sort of figured out what you needed to figure out. So whether you started hoarding quarters or found someone else to buy quarters from if you're short, or maybe your bank is back in full supply, but that's something that we worked on quite a bit during the pandemic, where a lot of local businesses were using you as the bank to make change and taking those quarters with them, and that made it very, very difficult. But it should be noted that on behalf of CLA, we were part of that, the U.S. Coin Task Force. We worked with the Federal Reserve and their cash product office. We took those meetings and just let them know that, hey, our industry is changing, but we need quarters. We need this stuff to flow, and our people need to be able to buy quarters. Some of you are in stores that grow quarters, and some of you have stores that lose quarters. I mean, that's just the nature of the business. No one can quite figure it out, but we need to have access to that. One thing I think is really worth noting, and you'll see this in this year's survey too, is Vend prices going up. And I think that that's one of the big positives that I see. Yes, we've had inflation. Equipment costs more, utilities cost more, your people cost more. But more than I've seen before, all of you have been willing to move up on price more aggressively than in the past. And when we used to have these conversations, there was usually kind of a dispute over a quarter. Like, well, the high price leader is a quarter more, the one store's in the middle, and the other store is a quarter less. Now I'm seeing stores that are dollars apart on the same size machine, right? So you got someone who's getting, I don't know, $5 or $6, here, and someone's getting $8. So it's not these small differences. It's someone that's saying, well, I'm going to be a high price leader because I think I deserve it. I can back it up with my level of service, and my cost basis is going up. So I need to be able to keep that going. So when we did have this painful trend for decades of, boy, can we move up a quarter a decade? Maybe. I'm seeing those conversations really kind of evaporate, and people being willing to not just be more, but to be a lot more than their competitors, and being able to sustain that ground, right? Because they're doing it better. They have a better store. So I like to see when people are debating a certain machine size and you're hearing a $3 difference. I mean, that makes me feel good, right? Because we need to make money at this, right? No, is anyone in the room doing this for the love of doing laundry for people? Okay, all right. I think you're here to make a buck. Another thing that stood out in the survey is the full cycle dry, which you've probably heard me here advocate going back probably 15 years ago. But that hit 25% in our survey, and that really jumped out to me. 1 out of 4 stores now doing a full cycle approach on the dryers, and you'd be hard pressed to find people that have done that regret it. and just finding it easier for the customer, for that matter, to be able to do kind of a one-price drying scenario. Okay? Yeah.
What is that?
So that is, rather than what I call single quarter pricing, and you're giving 5 minutes, let's say, or 6 minutes, as the survey would say, you're doing a $1.25, $1.50, $1.75, or $2 start for a flat number of minutes. So 28, 26, 32, 31. And I say most of the people that I've talked to, including the first several that started doing this 15 years ago, is you're trying to set those minutes at about an 80% factor. In other words, enough minutes to get 80% of the loads done. And it's kind of arbitrary. But if it's all heavy towels or jeans, yeah, they're going to have to hit it again. But the benefit of not having them go through the cool down minutes, and you can explain this to people, that hey, you're actually getting more heated minutes, right, by putting in. And a lot of your customers have already figured this out, right? They're putting in 3 or 4 quarters to begin with. And it also stops the octopus routine. Oh, I'm taking this out of this. It's got a few more minutes on this. I'm doing this. I'm letting all the heat out. You see them go through the store like that. This is a set it and forget it pricing, right? And then they're just getting the one vend, and and I get the skepticism, but one thing I like to bring up is roughly 70% of self-service laundry customers never come to any of your stores. Where are they going? The apartment, right? So when they go into the apartment to dry, how are they paying for the dry? A quarter at a time? No. They're putting in a $2 start or a $1.50 start or whatever it is in that building. So by bringing them to the laundromat, the people we most want there, we're trying to teach them to pay 1 quarter at a time when they've been accustomed to doing a full cycle. So easy to talk about, harder to do, but I think that's worth noting. Because again, how much lower are we going, guys? I had a guy in Florida last week. I'm going on to 3 minutes, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm doing 3 minutes. Okay. But at one point, does that work for your customer? Who's trying to, at the end of the day, they just want the stuff dry, and having them meter out 3 or 4, even 5 minutes at this point. And let's also point out that most of you are now getting into the 45 and 50 pound stacks, right? So it's one thing we were dealing with the 30s, but now you start dealing with almost, I don't know, you tell me, more people doing the larger stacks than smaller. So we need a different, the single quarter price for dryers is broken, and it has been for a long time, because all we're doing is changing the time. Once we go to a multi-coin start or full cycle start, you can manipulate both, right? So maybe when you do go full cycle, you give them some more minutes. Then over time, you give them a little less, a little fewer minutes, right? And then you go up a quarter, and so people have done it on a 2 quarter or 3 quarter start, but at least give some thought to full cycle dry, and stop treating your dryer as a loss leader. All right, rant over. You had a question?
Over the years, I've tried to teach all of my customers, put in 4 or 5 quarters at one time, and you skip all the cool down.
Yep.
And they do it.
Yep. Well, not everybody listens as well as your customers. You're very convincing. But if we just make that the deal, then people can go for it. All right, another trend that I wanted to just point out is doing well by doing good. Many of you have seen us talk a lot about our Laundry Cares Foundation. And the trend in business overall has been giving back and finding ways to have community engagement. Reams of studies show that people want to do business with companies where they share values or companies that are giving back. And we found this opportunity through Laundry Cares to take what are often under-resourced neighborhoods and bring them support. And we've been doing that primarily through books and literacy. We're going to, we've already passed the 500,000 book mark. We're on Dolly's trail right now, okay, right? Imagination Library, she's up to some 150 million books, some incredible, and we've had great conversations with her group, as a matter of fact. They love our laundromat idea. So the point is that whatever it is you're doing, thinking about promoting your business, Joy can tell you that if you've got these community engagements. It really helps you stand out from your competitor. And what I say a lot of times about our primary push is building mini library spaces within the store. We call it our Family Replay Learn Center. And so when you go into that laundromat and see a library space with free books, that really helps you stand out. And the reaction you get from the neighborhood is incredible. It really is incredible. And so we're going to continue to do more and more of it. And we've got a big free laundry day coming up in Philadelphia a week from Monday. So we've been doing a lot of Columbus Day events where the kids are off to school and we can do a bunch of laundromats at once. So whatever that fit is for you, I encourage you to take a good look at that. If you're looking for some ideas or inspiration, check out Laundry Cares. And it's really been a lot of fun to do. And from a business perspective, it's good for business, right? The right thing to do, and it's good for business. And we've been looking at this for years, like how do we promote the industry? How do we raise the reputation, the perception of the laundromat business? This work we've done here for the last 5 years, it's been incredible. People are getting to know us for this work more so. That's the dirty, dingy laundromat. I don't want to lease to those guys. I don't want to lend to those guys. I don't want to zone for those guys. These are the things that we're now pointing out that are changing minds. And I can give you lots of examples of city councils and other folks that, oh, have you heard about our Laundry Cares program? It really turns them around in terms of what a laundromat means to their community. My first laundromat, Ash. We've got a lot of people that are interested in doing their first laundry, and it's I've never seen anything like it. Like I said, I do a live Q&A once a month for new investors, and we have 150 or so fresh faces every month, and it's just really incredible. And yeah, some tire kickers, some people that maybe aren't ready to do it or it's just not a good fit, but they're at least researching it. And what I've found is these are folks coming to it with a little stronger balance sheets, more likely to have some business experience. And it's really been amazing. One thing that I feel has been a big driver here is social media. The amount of coverage of our industry on social media is amazing. Now, is it all accurate? Is it all a fair representation? You've seen the TikTok videos of people dumping 5-gallon buckets of quarters or taking stacks of dollars out of changers. There's a little bit of puff in there, but it's getting people interested, and it's really been remarkable. So I think what you might be interested in is I've never seen valuations higher than they are right now. Sorry, Ash. The stores are really expensive right now, and there's just a lot of demand. I was talking to a broker in the Mid-Atlantic last week. He said he's got at least 40 or 50 inquiries for every store that he's got listed through his brokerage. And just taking the calls every week, there's just a real dearth of stores available. And part is your stores are doing well. You're not interested in letting go of them. This is always the part where we just remind you that when I'm talking, and we had this chat in the car, Ash can tell you, we're talking about the length of the lease and the age of the equipment. And there's a lot of stores out there that have some combination of old machines and short lease, and they're probably going to get a little more than they've gotten in the past, despite those major setbacks. But educated buyers, people that are coming to us for advice, are going to look at that and say, well, you can't have it both ways. You can't be off the books and on the books and get paid top dollar. You can't have the old machines in the short lease and get top dollar. And if you've had any thought about sort of your exit strategy or succession or what's next, I'll just leave you with every day that you hem and haw, the lease gets shorter and the equipment gets older. Every day, right? You wait another week, the equipment gets older, the lease gets shorter. You wait another year, the equipment gets older, the lease gets shorter. And so that's just really, there's not a wrong answer there, just act. Sell now or reinvest. Get that time left on the lease bumped up. Get that equipment reset. Because if you get caught in that purgatory of, I'm not sure what I want to do, Ash and I were talking about stores in St. Louis where they're well, I guess they're called zombie mats now. It's almost but you know, they're stores that just haven't been reinvested in. And someone try to put out an asking price, and you look at that and you say, well, but I got to re-equip this place. That's going to be $500,000. What can I afford to pay you on that basis, right? So, you know, if you're considering selling in the near future, I would certainly try to do that with purpose and preparation. Get your books together, get the maximum amount of time left on your lease you can manage, and then obviously make sure that that equipment is where it needs to be. Okay. And by the way, if you've got really good records, you're going to get a premium. If you have really good records, you're going to get a premium above all that we're talking about. Because a lot of the buyers that I'm talking with every week are saying, well, this guy had no records, right? Or the lady told you, she's told Ash, I've got 2 sets of books. Here's this one and here's this one, and right? So, you know, this is the experience that your new peers are having every day when they're out trying to get into the business. And you can stand out just by playing it straight. So another thing that's worth noting is that I mentioned the Tide franchise. There's 3 or 4 other franchises that are entering the market, which has been a good fit. We've got a lot of members now that have been part of one of the franchises or another. And you know, it's serving that need for them in terms of what they're up to. But there's interest. It sounds silly to say laundromats are hot, but laundromats are hot, right? So just a quick run through here of some tailwinds and headwinds, and then we can get into the questions and answers. So when I look at tailwinds, things that are pushing us along, I look at demographics and demand. The people that we do laundry for are growing, both as a percentage of households and as a raw number. The fact that you've got clean, bright, well-equipped laundromats are bringing more people in out of the apartments, right? That's where we're gaining market share. I mentioned vend prices. I mentioned wash, dry, fold, retooling, obviously, and the laundromats have never been better, right? There's still a lot of help that's needed in some markets that need help. Now, what are the headwinds? What are the things that cause us a little bit of heartache? I mentioned utility costs. Inflation is affecting everything that we use. Labor, right? Labor's been a challenge for us. Competition. And I mentioned this regulatory burden. So, you know, we're not here to sugarcoat it. Things are really good at the moment, but there are some things that we need to be paying attention to in order to maintain that success. Okay? Tailwinds and headwinds. Okay, let me just click through a couple of resources real quick, and then we can do a Q&A. Does that sound good? Okay. So we did launch a new Facebook group for our folks, Laundromat Professionals Network, so join us. We've been bringing people on board left and right. Michael mentioned the event next week here being tapped out, but our next Excellence in Laundry is coming up in May. Some of you were with us in San Diego this year. This is a really nice event. We picked some nice places, and maybe bring your golf clubs.
I've been to this course many times. It's a beautiful place. I know this the Honda Classic is hosted and has been, but it's wonderful. I know that place well. Yeah. So that's going to be a lot of fun. So just start planning for that. And we're actually going to do Wash, Dry, Fold again next October. So that'll be announced soon, but just if you want to have that as a placeholder in your mind. In 2019, we launched our Women in Laundry initiative. You look around the room, there's so many more women in the business, and our team has put together a really empowering program, and they're doing meetings every month online. They're doing a lot of mentoring programs. So for those of you that want to connect with other women in the business, and it's not just store owners, executives at the various manufacturers. Right now we've got 2 of our washer manufacturers that are now led by women. That would have been unheard of 5 or 10 years ago. So really some cool things happening, so check out the Women's Network. Hopefully those of you are getting Planet Laundry Magazine. That's a free subscription, digital and old-fashioned magazine. But we've got all the different things that we've been doing, education, networking, advocacy, and the business services. AMP is one of our business service partners for digital marketing. Yay!
Probably only second to our insurance program in terms of participation. Great results from that. But we have a utility buying program. We have the in-store video. We've got a health insurance program. So we look for opportunities we can vet different vendors and try to bring special discounts on the different things that you need. Property liability insurance right now, if you haven't gotten a quote in a while, check out coinlaundryinsurance.com. We've got a discount for all of you. It's on the flyer in the back, but if you let your membership lapse or haven't yet joined, we've got a promo code for all of you to give you a sweetheart deal to join the association. And that's that. All right, questions? What did you disagree with?
You know, some of the headwinds that you mentioned on the slide, you showed like the tailwinds and the headwinds. And maybe this was only another one as well, but like one of the franchises that are thinking about this are also covering the watch, dry, fold. You mentioned technology, being able to use that to our advantage, and if franchises are being managed by corporate entities that have more money, more resources, what do you see in terms of competition? How does that look for like the
Yeah, I mean,
you know, person who has a laundromat long term when they have the branding, they have the funding, I'm sure they're doing the demographic analysis as well. What does that look like for the industry and also for valuations? Will they be looking at stores that are existing and saying, well, your EBITDA might be this, or we're willing to just buy you out and incorporate you and rebrand it? Like, is that something to look at, or will they just kind of direct competition?
Yeah, so I'll just repeat for the video and for all of you. So these really basically asking what's the impact essentially of what we're seeing with interest among franchisors. And you know what I'm seeing from a competitive analysis is I don't think it's any different than competing against another good store down the street. You know, I think when I talk to people that have been, especially salespeople, I just was through, pick a market, just went through Cleveland and I went to a bunch of stores. I said, well, what percentage of those were B- or better? That's my favorite question. How many of those are B- or better? Oh, 20%. Oh. 30%? Oh. I never hear 50%. Never hear 50%. I hear a lot of 20 and 30%. And that's with all this, right? We were talking about a market earlier, weren't we? Yeah. So I see, again, whether it's a store that's been helped with a franchise or a store that's been helped with a professional distributor in the market, you know, if it's in a good spot, has parking, it's kept clean, has the right equipment mixed, and you know, it's going to be a strong competitor. I don't think there's been enough track record with any of the franchises in terms of just coming on the last couple of years to look at any kind of deeper impact like valuations or switching strategies from franchise to store owned. I'm just not seeing that. And when I look at the franchises that are out there now, you've got maybe 3 of the 4 that have 10 or fewer locations, and maybe 1 that's got a couple dozen on an industry of 30,000. So, we'll see how that plays out. But I still believe in the blocking and tackling. Like, get a good location, equip it right, take care of customers, and you're going to do really well.
Well, I'll tell you, I've got a car wash. I know you got car washes too. And in the car wash industry, we see Zips Car Wash. I'm in North Carolina. Zips is just blown through. They've got hundreds of washes. But I'm in a small town.
They're in St. Louis too.
Well, they're big, but they only want the really, really big washes. And I'm a small guy. It don't bother me. I mean, I'm in a small town. They're not coming to my town. So I still have the same philosophy. Keep it clean and keep it running.
Yeah.
I mean, that's easy to say, and as we all know, that's hard to do. To keep it clean and keep it running. It takes a lot of work to do that.
And we've learned in past more like chain attempts, not so much franchise attempts, but chain attempts in our industry, there's really poor execution on those points, right? I won't name names, but there were some national chains that bubbled up for a while, and you went in and they were dirty, and machines were out of order, and sometimes there's 3 or 4 attendants there doing nothing.
Laundromats. You don't have to mention, but I'll mention.
That could be one of them. Someone might say spin cycle, but
yeah, right.
There are a couple of them out there. But at the end of the day, you got to execute on those basics for the customers. So it doesn't really matter how you're set
It
up.
might be a problem if your laundromat is where they want to be, that might be a problem. But for the majority of people, it's probably not going to be a problem.
And with what private equity has done in car wash side, there was that Wall Street Journal article maybe not quite a year ago that talked about all the flood of PE money going into car wash. A lot have told me that's coming to laundromats, and I've talked to folks, we've raised $10 million, or we've raised $50 million. We want to do 100 stores in the first year. I said, well, it's not really a function of dollars, right? It's a function of, can you get the locations, right? You talk to most distributors, they could probably put in as many stores as they would have locations, because they got customers who want them. Not first-time people. Existing customers want that second, third, fifth store. So will there be some impact if these guys start to spend the big money around here? Probably make your stores more valuable, if anything. But that path to scale is really hard. You know what it takes to build one store? It takes you 12 months. 18 months I'm seeing these projects, they get delayed by red tape or whatnot. So imagine trying to do 10 at a time or 50 at a time or 100 at a time. I don't want to be naive. I'm just saying it's going to be tough to execute at that level, and it tends not to be something you can throw dollars at because it's about the locations. And I think that's going to be the biggest challenge for the franchisors is they've signed a lot of licenses, but they got to get locations for each of those, which they don't have yet.
Very challenging.
Very challenging. Okay. Good questions. What else you got? Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Always a pleasure. Really appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
Yeah, this is their magazine, by the way, Planet Laundry. If you don't get it, I get about 12 a month. I guess because I'm signed up so many different ways, laundry owner, distributor, whatever. But I do have a couple extras if anybody wants to take a look at it. You can get their information out of here, and feel free.
We've got some in the laundry basket back there.
Yeah, we got some back here, but for sure. And then I've also got the information on the ADA Act. So let me see how many hands that want the information on the American Disabilities Act, because we'll make as many copies as necessary. Okay, we'll make a few more copies.
We've got a white paper on that.
Do you really? Okay, great. Well, if we could get that, we'll also leave your info. If you want, you can contact Brian. But if you want to leave once you get the information from us, if you want to leave your information with Kim or whoever, Kim's probably the best. She's pretty organized. Then we will get you the white paper if Brian will provide that for us, and that'll be a little bit. Mine's a little hodgepodge of information we've compiled over 30 years, and it's kind of old, but it gets you there. Two things that Brian talked about. Full cycle drying. We don't have a whole lot of that here in this area, mainly because of me. Because I was always like, "Ooh, I don't know how that would work. That's such a dynamic change in the industry. I don't know, seriously, why? Well, no way, quarter. Then we started doing it. And I think Lori's Laundry, formerly Ron's Laundry, but now it's Lori's Laundry. They're husband and wife, by the way. But anyway, you guys do it right. You're one of the first ones we set it up full time. Johnny, you've been doing it no, you don't do it. You guys do it in your newer store too, right? I actually changed it's a little bit harder to do an existing store because people are so used to it. So what I did in my laundry in Bellevue, which I'll show you, I'll talk about this in just a second. But what I did is I started off by putting I can't remember, the lower dryers on full cycle, the upper dryers on kept with a 50-cent, 75-cent wash. Then I found out, well, some people actually like that lower dryer. They like this upper. So I was like, geez, so I got a little pushback. So I went back and rethought it. I said, okay, I'll do this dryer full cycle. This dryer, 50-cent start. This dryer full cycle. This dryer being a 45-pound, 75-cent start. So I did every other dryer. So nobody had any room to complain anymore. If you like that old way to do it, there's your dryer. If you like the full cycle drying, there's your dryer, and it works great. We do a little bit more than 80% though. We try to make sure all the loads are dry, because what we don't want is people coming in and saying, hey, we have to start it for them or this or that, or have complaints. So we do a little bit different. The second one was, trying to remember what the other one was, should have made a note. But full cycle drying, something else. But in the meantime, I'll think about it. My brain works like a hamster in a wheel. It comes back. It just takes a minute. So this is Bellevue. So this right here is what I currently have in Bellevue. This is my laundromat. So during COVID, I knew I had a dry cleaner next door, and I went over and said to him, he had no business. He were closed. We were always open because we were, I was going to say indispensable, but I'm going to go with essential because that's their official word. So anyway, so we had this. So during COVID, he said, no, we're going to hang on. And he did. He hung on for a little while. About a year ago, because that's how long it takes to build one of these things now, which is crazy. He decided his wife had alterations placed, and then he had a dry cleaner. So the wife moved over on this side. So luckily, we still have alterations placed next door, but she took over this space. And we got all this space here, another 3,000 square feet. So this is what somebody like myself is doing in Bellevue to keep other competitors and other people out, because I know this is going to be needed over time. Maybe we don't have that much demand now. We probably do. Once I open it, I'll find out. But this is a 5,000 square foot laundromat, a huge attendant area, so we can do a big wash, dry, fold. We have a drive-through door. So if we decide to start doing. My other question was how many, so my hamster just circled back, how many people are doing pickup and delivery? How's it going?
Great.
You've been doing it a long time, haven't you?
Yeah, but it's really grown since COVID.
Really? Okay. Good to hear. Yeah, something we could talk about in the question and answer section, but that's good to know. How you doing with it?
Good.
Doing well? Yeah, labor a little bit. I've also seen labor kind of changing just recently. I've seen more applications for jobs that we needed to fill in our attendance. We had a hard time during COVID and ever since COVID to find attendance. Now it seems like we have a plethora of people that want a job. I guess some of this free money is finally evaporating and people are having to go to work. I won't mention the great place that I like to have breakfast sometime because I'm on camera on this, but I love this little place that I have breakfast. They'd never had enough people. Now there's too many people in there working. So evidently this labor thing seems to be flipping. And it seems to be flipping right now, which is great for anybody who needs employees like us. But so what I've done in this, and the thing that I was actually trying to think about was that laundry care center area. So I designed this. More washers, more dryers, more folding. And then all of a sudden I'm like, you know what? Let's make a few of these machines future, because that's a lot of machines. I'm not even sure how many machines are in here. Mickey may know, but probably about one of the biggest in Tennessee, besides the one I have in Columbia. So we made a few of these washers future. We also made these dryers future. The reason I did that, first, to save a little money, and then secondly, this is going to be that literacy center. And we feel like that's going to be a big, and you know, this actually came from my attendant. She didn't even know anything about the literacy center. She goes, we really need a place for kids. It's not just a kids play area, but somewhere they can read or have books. And I was like, oh, they happen to be bringing this whole organization, the Dog and Pony Show, to town next week. And then the gentleman who handles that for you happened to call me and said, would anybody like to buy this half price, the packages they put together? I was like, well, sure. Let's get rid of these dryers. Let's put in a literacy center. And it's back here in the back where nobody, you know, the kids are safe. They can't walk out the door or anything like that. But that, instead of being equipment, is now more beneficial for the community. And I think that's a big benefit. And I think we're going to try to ask some of the news organizations come give us some airtime about it. And I think that'll be a big help for the business, but it also helps the kids. And that's what we're really trying to do, is help. My purpose in life is help underprivileged kids. So this is a very small way of being able to do it in my own business. So that's really what I had for right now. But if anybody needs that ADA stuff before we leave, and we're not done, we're just finishing up with Brian's presentation. That was terrific. I tell them, just one sec, because I will take your question, but I sit in every one of these meetings, and it might seem like I'm doing stuff on my phone, but I'm promoting the open house and stuff like that. But I listen to these every single time. I've been listening to it since I was a little kid. Every single time I listen to this, I've learned something new that helps me be a better distributor or a better laundry owner. And I sit through four of these a year, you know, and every one of them I pick up something again. And again, when I go to the other meetings and what have you, it's very beneficial. So if you guys can go, if you are signed up for the Wash, Dry, Fold next week, I think that's great. And if not, try to get in some of the West Palm Beach one, is the hotel, is the PGA Nashville. It's a great hotel. It's beautiful. So it's a great place to be in the spring. Anyway, so next is John, and he's going to come up with Setomatic, and he's going to talk about Spider Wash. And Spider Wash is a product that I use myself in all of my laundry. So there's different ways of different types of payment systems and what have you. So John has one of the early companies who started doing this early on was a company called Setomatic. Setomatic developed a product called Spider Wash. At the very beginning of washers and dryers, moving from the place where they only accept quarters to where they accept other types of payments. There were several different companies out there doing it. I flew to Minnesota to see one that claimed they were the best, and then I went all over the country to see these very inaugural systems. Turned out Setomatic had been in the business for quite some time, and out of all the ones I evaluated at the very beginning, they seemed to have the best product. And today, those other companies are now out of business. Fortunately, we didn't go with them, and Setomatic still has the best product as far as when you add a credit card reader to a washer and dryer. Now, when you do a new laundry, you might want to think about the payment system. There's different advantages to both. But if you have an existing laundry, like most of you guys in here do, and if you're not using Spider Wash, you absolutely need to consider it. Every single machine I have 120 machines in one of my laundries in Columbia, another 50 or I think Mickey said 62 in another laundry in Columbia, and now I'm going to have whatever that number was, 120 or so out in Bellevue too. So every one of my machines currently has a Spider Wash reader on it. Some people do partial, but you really don't get the full benefit of it. Like, I'll tell you, my percentage of people using Spider Wash versus coin, there's 71% using credit cards, 28% using coin, 1% using my loyalty card. So that's a huge number. That's bigger than most, but Bellevue's a little bit of a different area, but we also put on every single washer and dryer, on the soap machine, on the Coke machine, on everything we have. So people can literally come in and not have any quarters in their pocket and do everything they want to do, include getting a snack or... We not quite sure where the music's coming from.
I kind of like it though.
This is the introduction for John. So this is John's. Next year we're gonna have a walkout song like the baseball players do.
Right.
So this is John's walkout song. I'm not sure if this is what he would have chose, but can we turn that off? Can we turn off the music? But it's a great idea. Some of these ideas just
I don't hate it. Let's keep it going.
I do too, yeah. Anyway, so John's gonna get started here in just a second. This is a glitch we haven't had before.
That's a good one, though, yeah.
In your thing?
Huh?
That's not in your presentation.
Oh.
We may have a hacker.
I should start adding that as a
I would.
thing. Yeah,
I would. It kind of gets your attention, gets you going. There's a new idea. Anyway, so I've talked a lot, trying to get through the music segment of that presentation. We'll do that after. Yeah. We have a lot of door prizes. Looks like nobody's trying to get up and run out anyway, but if you stay a little longer, we don't have that much more to present. The biggest one was Brian, and he's still here for a minute, and we'll have a break in just a minute. But we have a lot of door prize giveaways, so don't rush off. We have a lot of money and gift cards and the big TV to give away. John, let's go right ahead.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome.
So yeah, Michael, he introduced a lot of what I want to talk about here, but as he said, my name is John Kelly. I'm the head of sales with Setomatic Spider Wash. We have been around for 55 years. All we do is laundry. We're not involved in any other industry. So laundry payments is all we do. So I'm going to talk today about the Spider Wash specific features and benefits, but really the underlying theme here is how you can maximize your revenue, make your store as profitable as possible. A few of the key ways that we've heard our bigger customers tell us that they've really utilized the system to its fullest to maximize their revenue. Any customer who puts Spider Wash in, I think Bill, a couple years ago, I probably told you, number one, I'm always, if you have a good laundromat, good equipment, a good payment system, if it's clean, well lit, all those things that make a good store, I always recommend being, if not the highest priced store in the area, one of the highest ones. I know a lot of times it's hard to justify a price increase and you get nervous and some customers will be unhappy, but we've come to find in my 11 years in the industry, 6 with Spider Wash, 5 with Speed Queen, the people that are worried about that one extra quarter, you really may not mind if they don't come to your store anymore. They're probably the ones that are causing problems, giving headaches, So if they're that worried, you're probably okay with it. But typically, if you were to raise your vend price by 25 cents per machine, that typically equates to around a 5% increase in your overall revenue. We have a lot of customers that when they go from coin only to Spider Wash, they'll do 25 cents on smaller machines, and then maybe on 60s, 80s, 100s, go up 50 cents, or on hundreds, maybe $1. Saving the customer time to not have to dump in $12, $14 worth of quarters. In a lot of cases, they're okay paying a little more for the convenience. Everyone values their time. We're all no different. So adding Spider Wash, it's a great time for an existing store to raise your prices. And if you're doing a new store, it's a great time to establish yourself as the price leader in that market. You're offering a better service. You're making it easier for the customers. Increase in cycle modifier usage. So this is a huge one. I'm sure a lot of people here utilize the cycle modifiers, the gold machines, the deluxe and ultra buttons, the Speed Queen Touch. That's probably the easiest, most advanced cycle modifiers there are. With the cycle modifiers, you're giving your customers the option to raise the price on their own. They can change it here from $6 to $8 or even to $9. So in addition to raising your base Vend price, people will press those buttons more often. I believe the number was, when I worked for Speed Queen, I believe the number was stores that offer cycle modifiers, they're typically pressed a quarter of the time. So 25% of your customers are picking a more expensive wash. Typically, if they're doing that, if they're pressing those buttons 25% of the time, that leads to another 5% increase in your store revenue. So right off the bat, before you're even utilizing any of the features of the system, you're looking at about a 10% increase in revenue right there. The next couple get into more product specific, increasing customer loyalty. We have some very robust loyalty programs, which I'll discuss in the next few minutes here. Increasing new customers, going from coin only to the convenience of using a card or using your phone. It really drives new people. People tell their friends, you can advertise that. It really is a great draw. Again, people value their time. And if they can get in and out quicker, even if it's 5 minutes quicker, it really means something to them. Reducing collection times, as Michael said, getting 70% card usage at that store, that is probably on the higher end. But in most markets, again, market specific, but in most cases, existing stores who add Spider Wash, they'll tell me that they see anywhere between typically about a 40 to 50% usage on card versus coin. And I have some data on that at the end here that I'll discuss a bit. And I walked in at the tail end of the questions for Brian, but the bottom one here, pointer's not working, deterring potential competitors. Brian, I think, summed that up very nicely. Having a good store, all working equipment, the right payment system, keeping it clean, well lit, making people feel welcome and safe. That's the best way to keep competitors from coming into your market. Our company, again, we were founded in 1968 in New York. We only do laundry payments, and we, like most businesses, we evolved as the times did. So we started up by making coin drops and timers for washers and dryers, and then as things changed, we were the first company to have a card payment system in commercial laundry back in 1993. Spider Wash, our flagship product, that came out in 2009, and the goal with that was to let the owner decide how they want to accept payments. David, what works in your market may not work in Bill's market, may not work in Brian's market. Everyone can kind of pick and choose what payments they want to accept. So out of the box, the readers will take any combination of credit cards, debit cards, Apple Pay, Google Pay, Samsung Pay. You can also incorporate loyalty cards. You can keep coins or get rid of coins. So it's all the same hardware that you can pretty much decide what you want or don't want to use. Our newest version reader, which you can see back there on the display table, is our EMV certified reader. So that'll take the contactless and chip insert cards. That is the highest level of security in the payment world, is the EMV certification. And since achieving that certification last year, we get monthly reports from our credit card processing partner about how people pay. And we have learned some pretty interesting data. Out of all the transactions that our processor processes, 70% of those are the tap and go. So not having to touch the reader, not inserting or swiping their card, just holding it up, pressing start and going. 30%, they choose to insert their card. And then less than 1%, the number is a little bit less than half of 1% actually, are using their phone via Apple Pay, GPay, or Samsung Pay. So having that contactless card acceptance, that really seems to be the very, very heavily favorite way that customers are paying with Spider Wash. So again, the system is totally customizable per owner, and you can turn on or turn off any of the different payment methods whenever you want. I think that's a really important thing to have, because as markets change, as your demographics change, you may have a whole new clientele. So you may not want to do loyalty cards anymore, or in a year you may want to get rid of quarters, and it's all the hardware is in place to let you make those decisions when the time comes. Again, we have 2 different loyalty programs, which I'll discuss in the 2 slides from now, that makes it as easy as possible for the end user. But I'll talk more in depth on that. We have loyalty cards available, and you can use those loyalty cards for your attendants to start machines if there's an emergency, to run wash, dry, fold. I know a few people that have a service tech that does preventative maintenance on their 10 stores. They have their own cards, so they can do testing like that. And then everything is available, all the reporting, customer data, that's all available to you on the Spider Wash operator portal. So you can get about 15 different revenue reports, you can give refunds, email your customers. That's all done from the back end on our cloud-based system. And the final bullet point here is that we're compatible with pretty much every make and model of washer and dryer. As long as there's a coin acceptor on it, or if it's a prep for card machine, we can probably put a reader on it. News stores, we do a ton of news stores that are Quantum Touch with the insights, so we work seamlessly with the insights as well. NFC payments, just to go through this briefly, this is referring to Apple Pay, GPay, and Samsung Pay. That number for us is very low usage, which surprises me because during COVID, I became a first-time and now a pretty loyal Apple Pay user. I don't want to touch the reader at the grocery store. I don't want to touch, at Walmart. So I just got used to pulling my phone out and doing it. That number is still low for us, but we do expect that to increase every year as more people who are like me get more used to paying with their phone and whatnot. So Apple Pay, GPay, and Samsung Pay, one of those comes preloaded on pretty much every different cell phone. Me personally, I'm an Apple user, so or an iPhone user, I should say. So I've had Apple Pay for years and never used it until 3 years ago. What's great with this is that people that use their phone to pay, they do this at every store. So these days, you can pretty much use Apple Pay, GPay, or Samsung Pay at any retailer. CVS, Walgreens, Walmart, Target, pretty much anywhere you can pay with a credit card these days, you can also use one of these methods. The loyalty programs, I mentioned this a few times, but our 2 loyalty programs, what makes us really unique is that you can do a free wash program for not just your loyalty card customers, but also your credit and debit customers. That's become very important because over the past couple of years, we've come to find that customers, if they can avoid it, they don't really want to buy that loyalty card in a lot of markets. This way they can use their own credit card or debit card and start the machine and still get something for free and still be incentivized to go to your store versus a competitor. So how that works is they would go up to the machine, I would take my own Visa card out of my wallet, I would tap it, press start. Let's say the 10th wash is free. You can set that number any way you want, but when I do that, the reader will say 9 washes to go. I come back next week, use a machine, 8 washes to go. So it counts it down for them on the reader very clearly to avoid any kind of confusion. When I come to the shows, I probably hear 9 out of 10 people that buy Spider Wash, they say that's their favorite feature just because it is so easy for that end user. And that way too, you don't have to buy the kiosk, you don't have to buy loyalty cards, but you can still give them a reason to go to your store versus someone else. Having said that, with the kiosk, we redesigned this at the Clean Show, or we launched the redesign at the Clean Show last year. And the biggest thing with this was the cabinet's the exact same, the internal parts are the same, but we have a new reader and board for that. So the kiosk I have here has, behind Michael, has our old style reader on it, but the main goal with that was to drastically improve the user interface. It's a lot easier to use, it's more reliable. So how this works is the customer can go up to it and they can use cash, credit card, debit card, or their phone to buy a loyalty card. At the reader, they can also refill their card and they can scan a QR code and register it if they want. So a lot more functionality there, better reliability. It's English and Spanish, dual language. And with the loyalty cards, you can do the free wash program I just mentioned, or you can give bonus money for adding value to that card, or both. So you could say anytime they add $20, they get an extra 10% or 25%. Again, all of our loyalty programs are customizable because what Bill wants to do may not be what David wants to do. So everyone can kind of pick and choose what's best for their individual store.
Can you retrofit an old kiosk with a new?
Yep.
And then that means that then they could use their Apple Pay or whatever to get a loyalty card where they can't use Apple Pay on all readers.
Right.
Repeat the question, please.
Oh, the question was the kiosk reader, the new reader I mentioned. Can you retrofit that and put it on old kiosks? And yes, the answer is yes. So, but with the loyalty programs, again, talking about competition and keeping your customers loyal to your store versus going elsewhere, that is just so important. And our goal was to make sure we had a solution for every type of customer. I just mentioned I like paying with Apple Pay, so I can be involved in the free wash program. Brian, you may be a big cash user. You can buy a loyalty card. You can do the free wash program or get the bonus money. Michael may be a credit card user, and he can do the free wash program. So based on the feedback we've gotten from distributors and store owners, we think that we have the easiest to use and most comprehensive loyalty programs in the industry. The back end, so the Spider Wash operator portal, this is where you can look at about, oh, Roger? Yeah.
So I just opened up a new store, and it's got the Speed Queen app.
Yeah.
And so for a little while, we were running a special, double your money. Can I do that on that? And if so, how would I do that on that? So if I want to do loyalty card only, is there a way to have it, if they put $30 on it, gives them 30, or does it have to be a set $20, whatever?
So the question was for the loyalty cards, can you do a double your money, where if they put $30 on the card, they get a $30 bonus? The answer is yes. You can customize that any way you want.
But if they put 10, would it double it, or 40?
Yeah, you can set that.
So it wouldn't matter. Wouldn't have to
Right.
be one set amount.
Right. So the back end of the system, the reporting, we have 15 different revenue reports. You can give refunds. If you are using loyalty cards and your customers register, you can capture their email address, phone number, and do some marketing on the back end. So a lot of stuff you can do there. If you do decide to keep coins, you can set up Coinbox alerts to let you know when they're filling up to help streamline your collection time. And if you have multiple stores, you can look at all the data together and see your totals or break it up by store. So the back end of the system, it's cloud-based. You can get there on your phone, tablet, computer. No need for an on-site server or anything like that. On the last couple slides here, so one, this is a case study of one of our employees in New Hampshire. He does a lot of our development and product testing. So this is a laundromat that I would say is very average. You can see, it's hard to tell in the picture, but there are 4 different brands and vintages of machines. He's got some kind of dingy looking carpet. It's not very well lit. This is not a brand new, beautiful superstore. It's a very middle of the road laundromat, to be honest. But he put Spider Wash in this store in August 2016. He kept quarters, but added on credit, debit, loyalty card, mobile pay. He does what he calls the Lucky 13 for the free wash program. So buy 12, number 13 is free. And doing these things that I mentioned in the first slide about raising prices, the cycle modifier usage, all of these things equated for him personally in New Hampshire to a 26% increase in top line revenue in 1 year. On the bottom here, sort of similar to Michael, when you add in credit card and loyalty, he's at about almost 70% are using card versus coin. And the last thing I have here for you guys is what's the payback time? We do have an expensive system. It's a big capital investment, but we definitely think it's worth it. So an example here, a store with 50 card readers, list price on that is around $37,500. Assuming the store is doing $200,000 annually in top line revenue, if you were able to see a 15% increase in business, that equates to $30,000 more per year, which means your payback time is about 1.5 years. Again, I think that it's very doable to see a 20, 25%, maybe even more increase. And at 20%, that comes out to about $40,000 more annually, meaning the payback time is less than 1 year. And 25% or higher, you're looking at 9 months or less to see your money returned on that. So yes, it is a big upfront expense, but Speed Queen finances it a lot. They can do it with new equipment, and sometimes if we beg Ben pretty please, he'll do it standalone. So there are some financing options on it. But that is what I have for you guys. I appreciate your time, and are there any questions?
So the updating on the card readers.
Oh, is there a special still? Because there's some people who haven't upgraded yet.
Yeah, so the question was for the trade-in program for the older card readers. It officially ended August 31st, but we're flexible, so we'll still honor that. So the trade-in special, we'll do it whenever you guys need it, more or less.
How much is it?
$395 per reader.
to turn in your old readers, and we thought we could go without doing it for a while, but I'd already done it in Bellevue before I knew this was happening, and I saw the benefit. And then I saw right after right after the change, it took a couple months, but we started noticing customers were not happy. They couldn't use a tap, they couldn't use the functionality that they were already using, so it was a negative for our laundry. So we went ahead and bit the bullet and put new readers on everything. And if you haven't done that yet, we're not making any money off of it, but shooting yourself in the foot if you don't. Because Bill, I think you finally bit the bullet and did it too. Bill was adamant that he wasn't going to do it. There's no way. And it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. Not calling Bill old, but it's anyway.
Experienced.
Yeah, and I remember I didn't even know about this, and Bill called me, and I'm in Europe, and I don't even know this is happening. And Bill's talking to me like 10 minutes, and I probably had a couple glasses of wine or something. And
yeah, what is he talking about?
10 minutes. I have no idea even what we're talking about. I said, Bill, let's back up a little bit. But he told me what the situation was with the old readers and the new readers, and at that time there's no way he was going to do it, and I was just becoming aware of it. But in the meantime, I did 300 or so of them for me, and that was a big number. But it was worth it because now everybody can do everything. It's so much faster. The attendants were the ones who first started telling me, because we put a few of them on our new machines, and the attendants were like this way before this was forced by the credit card processing companies. But the attendants were telling me, boy, everybody likes that new reader so much better. It's faster, it's this, it's that, it's the other thing. It gives you information. So it turns out, yes, it was an investment. Did I want to do it? No. But would I go back and do it again? Absolutely, have to. You can't get stuck like that.
His answer to me was, I said, Rocket, we need these readers. We'll do what we need to do.
So is it, on the retrofit, you're just unplugging from the inside, unscrew it, you're changed out. Does it affect the harnesses that are on there?
You would, so for the trade-in, you would get a new reader, board, and harness, and then once you install the new stuff, you just send us back the old stuff.
But it's just take the screws off, unplug them inside, and put a new one in.
You have to re-drill the swipe cable slightly, but the bolt pattern, the 4 mounting holes are the exact same.
Any other questions?
We changed them out for a price.
I think he said it was $395.
Yep, $395.
For the trade-in.
What about for the kiosk? Like if you
That is about $1,500 for that.
For the retrofit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I missed that part. I guess I'll talk with you about that a little bit because I have the kiosk too, but I'm not getting a lot of usage out of my kiosk. Maybe this is why.
Well, and then too with the kiosk, kind of what I said is that if you offer credit card and not just loyalty card, people out of the convenience, like Jeff's store, the number there, he's at like 14% loyalty card, 55% credit card.
Yeah.
So the usage, is just kind of low on kiosks in general that we see.
Yeah, and I even give a 10% bonus, and I don't know if the people don't realize it's a 10% bonus to use a loyalty card, but I don't get a lot of usage out of it. I don't know if it's because I don't promote it properly or what have you, but I have it, but it's only 1% of mine.
What's the service fee on like every card app?
So the question was, what is the credit card processing? It's 2.99% plus 15 cents.
Works out to be about, I look at it as do the math. Whatever the income is versus what your charge is, about 5% overall.
It's about 4.5.
Yeah.
So a good way to look at it on $10, and it's not per individual card use. If they start 2 washers, 2 dryers, and use their card 4 times, you're not going to get dinged with the $2.99 plus 15 every single time. It does it on the total. So $10 would be 45 cents on $10. So about 4.5% all in.
Because they batch them all together.
Yeah.
It's a 3-hour window where they can use their card for 3 hours, and there's only 1 transaction fee.
Have you had anybody use the kiosk and not use the credit cards to try to? Because if you can do specials on the loyalty card, then you can begin to have the same functionality or benefit as a card store. Card store being in, do different specials to get people used to it and liking it. Because if they walk in there with a credit card, they can walk anywhere on the planet and use a credit card. But
Right.
a loyalty card is my store.
Right. Yeah, so the question was, can the system essentially be loyalty card only? And the answer is yes. Just many people choose not to do that, but you can certainly do that.
The question was, has anybody done that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Did it work?
The one person I'm thinking of specifically, they called back about 2 months later and said we need to give you a credit card. But
yeah. We've got some customers here in the room that we initially told to put in the system and they didn't do it. And you guys finally put it in, right? You guys put in the spider wash system?
We not in my.
Oh, did you turn on the anyway? But yeah, the app payment. That's right. That's right. That was already built in. Yeah. So in any new store, you have to have some type of alternate form of payment. As you saw in Brian's research, it's the lowest amount of people ever using quarters, and it's just going to continue to get lower. Because the world is just trying to discourage, government, whoever is trying to discourage cash.
So you can just get a credit card machine, you don't have to get like the loyalty or kiosk.
No.
Right.
No. You do not have to buy that. That's an additional.
And that's one thing I recommend is just put readers on and then do the free wash program for the credit card customers. And if you see enough demand for people that don't have credit cards, then maybe add the kiosk. That can be added any time, but once you put it in and spent that money, if you don't get the usage out of it, you won't be very happy with us.
Mm-hmm. So are the readers compatible with just Alliance machines? Or
No.
The readers are compatible with every vintage of machine too. I always say the one reader that, or the one machine that in my personal 6 years that we couldn't convert was like a 1978 Milner machine, 45 years old, and it's like, oh well, I guess that one had a good run. Just throw that out, buy a new one.
But it works more seamless with the Speed Queen machines than anything else.
Yeah, we definitely prefer Speed Queen because, as Michael said, they were a very early partner of us, and they kind of told us how they wanted the readers to interface. So we interface with Speed Queen, in my opinion, better than any other brand.
Because at the very beginning of it, you used to have to actually change the price on the washer and match it with and change the price on the reader. Speed Queen developed a thing called a serial interface. So when you put the price on the washer, it automatically tells the reader what it is. So it's very seamless. You can see how it can be confusing the other way, where you have to touch both of them to make it work. So that's why Speed Queen is much more seamless.
Exactly. All right, well, thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it. Ken, we'll do a couple door prizes. Joy, come on up. We'll get you ready to go. And in the meantime, we'll give away some gift cards and start distributing gift certificates. And we'll start with the gift cards. Okay, I'll pull two out at once, and I'll get my glasses up here. I wonder where they went. Tim Smith. I see Tim, and let's see who's second. Oh.
Good job.
Quick like a cat. Rob Huey. I know Rob. Did they leave? Did Jason leave? Tim, well, I'll give you your choice. You want outdoor Bass Pro Shops or you want some food? Food. Gotta feed that machine. All right, so Rob's not here. We'll put him over here. I love how quickly these changeovers are now. It used to take forever. Joe, I know Joe's here. I saw him somewhere. Yeah, there he is. Yeah. Joe, hopefully you can.
The outdoor.
There you go.
We're camping this weekend.
That's perfect. Good to see you, Joe. Always a pleasure. We'll do one more. We'll do a $100 Star Distributing gift certificate. And I'll look away because these aren't sealed up too well, so I want to make sure somebody put it in there. I feel the one that somebody put in there. Gen He On. Oh, there you are. Well, we know you can use this, so yes, thank you. Pleasure. Nice to see you again. My pleasure. My pleasure. We'll keep this because you go back in for the grand prize drawing. So, okay. So that's all for right this second. And well, we only have a couple more. Joy's presentation on this part is really important. So if you have a laundromat and if you buy your laundromat from us and it's a new build, we actually include this in your first year of business, because a lot of people, they might spend $1 million on a laundromat or $800,000 or whatever, and then we go in and say, I can't remember exactly how much this costs. We go in and say, oh, it's another $2,000 to get it promoted on the internet. Well, no, that's, why would I do that? So we force you to take it because we want your laundry to be successful. After the first year, it's your choice whether you keep it or not, but I don't think anybody's turned it off that I know of.
There's been a couple that did, especially during COVID, they couldn't get a hold of people. That's the only problem, is not people not answering the phone.
Well, they've been terrific, and they found me just as a single laundry owner in Columbia, Tennessee. This one lady drove by my place and said, hey, she called me up, and I get these calls all the time. People trying to sell me different things. This one actually made sense because I've tried to get on Google, and I'm fairly technical, or I think I was, but I'm not. And I try to get on Google and get our information correct, but it's not that easy, especially across all the search engines and what have you. So this one lady came up just wanting to sell me one package for my one laundromat, and then found out that I am a distributor to a lot of other people and own multiple stores. So when we started talking about that, we signed up pretty quickly for the one store, saw how beneficial it was, signed my other 2 stores up, and then invited her predecessor to come up for our presentations or open houses, and that's when it started to take off. So that one little store that they found of mine in Columbia, Tennessee, turned out to be affiliate them with the National Coin Laundry Association. And the same with a social media company that we brought in. We brought in a social media company, and now they're affiliated with nationally with the Coin Laundry Association. So this little distributor is in the middle of the United States in Nashville, Tennessee, has educated the entire country on social media and on Google and what have you. And these are the people who actually do it. So I use it in I have 6 different companies, but all 5 of my companies that actually deal with the public all have the same program. So I'll let her get started and tell you a little bit more about it. But if you don't have it, you have an existing store, you absolutely need to have it. And I make nothing off of this. This is to benefit you, because if you're more successful, you're going to want to buy more equipment, and that's really what it's all about, just to keep everybody fresh in business and keep your place up to date. Joy, thank you as usual.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Once again, thank you, Mike, for having us, because you have really helped me to grow and our company to grow, and same with the Coin Laundry Association. And we've helped a lot of businesses make a lot more money quicker just by being findable, credible, and professional online. And I'm going to go over a couple of the products. I can go more in detail. I'm going to stick around, so if you have any questions or whatever, you're welcome to ask me, and I'll also leave you a card. Okay, so first we're going to talk about, we're nationally recognized experts in local marketing. We're the largest Google trusted agency for Street View in North America. We are the 2019 Grow with Google High Impact Partner, and that's a big deal. That's not easy to accomplish. API partner for Google Profile since 2020. 25 years in business, it's actually 26 now. Founder, managed, no debt, focused exclusively on being a practical marketing partner to independent family-owned businesses. We work with all different categories of business, whether you're wholesale, retail, whatever. But we help you to be findable, credible, and professional online through these ways that I'm going to talk about. First of all, Google Street View Trusted. Everybody in here knows what Google Maps is, and this is really important because first of all, it's a one and done, and I love that they went over the fact that marketing it just helps you get more back on your tax dollars and helps you bring in more business. So this gives you the virtual tour, so people can virtually walk in your laundromat and see how well lit, like we've heard about, how your parking lots are, because that's a big deal for people, college kids and things like that. They want to make sure that it's safe, and to show them your equipment. If you've had a Google Street View for a long time, you should get it updated every 2 to 3 years, because it's a tax deduction, and every time you do it, it's like giving Google a little bit of oomph and giving you a raise. It just helps. Google ranks off new current information, so the more it's updated, the better it is. So we come in, this is the fact that they can see it on a desktop, a tablet, or on their phone. And you can be placed anywhere. So on social media, you're given the link and the pictures, and then you want to exploit those, because Google has photo and facial recognition, so they know if you've used a picture anywhere, which is very scary to me, but they do. So whenever you're using the same photos and they're new to that location, original pictures, it's giving you more power, just because Google wants to be what tells you where to go and how to get there. So Google likes its pictures better than our pictures, because they know it's accurate. And these are just some things that Google says about it. Businesses that add photos, these are studies they do. 42% more requests for driving directions on Google Maps, and 35% more clicks to websites. Builds trust, inspires greater confidence. They're twice as likely to generate interest and go more into your listing and into your laundromat. So the photos that come with the virtual tour, they can be whatever you want them to be. Some want to put their wrapped vehicles if they do pickup and delivery. Some want staff if it's a attended laundromat. It can be whatever photos you want. Or it can be just of the location. It doesn't matter, but it comes with those pictures, and you should put those everywhere, including especially on your website. This is what it looks like when you get it in your email and you download them. This email erases in 30 days, And that's for your protection, but if you call me, I can resend it. But you should download them onto a stick drive so you have them. That's your virtual tour and your photos. So this has 20,973 views from April of 22 to September of 23. I mean, that's a lot for a laundromat, but people want to see that. I don't know if it's really the world's largest laundromat, Berwyn, Illinois, but it's 121,038 views from March of 2021 till September of 2023. And this is Murphy Road Laundry here in Nashville, 46,383 views from May of 21 to September of 23. And that's a one-time fee, so you're not paying that annually. It's put on Google and Google Maps for you. It's a do-it-for-you program. You just have to schedule it, and the photographer will come and do that. These are the programs, and it goes by the number of panoramic photos. So it's by every 8 adult strides is a pano, and then there's 3 taken outside because they take it for your street view, the 25 to 30 feet outside, right inside, and then walk inside. Okay, now we're going to talk about, that was the icing. This is the cake, and this is really, really important. This is how you're getting your customers that want to find you rather than you going to find customers. And especially for any reason, but unattended laundromats, this is what's bringing, you don't have to do anything except go pick up your spider machine money and coins and stuff like that and get somebody to clean it. We professionally claim, enhance all of these. When you do Google Street View, remember I said you exploit those pictures. We're putting them on all of the search engines that allow for photos. And then when we're doing your social, we're putting that on Facebook. And you also have that link. You should put that in your email signature. Every time someone opens it, it doesn't matter if it's your competitor just curious what you do, it's helping you. So you want to use that everywhere that you can. Put it on Facebook. People they're just like, what is that? That's cool, just because they want to see what a virtual tour does. Organic listings. These days, everyone knows when something's an ad because it says it beside it, and people look for that now. There was a time when they didn't, and so it made the one that came up first look really good. Now you look for the first one that's not an ad. And if you the way that Google returns search results is you being credible, professional, and consistent with it's called NAP data, name, address, phone number, and hours of operation. They have to be consistent on all of the search engines that Google deems credible, and that gives you ranking on Google. It's also unlimited keywords, so Speed Queen, and that's a brand, so that helps you. Or if you have certain vending machines that have Tide or whatever kind of brand of laundry detergent, all those things, we want to add that. And it doesn't have to be added right up front because, like I said, Google ranks off new current information, so we want to continually add things. This is your digital real estate. So this is the critical space right underneath the map. No one's paying for this. See, this says ad. That's the paid search. And those, if they click on those, which a lot of times it's competitors. I see this a lot for some reason with liquor stores. I don't know why, but they're very competitive. And if somebody goes and clicks that, you're paying for it if you're paying for Google AdWords. So, it's up to you. Not that it doesn't work. There's lots of people that use those, but being here is the most important thing. And it's very inexpensive, yet effective. Our program is the most inexpensive yet comprehensive program like it because it's not only visibility, it's also reputation management. This is just showing you the critical space and how it's looked up, like Laundromat Lexington, Kentucky, and it shows you how they come up. And the other one is dry cleaners. You want to have star ratings and it to be a fully filled in listing so it has all of the information. When customers go online, it helps you to win. So this is showing where you are placed. So if you're third, 10% of those people that are looking up and you're coming back, you're going to get clicked. 15%, 34%. That you're going to get the call or the visit or whatever, depending on the type of business. Moving second to first increases customers from Google by 226%. This program pays for itself very, very quickly. And with Mike, he has me go do them before people open or when they, you see, I looked at you. So call me if he's told you to give me a call. Please answer my phone call or call me because I want to get it going. For sure. So, but I can do it 6 months before, a year before, and we can do coming soon, where whenever you open the doors, it's ready. That's the way we want to do it. It works best that way, for you to have customers coming in when you first open. So complete business profiles drive direct connections, 2.7 times more likely to be considered reputable, 70% more likely to attract local visits, and 50% more likely to lead to a purchase. Complete listings get an average of 7 times more clicks than the empty ones. And this is showing you empty versus a complete. So if you look at the star ratings and the information, because Google now has a social network, it's called Google Posts. And we do those for you 8 times a year. You can purchase extra if you want to. And if you do like a lot of stuff with the coin laundry, with the library, or any specials with the spider, you can post those and it helps your profile to come up higher on search results. So these are the things that we do, and I've mentioned all of them. The NAP data, we do a business description, special services that you provide are listed. Years in business, your logo, multiple photos, posts, or videos. You can also send in your personal photos. A lot of, since COVID, a lot of people are wanting to do business with local people. So a family picture is good. I've had realtors do pictures with their dog and their husband and their grandkids and whatever. And they'll also do headshots if you need them for business cards and things. These are the 5 factors that Google ranks off of. This is really important. But your account manager, which you get with this program, it's the same person, which is one of the reasons a lot of my customers, I mean, even Amish and all different types, but they want to deal with the same person so they don't have to retell their story or what they're about to do, or they get to know them and they help their business and give them suggestions. So authenticity and accuracy, uniqueness of content, that's a big one for Google Street View. Nobody else is going to have that same Google Street View. Freshness of content, credible backlinks, consistency of NAP data. Those are the 5 factors that Google ranks off of, and you get a fully functional website that comes with it. And if you use another website, that's fine. It can just collect your testimonials, and we will give you what's called a widget to embed on your website. So all of those reviews will be shown there, which is what Mike does. There's before and after Optima. So this is Laundromats, Troy, Tennessee. There's no listing that appears for him. And then here he looks really good. It comes on the side and in the search up here. And it's got his Facebook and Yelp. And when you look up, I don't know if you look on Google and you look by best laundromat near me, that's where Yelp is so important. People miss that. A lot of business owners miss that boat. If somebody has an iPhone and they ask Siri, that's only looking at Yelp and Apple Maps. That's not touching Google. So it's really important to have all of your information there and for people to leave reviews there. So we provide you with cards that look just like this, and Mike would like all of you guys to leave him a review at Star Distributing. He has them for Parts King and for all of his laundromats and for Star Distributing. But that's why there's a QR code here for Yelp. There's also this one, which I really appreciate, especially working with Amish and people. Like he was saying, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Some people, my mom, refuses to sign up for Yelp or a Gmail account, and you can't leave a review on Google or Yelp if you don't have those specific accounts. So what this is a link to your actual testimonial page that we create for you, and they can leave you a review there, and it'll say review left on this site. So you know they're real reviews. I know you've seen websites that say, Christine says this is the best food ever. Who's Christine and where is this coming from? These you can click, it will go straight to the actual review on whatever site it's on. And you'll see that in here. There's another before and after. Client is not visible in the 3-pack at all. And that's by looking Laundromats, Orlando, Florida, and then they're at first place. And Orlando's, and that, I mean, you know how big Orlando is, and that was really quick. And it's because this industry, a lot of laundromat owners are like, oh, I'm word of mouth. I mean, and I understand that word of mouth is great. That it really is. That's proof that you have great customer service. But this is not only digital word of mouth, it's also helping those that are going by on the interstate or visiting family or coming to visit their child that's in a college there, whatever the case may be. So it's important. This is about the positive reviews. Proactive management of your online reputation is just good business. I always use Mike as an example for this because when I came in to talk to him about Optima and 4-star and Parks King, when he had only done the 3 others, he was like, I don't need it for those. Because of those, I do this. And I started explaining to him, and then we looked up reviews, and I think he thought I planted this review. I don't ever look at YP, and I don't know who does. But if you looked up reviews, Star Distributing, there was a 1-star review, and it said there was a cop in there with a gun. I mean, that's good, right? But it was a 1-star and the only review. So if you have no reviews, you are one bad review from a bad reputation online. And that's just fact. And we live in one of the #1 most growing areas in the country. Take advantage of that. Mike always says about the 25% every 4 years. There's a new group of people in every area in this part of the country. So it's important that you are findable, credible, and professional online. Optima makes you aware of every written review. It provides you with 2 tools. This one that I just told you about, and it also provides you with a digital link. And it will be the URL for your testimonial page /reviews. And you can put that in your email signature or send out email or in text or whatever to get reviews. So this is what the review portal looks like. See how it says Google, Google, Google? It tells where it's coming from. And then it's got this real easy drop down where you can leave whatever, there's different choices for responses, or you can write your own. And your account manager will help you too. If somebody calls your baby, your business ugly, they will help you to write something. And a lot of times they come down if you respond to them. They really do. I'm shocked at how many they do. And sometimes it's your competitor. If there were to be a ton of negative reviews, I've had this happen with a place called Doghouse Computers in Clarksville. He had a ton of negative, and they were all from the same person that was creating different things on IP address. So we reported it, and Google took it down. It doesn't happen overnight, and sometimes they won't take it down. If it's just something that they didn't like your laundromat, they're not going to take it down. And that's why it's really important to get all the good reviews, because you have lots of them you haven't ever got. If you will print this and put it on your door of your laundromat when people are leaving, and have one in there where when people are sitting there waiting for their clothes to fold, then you'll get some reviews. Asking is what's important. So we monitor them on all of those search engines. TripAdvisor is really important, y'all, for laundromats. This is what they look like. This is the review. So you can click here and go to the review portal that I was just telling you about. And you get this once a week for all your 4- and 5-star reviews, but in real time for any 3-star or below. Here's Express Coin Laundry. It shows you some of the reviews. That's what the email looks like. Here's the card. And you can get them like that if you want. It depends on, they can make them different ways. And you get a proof of it. And if you don't respond within 24 hours, they go ahead and, or 48 hours, they go ahead and print them. So that's the one, and I was just talking to Mike about this when he was up here. The one thing that makes it difficult with customers in any business is and I understand everyone's busy, answer the phone, or if you can't, call them back. They're only going to take a minute or 2 of your time. They get paid off you renewing, so they will work for you if you'll answer the phone. It's an 815 number, or check your junk email if you don't have it set where anything from AMP Corporate can come to your email. So this is the digital link. And this is what I was talking about on this site. So it'll say that there. And we pull all the 4- and 5-star reviews to your testimonial page website that can feed into another website or be used there, whichever. But we don't pull anything other than that. So, but you still get that in the email to respond. They proactively reach out to you between these 90-day touchpoint calls every 4 to 6 weeks, but you can call them, text them, email them anytime. These are the basic features. It's mobile friendly, easy review posting, full featured website, free web address, lead capture technology, and the ability to choose between multiple websites. We have like image focused or review focused. There's different ones, and you can look at them and decide. You can change it at any time. And sometimes they have new ones, so they'll call you and say, we have a new one, do you want to try it? And you can see if you like it. So this is what the features of Platinum. So we have the Premium and then the Platinum. It has automatic positive review capture and redisplay just like the other lead capture, unlimited hosted documents and forms, flexible colors and fonts, logo positioning, sizing, masthead video, highlights featured services, extended text descriptions, masonry layout, image gallery, and photo captions on every photo. Holds up to 7 different video files. So you can put your TikTok, your Snapchat, or your YouTube, whatever you want. This is the video masthead, so it moves. And we can also use your Google Street View to put on that masthead. And then the hosted videos, up to 7 of them. When you work with us, your website content updates are also made automatically across the important search sites, so all at once, not just on Google. Like I said, if somebody's using Alexa, that's coming from Bing. So depending what apparatus brand you're using, that's where it's going. 50% of the population has an iPhone versus Android. I mean, you're missing a big bunch if you're not findable, credible, and professional by all of those. So these are the example of the lead capture. This one was easy wash and dry. Machine costs. I'm not currently a customer, but wish to come use the facility this week. What is the cost of using machines? Thank you so much. You get these in real time to whatever email. So you want it to go to somewhere that somebody's going to look at it. This is, again, we support your team with excellent service. So if you have a marketing company that you use, you can also have them in contact. We just need to know that, who you want to be the contact. Optima Plus Social, it helps our clients establish a professional Facebook business page if you don't already have it, but we'll post to it. Create and publish Google posts at the same time, and do news and announcements on your website. If you answer the phone or call them and tell them, or text or email, they will do that for you. And you also have the option to review it before anything's posted. Establish a professional social media presence on Facebook, create and publish the Google posts. And these are the things, and I've got handouts I'm going to give y'all that have some more detail. Facebook is a powerful search site. I don't use Facebook to find a plumber or a laundromat, honestly, I don't. But there's a lot of people that do. And there's a lot of people that use Google. There's a lot of people that my fiance only uses TripAdvisor for anything we're going anywhere. So being findable, credible, and professional on all of those is going to make, whenever it's coming up, it needs to look good and be found. And you want to come up as high as you can. If you're doing those updates, you can pass somebody that's been an Optima customer for 6 years that doesn't answer their phone. You just got to get reviews, and everything in a review counts as keywords. So you want those people to leave. Like I came to Nashville from Clarksville and stayed here at the Marriott and decided to use this laundry, whatever. All of those become keywords to you. Posts are the best part of Facebook. That's an example of a post that we do on Facebook, and they'll put a picture with whatever is going on. This is an example of Google Posts on a desktop versus on a mobile site and what it looks like put with a picture. These are the 3 components. You get the rich content website, Google listing, your Facebook business page. Easily done for you on a do-it-for-you basis. You don't have to do anything except answer the phone and give me the information from the beginning, and then we'll do it. We do the 8 most influential search sites, comprehensive reputation management. It's 27 sites. This is what Platinum includes, and like I said, I'll give you a handout that tells the difference. It's just more rich content and has the ability to host the videos and has those documents. So if you have a wash dry fold and you want something printed for people to sign or anything like that, you can do it there. We also list your payment that you accept. So if you're doing Spider, of course that would be in keywords, but also the Apple Pay, Google Pay, if you do Venmo, all of those things are listed. So we'll create the Facebook page or help you manage it. And a lot of times if you look, if you don't think you have a Facebook page, somebody's created one. And sometimes some of the information is wrong, or there's some pictures that you don't want online representing your business. We can fix all that for you if we're managing it. So if you, digital specialist that you get, it's the same person every time. This is the price per year for platinum plus social plus video. It has all of it. This is premium and what it has, and then there's a premium plus social, $22.49, and then you can add video. There's different, whatever you want. It's a do it for you, and then I also have bundles. I did bundles with Barry and did his construction business too. That he didn't think he needed done, did you? So this is the enhanced listing. If you have a lot of things that you offer at your laundromat, you can do the enhanced listing that actually lists all of these extra things and how it's done. This is a new thing that we've started over the past couple months. That's one thing I love about the company I work for is he is debt-free and pays the, you're not talking to somebody in wherever across the pond. You're talking to somebody that's in our office either in Schaumburg or DeKalb, Illinois. They're all there and they're given in rotation so nobody's overloaded at one time. The plus voice, this has to do with the ADA stuff, the disability. $195 a year, we can make it where it's ADA. It'll do text only or speak or all those different things. This is the pricing. Video. YouTube is owned by Google. So of course, Google likes you to have videos. It's going to come up, if you do some searches for some businesses, if they're doing video, you'll notice, especially over the past, I guess 3 years I've noticed it the most, they're coming up high in search results. Once again, it's Google. And they want you to go to YouTube to post things. So with our video, it has no commercials and it's voiceover. So we'll use your virtual tour, which will move in the video, which is really cool. And then we'll use that for a masthead, pictures, all of it. A website with video content is 53 times more likely to appear first page on Google. There is a video tab that can be put on your listing if you have our Plus video, and it will have your videos listed. Plus, it can be a Google post, it can be a Facebook post. Like I said, you want to exploit all of that everywhere you can. Make everything count. And those are one and done too, the paying for the video. So a 2020 study, the Wall Street Journal found that video content from YouTube is more likely to appear on the first page. So these are all real studies, not done by us. This is we professionally post it to YouTube with, like I said, no commercials. Because if you go on YouTube, you gotta, unless you pay for the premium service, you're gonna watch commercials. Make sure you don't. This is showing views. August of 2022 to 23, 760 views of that video. And they have to do it for a certain amount, watch it for a certain amount of time for it to count as a view. Here's one from April to September. 2,425. The more you put it on like Facebook, Google posts, things like that, the more we'll watch it. And we have two different types of videos. One is called a Who We Are video that's kind of, I compare it to like American Idol or something. People like a story. They want to do business with you because it's your business and you want to tell them the story of your business or family, how it started, what you do differently than your competitor. That's the Who We Are. And then there's the business intro videos that actually you pick a certain product, whether it's wash, dry, fold, or the fact that it's attended, or you have new equipment, whatever, you can do videos on that. And we can do them in English and Spanish. We can also do one for like hiring. We did that with you for hiring for his construction company in English and Spanish. So you can do that. And here's 70 in summer. Laundromat, Greenville, Tennessee. This is just what I just told you. This one's 2 to 3 minutes. The Who We Are that I said is the story behind. 25 to 45 seconds is the one that's on specific. Here's the pricing, and like I said, I've got a handout that I will give you for that. So that's what I got, and I'm here to answer questions. If y'all have any questions, I'd be glad to answer. Anything?
I had a call also, I may have missed part of this if you already mentioned it before, also, you mentioned like Google AdWords and the listing and the ranking. Is that part of the package, or is that additional fee that gets stacked on top of what the?
We don't do Google Ads. I think we've talked about going to offer, because there's some, especially one industry that I work with a lot, pawn shops, they want to do it like in Father's Day time and at Christmas time. So there are some, but where's your laundromat? Okay, you want one. Me too. Me too. I don't have one either yet. But we'll talk. I personally would not do Google AdWords. If you don't have this is the foundation. And then you can add it. I mean, we don't keep anybody from doing it, but you don't want to pay extra from the other laundromat around the corner clicking on your ads either. So that question was, does Google AdWords come with Optima? And no, it does not. What else y'all got? Anything?
Joy, thank you. It's amazing as usual.
Thank you.
What she does, these more of these?
Can we go hand them out?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So what she's got there, to give you an example, and also maybe you want to give us a nice review, but these things from Star Distributing, which you can actually use your phone to review it, or you can go on Google. It shows you exactly how to do it. So you can see how simple this could be for you guys to give us a great review. And we appreciate your being here and everything else, of course. But you get one. There we go. Give you guys one. Okay. Got one. But if you don't mind, Joy, come on back up, because I'm gonna let you do the drawing. So Joy has something to give away today, which I believe is it a free video, or which one? What are you giving away?
It's a business intro video. It's a $485 value.
Okay.
That
I'll let you pull the name and let you give that away. Kim will be your helper there.
Austin Stevens.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. First time here, and he wins one of the most valuable prizes we have. So that's great.
So it's a free business intro video. Okay.
It's my son.
Get with me, and I'll give you the
That's
questions
right,
that I
that's
need
right,
for
that's
it.
right, yeah.
Okay.
That's actually great, because finished redoing a laundry up in, where is it? That's right, Livingston, Tennessee. They just bought an existing laundry that was really old, and Tim had a good fortune of a car driving through the front of the laundry right after he bought it. And you'd think that'd be bad fortune, but it's not. It's actually, he got to redo the whole, when I first went up there and I looked at it, he goes, what would you do if I bought it? Because before he bought it, I said, I'd gut this place and redo it. And people think I'm just trying to sell equipment. In reality, that's not the fact. You can look at what I've done in my own laundries and see what I do, because that's how you make money. You don't go in and put one or two pieces of equipment in an old laundry and try to redo it. But fortunately, this car ran right through the front of his business and knocked a bunch of his machines out of the way. So he was able to redo the whole thing. Took him a while to do it, but he got it reopened. Now it's brand new start to finish. So they need this video, and this is great. So it's perfect timing. Could have been a better person to win it today.
I got a real house. I wish somebody
Mark, did you get one of these? Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to make sure. So we're going to go ahead and bring up Dan Wagner from Standard Change Makers. He's got a flight to catch before too terribly long, so we're going to bring him up first. We only have two more short presentations, or two changer companies, and then Vend-Rite, our soap machine provider, and some of our soap products as well. So this won't take long, and Kim's sitting over here ready to hand out a lot of money and a lot of gifts. And we do have, I think we still have 4 $100 bills. We have 5 $100 gift certificates from Star Distributing. So there's quite a bit left to give away. So stay here right after these last 3 quick presentations, and we'll give all this away rapid fire. And then we're here afterwards. So if you want to talk or buy equipment or just do anything in general or go have a beer afterwards, let us know. Anyway, Dan, we'll get you started and let you tell about. So Standard Change Maker makes a great product. On all the next 3 people that you're going to hear from all have very good products, but we use the Standard in my own laundries, and so I'll let Dan tell you a little bit about his. That's the wrong one.
Keep you. I'm not going to do a slideshow or anything. Just want to say Dan Wagner, Standard Change Makers, Eastern Sales. Talk to me if you need a changer. We've got big ones, small ones, capacities from $800 quarters to $5,200 in quarters. Got a new line of bill exchangers. If you're looking for that, dispensing either 1 or 2 denominations of bills, a true ATM dispenser in the Gen Mega dispenser. We introduced that at the Clean Show last year. That's available now. Talk a little bit about kits. If you have an older changer, the cabinet's in good shape, maybe the hoppers are in good shape, we've got lots of different kits to convert SC models over to new MC models, EC models to MC models, those kind of things. We've got added about 5 years ago the EF Plus, Expanded Function Plus module. It comes standard in a lot of our changers today. It has a plug on the side to plug it into the internet. You can use up to 6 addresses, either email addresses or cell phone numbers, to email audit reports to yourself every day, or to get instant text messages if the machine has a problem or if it gets low coin value. That service doesn't cost anything. You got to buy it up front, but there's no monthly fees for that. I'll keep it short. Last thing I wanted to mention, special if you didn't hear about it, any changer ordered today or by next week gets a free spare bill acceptor. That's either like a $560 or $800 value depending on the acceptor. Order a small spare changer, a free spare bill acceptor is a nice little add-on. I'll leave it at that. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you coming as usual. So Dan joined us in Memphis and what have you, and he's been here for years and years coming to these open houses, so we're very glad to have him here, and thank you for coming, and they make a great product. Next, we're bringing up Chuck from American Changer, and Chuck's got some information to impart with you. He used to own his own changer company, which was eventually acquired by American, so he's got a lot of knowledge about changers. Yes, sir.
Y'all got a bug ban?
Have a what?
People bring bugs with their clothes and roaches and all that.
You know, that's a good point. We're going to have, right after this next 2 little short presentations, we're having an open forum. So I'll be glad to answer that question right after that. But that's a good point, and it's a valid question that I will answer shortly. But yeah.
It's the time of year where they'll come in.
Yeah. Yeah, and we have a solution for you, which but we'll talk about that in just a second. But yeah, so we're going to have some time after this to discuss things in general. So that'll be one of the things we discuss.
I'm supposed to be getting the clicker here. So.
Oh, you got a clicker?
Yeah. Oh, good. Got it. Thank you.
Joy was taking
it. Thanks, Chuck.
Hi, how you doing? I'm going to make this quick too. My name is Chuck White. I'm the National Accounts Manager for American Changer. American Changer is based out of Fort Lauderdale. Everything is made in the United States. We make everything down there. We have our own sheet metal shop. We have our own paint shop. We are all of our own fabrication. So we do everything down in Fort Lauderdale. So I'm just what we're proud of now is that we could ship changers and we have a lot of them in stock. We could ship the American Changer brand in 2 to 3 weeks. We could ship the road models. It says 4 to 6 weeks, but we're definitely shipping those in a lot less time than that now. We're shipping those in 2 to 3 weeks. We're shipping the Triad version models in 3 to 4 weeks. I owned Triad for 20 years. They bought my company 4 years ago. They bought Rowe 3 years ago. So it's a company now combined as, I was a change machine company, Rowe was a change machine company, and they also own a token company too, which I don't know if anybody here does tokens, probably not. It's much bigger in the car wash industry, and it's obviously big in the amusement industry also. So we sell millions of tokens every year, but it doesn't really pertain too often. It does sometimes in the laundry industry, but not too often. So I just want to go over some of the most popular models that we have in the laundry industry. The AC 6000 changer, that's so popular because it is the capacity. It can hold 24,000 quarters, a ton of quarters. It has dual 2 validators on there. We can stack 2,000 notes. It's got a really nice storage bin here underneath. You can put anything you want under there. It is for a lot of people that cannot put a rear load machine in and they need a high capacity front load changer. It's perfect for that. The middle changer, AC 2005 changer. It's a middle of the road changer for capacity reasons. It holds 5,200 quarters. It's perfect for a small to medium sized store. It's good for a backup changer. It's very reliable. I'm just saying, the only reason it's just geared, it doesn't have as much coin as our other changers does, so 5,200 quarters. The AC 2225 changer, the one on the far right, It is the most popular brand that America makes, most popular changer that we sell. I can't say it's the most popular changer in the country. I don't know if it is or it isn't, but I know it's up there. It's up there. And the reason why people like that changer is because it looks like one cabinet. It is one cabinet, sorry, but it looks like one big changer, but it's really not. You really have two independent change machines in one cabinet. You have a validator on each side, you have a hopper on each side, you get a computer board on each side, even down to the power cord. Every component is redundant. So why do people like that? If something happens on one side, it doesn't shut your changer down. So that's why people really, really like this changer. It's very popular in the industry, very popular in laundry, very popular in car wash. So, but I'm going to talk about the company that I owned for 20 years. My company was Triad. We made change machines, but our forte was two products. So I'm going to show you this one right here. This one will either come with normal bill acceptors or bill recyclers. Okay, and the bill recycler, I don't know how many people are familiar with bill recyclers, but they're perfect for hybrid stores. They're perfect for coin stores. The way they work, when a 1, 10, or a 20 go in, they stack up, and when a $5 bill goes in, they stack down in those bottom round containers there. And there's two of them there's two recyclers per machine. So every time a $5 bill goes in, we can use those fives to make change. So each one of those recyclables will hold $35 bills for a total of $65 bills. And everybody looks at me like $65 bills, not going to buy them in the time of day. But they just got to get over the thinking. Sure, they're going out, but they're constantly coming back in to replenish them. So that's the key to them. And I can assure you that if you had recyclers, and very conservatively speaking, you'll go 2 to 3 weeks without putting $5 bills in those recyclers. Just because five's a very popular bill, certainly going in, going out all the time. And what else do they do for you? It takes change out of your attendant's hands. It's a bill breaker and a change machine all in one. So it's a really good machine for a changer in a bill breaker all at once. So that's the way the recyclers work, and we sell a ton of recyclers. Okay, I'm going to move on to our Triad bill breakers. Bill breakers are geared for card stores, almost 100% card stores. I would never ask you to buy a bill breaker for. You would certainly. It's not geared to dispense change. Even though we have the ability to put a coin hopper in that will hold like 3,000 quarters, we can do that. But you're much better off in a coin store with a recycler as opposed to a bill breaker. But there's a lot of sections of the country. There's a lot of card stores only, card only, and so somebody walks up with a $20 bill, we give them 3 5s and 5 1s. It takes bills out of attendants' hands, things like that. So it is the most popular bill breaker in the country in card stores for sure. Now it has the ability to come with either 2 cassettes, 3 cassettes, or 4 cassettes. So you can dispense 2 denominations, 3 denominations, or 4 denominations back to people. The most popular one is the 2 cassette machine. But in a larger store, a lot of people buy 3 cassette machines, and a lot of people buy 4 cassette machines. Now, when people decide if they want to accept $50 and $100 bills, I say, listen, you probably should consider getting at least a 3 cassette machine. You might want to dispense, 10 5s and 1s or 20 5s and 1s. A lot of people do that. So if people putting a $100 bill and you had 2 cassettes and one of them's 5s, you're going to go through those capacity of 5s fairly quickly. Each cassette will hold 500 bills. So it's a very popular bill breaker. In the bill breaker on the right hand side is the American Changer version. It holds 700 notes per cassette, but it's limited to 2 cassettes. And I'm going to talk about this in a minute. We have the ability, we have the ability to do remote access in the American in the Triad bill breaker, but we don't have the ability to do it in the American Changer bill breaker. I'm going to talk about remote access very quickly here. So. Going to move on to a lot of people do custom decals. This is a Speed Queen franchise store. I'm not sure exactly where it's located, but a lot of people, if they're doing a retool, if they're doing a new store, whether it's a change machine, whether it's a bill breaker, they customize their decal. That makes them look nice. They put custom logo. They put their store logo on there. They put the colors on there to match the decor of the store. So I just want to show you some of the things that we can do. They look. It's very popular, and it's a very inexpensive thing to do if you're going to do a retool. If you want to put something to match your store, they look really good. They look great. So American Changer, I mentioned they acquired Rowe 4 years ago. Row at one time was probably the most popular changer in the country. And there's a lot of these changes on the right-hand side. They're called the BC 1400 changer. And those parts, they're showing the older one on the left-hand side and the newer style on the right-hand side. And it's a kit, because those parts are almost impossible to get. If anybody has an old road changer, this is a no-brainer right here. For literally half the cost of a change machine, we can build kits inside. We supply a kit to you where you pull all the old components out and you put all new American change components in there. It comes with a CPI bill acceptor, and that change machine will hold like $700 more than the older version. So if you have an old road change machine, eventually you're going to be in trouble, because those parts are almost impossible to get. It comes with a CPI bill acceptor. So we literally have sold thousands of those kits, So last but not least, I'm going to talk about our remote access kit. It goes in the majority of American changer machines. It goes in all of the Triad products as an option. The way they work is that you can go online, you can look how much money has gone in the machine, how much money has gone out of the machine. You know, if you can get a text message or an email if there's an issue. And the biggest thing that separates us from our competition, what people really like about our remote access kit, if somebody has a problem, a washer or dryer didn't start, a change machine didn't work, you can literally, and they're on the phone with them, you can literally say, okay, listen, get in front of the change machine. From your phone, you can go, okay, here's 4 quarters, here's 5 quarters, here's 8 quarters. You can pay them out remotely. I don't care where you are. You could be in Hawaii and do it if you wanted to. You know. So we have the ability to pay out remotely to handle errors, things like that, to handle issues. So again, my name is Chuck White. If there's any questions, anybody have any questions on changers or recyclers or bill breakers? I know that was quick, and but I appreciate your time, and I appreciate Michael and his team inviting me down here. Thank you guys very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, Michael.
So, as I usually say, last but not least, we have Mark from
I would have forgot it.
Vend-Rite coming up in just a second, and he is going to tell you about this wonderful product that we have here that when we first brought it out, I'll tell you, the very first one of these I ever put in. This is a big soap machine where you can vend larger Vend-sized products. Tell them about the very first one I ever put out. And so the guy put it out for us, a guy named Grady, and he's been a customer of mine for a long time. He had laundry over in Harding Place, and he's still got the place. And it's one of those, it's getting 15, 17 years old, never replaced a piece of equipment. And now he was going to want to sell it. He's going to want it 10 times what it's worth, that type of situation. But it's good laundry for sure. But it's one of those that's, that's working into that world of what we're talking about when people don't replace equipment and they want to sell it at the end and try to get the best return they can. Long story short is, that's not the point. But I put in 3 of these machines in his place, a soap machine, Coke machine, snack machine. So not too long after we opened, I said, so Grady, how's it going? They're pretty expensive machines. I said, how's it going? He goes, I wish you'd have never sold me that machine. The thing just doesn't do anything. I'm like, oh, geez. So I had already started putting it on other people's quotes. So I went back, taking them off everybody's quote. I'm like, geez, this thing don't work. 6 months later, I saw Grady again. I said, man, I'm really happy you told me about those vending machines, because I was going to start selling to other people. And the fact you told me they didn't work was kind of shocking. He goes, oh, I should have told you. They've already paid for themselves. I'm like, oh, well, thank you. Went right back on everybody's quote again. So it just took a little bit of time for people to understand there's a machine like that you don't get a little box out of, and that's all you used to get. So now, since then, we've sold a boatload of these things. I don't know if we've sold more than anyone else in the country, but we've sold a lot. And I have 3 of them in every one of my stores, 2 in some stores, because some of them are a combo machine. But they're great products. Again, when people say, what would you do if you built a laundromat? I don't tell you what I would do. You can go look at it. You can go see exactly where I put my money. And if you think that I'm just wasting my money by putting these things in, you're wrong. Everything I put in is for a reason. And it's mainly to be more profitable. And these machines definitely made us more profitable. So another little example is we didn't have room for the one in Bellevue, that smaller store I still showed you. So we decided to take out one dryer and replace it with one 30-pound stack dryer, replace it with this, because I looked at the revenue on my 30-pound stacks. I'm like, well, it's X, so let's try it. So we put in a one soap machine right in the middle of our dryer bank. And that vending machine did way more than all those dryers did. I had 6 of those, and with 5 of them combined, the soap machine brought in more revenue than that one dryer did. So I was like, well, this makes all the sense in the world, because the exact same width as one 30-pound dryer as well. So it just happened to work out. I don't know if many people do that, but it worked for us. Anyway, I'll let Mark tell you a little bit more about Vend-Rite and some of the other products that they offer as well.
Perfect.
Thanks,
I'm
Mark.
done. He's already done.
Well, no.
I'll have to say a word. My name's Mark Geese. I'm with Vend-Rite Manufacturing. I've been with Vend-Rite for 24 years.
Those machines can either have a compressor in them to allow that machine to have refrigeration, or without refrigeration, in which case you'd probably sell soap, bleach, and softener. We have a large capacity combo vendor where one side sells candy, snack, and drink, and the other side sells soap, bleach, and softener. We have 4 different drop-off laundry bags. We have signage for the laundry industry. We're the master distributor for OxyClean in CoinVend and other ancillary OxyClean items. We are also the master distributor for Hinkle soaps. You might not have heard of Hinkle. They're located in Germany. You've heard of a product called Persil, maybe? That's one of their largest products here in the US. They acquired a company called Johnson Diversey, if anybody's familiar with Johnson and Diversey. So they have that whole suite of products now that we have access to specifically in the laundry industry. All of our products are specific to the laundry industry. We don't go anywhere else. That's where we've had our most success, and that's where we're going to stay. See here. Our soap vendors, our electronic vendors come in 4, 8, and 12 columns. They are coin compatible. They are card compatible. They are coin and card compatible. People today, we've heard a lot today, right? We've heard coin, heard card, heard hybrid. What do I do? The nice thing is our soap vendors can go any way with that, okay? And they're compatible with any of the card readers in the industry today. And they come with a drop coin mechanism. I've had people put a dollar bill validator on them. I wouldn't suggest that, but I'm just telling you the soap vendor has flexibility to do what you want. Our 494 series, those are coin slide driven machines. They come in 2, 3, 4, and 8 columns, standard with V8 coin slides. Some of you may be saying, why would someone want to put a coin slide machine in a store, right? Well, there are people that enjoy the mechanical end of their business, and there are people that enjoy the electronic end of their business. And we want to be able to provide to both parts of that in the industry. Okay, the V8 coin slides have a maximum vend price of $2. So you have the ability to go up to $2. They come with ESD or Greenwald coin slides. And I don't know if you know this, but ESD has purchased Greenwald, but there are still Greenwald coin slides that are being made. Okay. Sorry. All of our soap vendors come with guards. The larger soap machines, the 8 and the 12 column machines, I kind of refer to it as a screen door security gate where it bolts to the side of the machine and opens up like a screen door. It's held into place by 2 locks that you would purchase. The smaller machines, the 2, 3, and 4 column machines, have a strapping system. We normally suggest 2 straps, one on the top and one on the bottom of it. And we also have bases. If you purchase a base, the base allows that machine to fall within the ADA regulations, so that when you put a soap machine on the base, you don't have to worry about it being in the ADA regulations. It already fits in there, okay? Our CoinVend products, I mentioned that we are the Hinkle distributor and the OxyClean distributor. We also manufacture plastic bags, all free clear dual pack, Surf, Snuggle, Snuggle Liquid, Snuggle Sheets, OxyClean, twice as fresh dry chlorine bleach. I refer to these items, and I'm not ashamed of it, we're the second tier brand of products, right? We all know that when people go and buy this product, CoinVend product, it's a necessity. It's not a want, it's a necessity, okay? And if I told you how many times people told me, you know, I gotta have Tide. You know, it's my #1 seller. And I'm not gonna, I agree with you, it is your #1 seller. But if you pull Tide out, or if you run out of Tide, the person that was gonna buy it isn't gonna walk away. They still have to buy a detergent. So do you wanna make more money doing it? We all know that Procter & Gamble has raised prices on soap, right? I hear people vending soap for $2 in coin laundries, okay? And historically, when a trend like this happens, it starts on the coasts and it works its way in to the heartland, right? And you know, people are vending soap. I talked to a guy the other day, he was vending soap for 50 cents, right? Crazy, nuts, you know? But I would say the average vend price is anywhere from between $1 and $1.25. But you're still not making a whole lot of money off that, right? If you're interested in trying our brand of products, I'm happy to talk to you, okay? There are 3 types of people that buy CoinVend. There's the individual that walks in with their own detergent, right? They have their own detergent, they have their own softener. It's not Tide. Look in your garbage, right? Look in your garbage. It's the off brands, right? It's Arm & Hammer, it's Extra, it's those types of detergents, okay? That woman's, no, don't worry about it. You brought me back to what I was supposed to be talking about. They're gonna buy whatever's in the machine. If they come with detergent, they run out of detergent, they're gonna buy detergent for the rest of their loads. The second kind of person that buys CoinVend is maybe a homeless person, maybe someone on vacation, right? And they're coming into your store to do 1 load of wash, maybe 2. And the largest consumer of CoinVend is your red-blooded American male between 18 and 28, and they don't care. They're just at your laundry because it's the closest, cleanest laundromat where they can get in and out, and they don't care what's in the machine. They just want to get their laundry done. So I'm happy to talk to you about that. So if you've got any questions, I'm happy to answer those. Like I said, we sell bags. I never thought this would happen when I first got in this industry years ago. You know, when you go away to college, the first thing your mother gives you is what? A basket. And in that basket is a jug of detergent, right? And if any of us were to go to a laundromat, we would bring our basket to the laundromat. But laundromat users don't do that. They use plastic bags, right? They're gonna come in with a dark bag, dump their clothes out, maybe separate them, probably put them in a 50-pounder, right, and start doing their laundry. Well, they're not gonna put the clean clothes back in the dirty bag. They need to go buy a bag. So if you don't have a bag vendor in your store, I would suggest trying it. If not, put it in your soap machine. Our soap machines are also compatible to take these boxes. Our vision vendor, what Mike was talking about, okay? We feel as though it has a home in most laundromats, but it's not necessarily in every laundromat, right? It's not going in an 800 square foot store, right? However, if someone wants to put one in, we'll put it in, right? If you're selling products over the counter, it puts these products in a controlled environment where money going in, product coming out, okay? The machine itself is completely compatible to your product mix, okay? This machine here, right here, is the one that Mike was talking about, where they put 3 different machines in a store. It's got 57 3/4 inches of height in the machine. So you give me a list of products that you want to vend out of it, I build the machine for you, okay? The caveat is this can vend up to a 30-ounce bottle. So that Suavitel bottle is about as tall of a bottle that you can vend out of it. The Tide bottle, the 25-ounce Tide, is about as wide of a product that you can vend out of it. You stay within those parameters, I can build the machine for you. Our combination machine, our ES Combo, where one side of the machine is a candy snack and drink machine, the other side is a soap, bleach, and softener. The side that sells soap, bleach, and softener can vend up to a 75-ounce bottle. Okay? Again, you give me your product list, I make the machine for you. Very rarely do I make the same machine for different customers across the country. I've got about 30 different types of configurations that we use to get people thinking. What happens most of the time is someone just takes a picture of what they're currently selling over the counter, and then I build that machine for them. And I can build it for you virtually so you can see what it's going to look like. Okay? These 2 machines are connected to a CAD5 cable, so the keypad on the right-hand side runs both machines. 2 different delivery areas. The white square on the right-hand side is the delivery area for the candy snack and drink machine. And at the very bottom of the machine on the left side, it says push here. That's the delivery area for the soap, bleach, and softener. Question you're having is, does the bottle fall from the top to the bottom? No, there's an elevator that actually comes up and retrieves the product. And it comes down to the delivery area, and the product is pushed into the delivery area. Okay? The Taus, the ESCU Taus machine, people loved the fact that we could vend a large bottle. And what they said was, I love the ES portion of the machine, but you don't have a payment system attached to it. So I just want that. I don't need the candy snack and drink side. So what we did was we created a tower that we connect to the right side of the ES machine, and now you have the ability to vend those products. You can hook up to 3 more machines to that for a total of 4 vendors. We also have ancillary items or bulk items. Like I said, we have a nice relationship with OxyClean. We also have the relationship with All. We have the dryer sheets and Arm & Hammer, so we have the ability to sell the 20 count. We also have some miscellaneous items. Like our signs, that red sticker in the middle is we have a 1/3 cup, 1/4 cup, and 1/2 cup. A lot of times, people are like, I'm going to put it on the machine. They're not going to read it, right? But it's just like signage. If you don't put it up, you can't protect your store, right? If you don't put it up, you can't help protect your machines. So that's a very popular item. We also have 30-pound products that you can use in your wash, dry, fold. Dissolve All, Twice as Fresh, and OxyClean. Washer identification numbers. And the Toss and Soft is a dryer sheet that comes in 500 count. Our signage, like I said, I refer to signage as a 24-hour lawyer. right? If you have it up, you're protecting yourself. If you don't have it up and someone puts somebody in a laundry cart, takes them for a spin around your laundry, it's your fault. You didn't tell me I couldn't do it, which doesn't make any sense today, but that's where we are, right? And then last but not least, we've got our drop-off laundry kit. We've coined the phrase drop off, do your laundry in 4 minutes, 2 minutes to drop it off, 2 minutes to pick it up. That have bags that promote that. And we have some ancillary items for your tenants to wear to promote the drop-off laundry program in the store. Other than that, if anybody's got any questions, I'm game. Nobody. Good. Let's give away some money, Mike.
Means you answered all the questions. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, you talk about that coin slide. Who would want a coin slide in their laundry? It's kind of a funny thing. My dad, a long time ago, he told me about his laundry in South Georgia he went to, and there's a coin slide in the wall, like just in the side of the wall. And my dad in there being in the business, he's like, well, what's that for? And I can't remember the older guy's name. It's been a long time ago. Well, Durwood, that's my dad's name. Put a quarter in there and you'll find out. So Dad puts the quarter in there and pushes the coin slide through and goes around and then he goes, come here. Goes around the corner. There's a bucket full of quarters. My dad said, what's that for? He goes, well, those are my quarters. So he literally put that thing in the wall because people just want to know what it does. It doesn't do anything. He just drops a quarter into a bucket. So, guy was making money just because he put a coin slide in the wall. People will put a coin in anything, you know. It kind of proves that. I could probably sit up here and keep you laughing for about a couple hours with things my dad told me about stuff like that. But we're going to move on up to the drawings of all this stuff that we have to give away. So this will be kind of rapid fire. So if you hear your name called, just come on up and grab your prize. And we're going to start with gift cards. We're going to do we only have 2 left. Okay, we have 2 gift cards. And like I said, these names do go back in the end for Mark Lynch. Go with Lowe's. I'm guessing you're not the Starbucks guy. So if nobody likes Starbucks, I'll buy this back from you. So I do go there occasionally. Ron Creech. You'll use some Starbucks, I'd imagine. Good for you. There you go. All right, now we have some gift certificates for Star Distributing. These are $100 for anything that we sell here, of course, soap, whatever, laundry carts, even for your bill. Sam on? Sam, yep, your mom won earlier, so you might as well jump in there too. Thank you for coming, spending your time here. All right, next is... I could probably make a comedy show out of stuff my dad's told me about laundry, customers and laundries and what have you, but Kay Patel. Oh, there we go. Here, I'll come over this way. Good to see you again. Thank you for coming. Always a pleasure to have you guys here. And how's your son doing, by the way? He's good? Good. And let's see. Next. Well, it's kind of hard to say, but it's her husband, VP. So, and that was not planned, so there you go, VP. Thank you for coming. None of that, nothing is staged, nothing is planned. And then we go next, one more $100. Roger Cochran, yeah. Well, if anybody deserves it, it's Roger. It's Roger, yeah. You deserve it.
Thank you.
You do. We're taking the pictures on the video cameras, yeah. Roger just built a new laundry up in Gallatin, and he spent a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of money on that, so that $100 isn't going to go that far. I don't think so. You can talk to Ben about that. He's somewhere. Next, we have, look at all these $100 bills. Woo! Freshly printed from our mint downstairs. My friends drive by this building and says, no way we're selling as much equipment out of this little building as we, well, they don't know we have a printer in the basement either. Santricia Spates. Oh, there you go. Did I bury that?
Thank you.
Santricia. It's pretty close, I hope. Hope I didn't butcher your name too much. Let's see. We got a couple more hundreds. This one's a little wet still. I'm kidding. Pat Hankins. Pat, he came a long way, so he's just some gas money to get that big truck back home if that's what you drove.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Always a pleasure to have you. And unfortunately, Pat was late today because he got rear-ended on the way here. So hate to hear that. This is the first time that's ever happened. So sorry that happened, but everybody was okay. So next, one more 100. This is the most hundreds we've ever given out rapid fire, by the way. Keena McDonald.
It's not here.
Must be present to win. Yeah. I know your name. Oh, yeah. I've written you enough checks over the last 20 years, or I know your name. Or she's written enough checks. Johnny left. I know Johnny, and he would have been a deserving person as he just bought some new equipment in his store as well. He's one of those people who bought 15, 18 years ago, but is actually replacing his equipment slowly but surely, which is a smart thing to do. But he's not here. So next, Barry Oakley. He is probably a very deserving winner as well, as Barry just redid his laundry.
I want to mentally get this good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I like taking your money.
You're welcome. That's funny. Barry just did a rehab over in East Nashville. That's just unbelievable. Donaldson, off Donaldson Pike. Yeah, it's a beautiful store. If you guys want to see a really nice laundry that was probably 50 years old, that looks brand spanking new because he gutted it like you should do in a laundry that old, and it's really old equipment. He did it. It's been a fortune, but the payback is real. So, Barry, thanks for coming, of course. Anthony Gorgie. Oh, I didn't even know that. Okay, I didn't recognize you. Good to see you. Congratulations. Yeah. Tell your mom I said hello. That puts a name and a face together. That's great. All right, then one more, last but not least. It's the last one. All right, I'm going to pull this one because somebody did a trick and they folded it up. So somebody probably knows who this one is, or they're not here. I know that trick. Dre? Oh, there we go. Did you know that was yours before I pulled it? Did you know that was yours? See, there's a trick for those who, anyway, I felt that.
I don't get drawn sometimes.
No, I normally don't pull those, but for whatever reason, it just happened to be today. So that is everything. So we're going to put all these back in. Do you guys want to bring that TV up here real quick? Do you mind? Yeah. So you guys did okay today. So thanks for coming.
Sign for their Alamo store.
Oh, really? Turn it around. Whoa. So what I generally do with these, when I redo my laundry's TVs, is what really happens is my house gets new TVs, and then my laundry gets my house TVs. So because they're always upgraded and what have you. So if this is not better than the one you have at home, then put it in your house and put the other one in the laundry. But all right, let's mix it up. Make sure I don't see anything. Whoops, some fell out, but I got one in my hand. Roger Cochran. Well, the rich do get richer, so, you know.
I'm trying to keep up with Pat. I'm still trying to keep up with Pat.
Congratulations, yeah. So now we will get a picture. Yeah. Somebody snap a picture. Who's a good picture person? Yeah, you can just hop in here. I got that phone today, so let's not.
I gotta get in the middle. I want to be.
Yeah, get Roger in the middle. Yeah.
Hold on, this is for you, Roger.
Is it titanium? Drop it.
It certainly will break. Okay, thank you. So, Roger, do you have anything to say? Your acceptance speech, or?
Well, first off, I'd like to thank my mom. Because without her, I wouldn't be here today.
I tell my mom that all the time.
Michael Davis, without him, I wouldn't be in this business today.
Well, we made a lot of money together, that's for sure. Anyway, we can help you get it out, Roger. You don't have to carry it yourself. Anyway, thank you all for coming. Now, we do have some time for the open forum that I mentioned before. So that's Dre, right? So Dre had a question previously about probably not one of the best parts of the laundry business, but about bugs in laundromats, probably roaches specifically and what have you. A lot of where these actually come from are from your customers. They bring in big, they really do. They bring in large loads, and maybe even have had them in the closet for months or weeks or whatever. Sometimes they bring them in a pickup truck and what have you. And they'll bring in these bags, like they're talking about, plastic bags, not baskets. And then they'll, dump them on your floor, your table, and then you may see these things scroll. I don't see it very often, luckily, but they're very hidden. And some people put them in the machine, and they put them they pack the machine so much that the clothes don't even get wet. So the roaches go in that machine, and they don't even get wet, so they don't drown them or anything. So there's no room for water. They're trying to save money. First of all, I wish those people wouldn't even show up, but it's a necessary part of the business. But what you do, though, in all seriousness, you need every month you need to have an exterminator in your place all the time. And if you ever see them, you need to call it, not to ask him. I say, don't pay the bill. Call the people, tell them we're not paying the bill because we still have a problem. And so they come, they make sure there's no problem, then we pay the bill. So don't just rely on the exterminator, keep looking. You look underneath your bulkheads, but you want to make sure that you get a good exterminator. We use one called Bellevue Extermination, and we've had zero problems, with that. But we did a long time ago. What's that?
There ain't no wood up there knocking.
I know, it's just, but anyway, so that's what I would suggest. Get a really good exterminator and don't pay them if they don't go away. But you have to do it constantly. You can't just do it when you see them. You have to do it monthly. And, maybe even at the beginning, even more often than that. And I don't think you can really do it yourself. I really think you need a professional extermination company. We've tried it, and we've got very good results with that.
For stink bugs and bed bugs, too.
For extermination? Yeah. Luckily, we haven't had that problem, but that'd be a whole nother level of problems you want to try to avoid.
I had a lady bring her clothes in from out of the barn full of stink bugs.
Okay.
And some of them were still alive.
Yeah.
And so they were in the machine, they were up in the drop ceiling.
Yeah. Once they get infested, it's hard to get them out, but it's really not. That's what exterminators are for. That's what we pay them for. But again, the way we make sure they're out, if we didn't pay the people until they made sure they got it, and they do come back. They will get them. So, good question. One of the not so glamorous parts of our industry, but it is something that you have to take care of. And that's pretty much solved all those problems. Other questions? Got to be some more questions. You want me to stand up here and tell you stories that my dad told me to make you laugh? I could do that. But anyway, well.
Twice more than $100 bills.
Print some more of those. Well, I have to say thanks for Mark. If you guys haven't been in my office, I have a lot of really nice sports memorabilia in there. A lot of it's signed by some former athletes that are no longer even alive. And Mark was nice enough to, first of all, tell me to get tinting on my windows because some of these Joe DiMaggio signatures and stuff were fading. And then he was nice enough to he goes to these memorabilia auctions and what have you, and he acquired a Hank Aaron signed picture for me. Yeah. And it's in my office now, but he's the reason I got that, but he's also the reason those signatures got saved, because we tinted those windows over on that side, and it was a big help. But thank you, Mark.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I love to see it. Every time I come, I check it out.
Well, it's in there. Yes?
When somebody's opening up a new laundromat, what kind of ROI are they looking for? Are they looking like cash on cash? Or?
This is the answer to your question right here. This has been the standard answer for the last 30 years on cash investment is basically 30%. And it's been 30% ever since they started keeping records 30 plus years ago. So this is exactly answers your question right there. But it's a 30% cash on cash general, average return on investment.
Is that somebody that's opening up a brand new one, building it?
Well, building it from scratch is a little different because real estate, that's a whole different ball game. Most of the places that we build are lease spaces. If you have the money to own your land, and that's great, but most of it is in a leased space. Land I consider basically a separate acquisition, second purchase. But it may have gone down a little bit because it's gotten so expensive to build them. But I'm paying. So I'm expanding. I showed you the expansion of the one that I'm building. Just to give you an idea of what it costs to build a new laundromat today versus a few years ago, I'm putting $550,000 in construction in my place just to build it. That's not one piece of equipment. That's just to get everything in there that has to be in there. And that's a lot of money. But I know what the return is, I know what the revenue is, and I know what, so I'm in the business. So a lot of people, ooh, that's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. But it'll pay for itself still in 3 years, three and a half years. So and I've got a 15-year lease planned to buy the building. So yeah, it's still worth it, even though it's super expensive to build these things. But what it really does is, the small mom and pops aren't going to be building laundries, It's going to take somebody with financial substance to build these things these days. And it didn't used to be like that. So I feel very sad a lot of times when people come in my office and their dream is to have their own business and this and that. They think they get in the laundry business, and it's just, that's the hardest part about it is the capital that it takes to get it. Really the hardest part about it, I don't care how much money you have, like when you're talking about these large franchises and what have you with all this capital, you could give me $100 million. It would take me 20 years for me to find you enough locations to spend for $100 million. It really would. So it's very hard to find a location. So when you talk about what do these franchises do and what have you, how they affect your business, they probably aren't quite realistic about what they're trying to do. They don't understand how difficult it is to find these things. And like I said, just to build one, ask the people who've built one recently how difficult it is to build one, much less trying to build 10 at a time across the country. It's a challenge. So people who do sign up for franchises, I'm not saying, don't do it, what have you. We've never offered it because you can build the exact same thing as a franchise right across the street if you just know what you're doing and go through somebody who's a professional distributor like ourselves. And you're not tied long term to giving them a part of your business. That's the big difference. But the hardest part about this business is location, location, location. It's pretty easy business to run for most people. Some people don't just have no clue how to run them, but even though some people have a lot of laundries, they don't run them, the way that we think you should. If you go in any of the laundries and people in this room, guarantee you every single one of them is clean as a whistle. Every one of them's got the grass cut around them. Everybody's got the highest prices of anybody else, and they have good customer service. Those are the people who come to these things. The people who don't come to these things, you can see them. You see them all over the place. When you heard Brian talk about what a good laundromat is, less than 30% are B plus or B pluses, and that's very true. But the people who come and keep them really nice and keep them up to date, keep your machines running, it's really hard to compete with something like that. That's why I tell you, that laundry that I'm just expanding, 3,000 square feet, it's cost me $1.2 million and does not have anything to do with land. That's just think if I built the whole thing, we're talking about $2.5 million. It's a lot of money. And that's, but you finance a lot of that, the equipment with Speed Queen and what have you. But it's a big boys ball game these days. That's why the ones who have them, they're extremely valuable. And that's why nobody sells them. Only ones that are for sale, the ones that need to be re-equipped or things like that. And it's almost weekly or every couple of weeks, somebody comes in my office and says, can you please take me to all the laundries that are for sale in the area? And I'm like, yeah, I'll do it right now today. Well, let's go. How many are for sale? I'm like, 0. It's a very short day. So, but because there's nothing for sale. There's, the only ones that ever pop up need a lot of work. And if people think they're worth this, when the reality is they're probably worth a lot less, only because it's the way they've let them run to the point of either needing a new lease, new equipment, what have you. There's nobody I know who's ever sold a laundromat. It's beautiful, great running laundromat, like say Lori's Laundry, for example, who said, oh, it's time to sell, let's get out. It just doesn't happen because this is a long-term cash cow business. You don't get rich overnight, but you do make a lot of money over many periods of years. Trust me, I've been doing this my whole life. And finally, we're making some money. So anyway, other questions? Yes?
That has like 6 laundromats. Who do they trust to are they doing all the laundry, picking up the cash themselves, or they got...
Generally not. Now, because of all the systems that are in place, your equipment's a little bit older, but if you build a new one, everything's tracked to the penny. So there's nothing that you can take. If you're watching your business, you can let, we've always said, you always want a family member or somebody being involved and what have you, but no. Like I have 2 of my laundries that are run by employees that are not family members. I rarely even go to them. I have been going a lot lately because they weren't in the condition that I like. Now that I've been down there quite a bit, they've cleaned them like never before. But yeah, now every single quarter, every single transaction is tracked. So you can theoretically do it. You still have to trust the people because people still, even though they know you're tracking it, will still take, try to take some money from you every once in a while. But as long as you're watching it, you can avoid those pitfalls. But yeah, there's so much technology now. Everything's trackable, and it's all on your phone. I can pull up and tell you exactly what my laundry's done till 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock right now. I can tell you what we've done up until 4 o'clock today in 5 seconds on my phone. So it's very trackable. And one thing that Brian said earlier when he was talking about averages of utilities, that's crazy, the numbers that he's using. 30%, boy, that's unheard. That's back in the old days. 20% is the 20-something% was the average. That's crazy. You know what my laundry utilities are percentage-wise? 12 to 13%. So all the rest of that money that was going to utilities because you have energy inefficient equipment all goes into the bank. It all goes into your bottom line. So that's what people don't understand that have really old equipment. If you're paying 30% of your revenue to the utility company and I'm paying 13 and my equipment's new, who's going to win? Guarantee I know who's going to win. First of all, I'm always going to win. But my dad taught me not to lose. Anyway, other questions? Well, I just want to say thank everyone for coming. We really appreciate it. It's been an unbelievable 65 years and another great week of anniversary celebrations. And Kim, thank you for everything that you do here. And Christine, wherever she is, thank you. And Renee and Josh and Ty and Smiley and Jeff and Mickey and all the people that I can see. Well, first of all, Rod Frank has done a great job. We're the only people in the country who do this live and online. So if everybody in the country can see us, our competitors, everybody else. We're the only people in the country who invite any customer that is one of our, even not our customers, come in and talk, say anything you want. You know, we're not here censoring anything or asking people to tell people positive things about us. You can say anything you want to say. Like, Michael's a terrible person. Well, it's not true, so I'll probably have to dispute that. But, we invite everyone in, and we put it all over worldwide. This is all over the internet anytime. So, and it's also recorded, and we put it on our website after the fact, so people who couldn't make it, like Lori and Ron last year, they may have watched it after the fact because they were like, we want to watch it. Can't even watch it online. Well, we're going to put it online after so people can see it after. So all this is documented. We don't tell lies. We don't cheat. We don't steal. And those are the 3 things I can't deal with in life. And those are some things that a lot of us have had to deal with in this business over the years. But now, because it's so trackable, everything's very accountable.
Is that like with the spiders?
Spider wash, but also the machines themselves there's many different ways it's tracked now.
Say goodbye to the live stream.
Live stream, people around the world watching us, thank you very much. We appreciate it. It's Friday afternoon. Go have yourself a nice glass of wine. Go enjoy yourself. And if you have any questions on Michael Davis, feel free to reach out to one of my employees. They'll be glad to talk to you. Thank you.